slips are in place, and Keon Harden has been given the confidence by his captain Craig Braffett to start the bowling from the Guyana end at north, and he's around the wicket. The first delivery pitched up and driven down into the covers by Reefer for a single. So immediately on his way, Reefer, he goes up to 18. Vishal Singh has 56, and it's now 142 for 3.
Yes, Keith, I kind of anticipated that, I guess it's a bit of a consolation from Captain Braffett after not really showing the confidence in young Harden yesterday, possibly a team meeting or two to iron things out. And hopefully the young man can get it right from a pride perspective. But yes, remember Reefer picking up in the same vein, really just stroking that delivery down to that man on deep point, Keith.
So the 2 slips working down at the deep point, just a couple meters inside of the boundary, and straightish extra cover, then a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward 3 and a fine leg, 2 wide of off stump to induce a stroke from Singh, and he lets it go to Dowrich. At the close last evening, Roach had bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. Holded 9 overs, none for 38. Stout 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Harding 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Carter 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Roykin 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. And Braffett 1 over, which was a maiden. Sunny conditions. This has been the pattern throughout this second round 4-day game here at Kensington Oval, and Harding pitches up. Vishal Singh comes forward and plays out towards the area of mid-wicket, where Mosley runs across to do the fielding, and there's no run. 142 for 3.
Yes, those 3 deliveries so far, Keith, on about the off. The second one was a bit wide, but you can see Harding's length is a bit fuller today. He has the cover, the extra cover, and the protection of that man down deep point. So obviously his line more or less be somewhere around that stomach, and possibly a bit full.
Braffett and Carter are the slips. And here is Harden again, still from around the wicket into Vishal Singh. Back he goes and plays it down behind the point for a single. Warwick runs around from that point boundary, and his return is not taken cleanly by Dowrich. A single Vishal Singh, so both left-handers starting with singles. 57 now to Vishal Singh. Raymond Reef has 18, and it's 143 for 3 in their second innings. Still 37 runs in arrears, Guyana Jaguars.
Yes, once again another delivery played quietly down to that man at point. And Keith, can tell you, Andrew Mason to our left, I wonder how many times he would jump up and when the ball goes to point. He's not pleased at all with that deep point.
Yeah, so point, deep point, silly point, all of the points tends to point. Short delivery outside of the off stump from Harding, and Reefer lets it go. I tend to like when the day's play has started and you are still in the ascendancy and wanting quick wickets, to see a bit of clapping and chatting and stuff like that, trying to get under the skin of the batsmen, and that sort of energy to me has been lacking so far this season from Barbados Pride, following the stream in the opening game against the Leeward Islands at Arnoldville in St. Vincent. It's a bit of psychology you can work hard, and still from around the wicket, short delivery. Reefer sways away, tabs in tabs of Dowrich, and the end of the day's first over on the final day here at Kensington Oval. And the Guyana Jaguars from overnight 141 for 3, 143 without further loss. Raymond Reefer on 18, Vishal Singh at 57, both having added a single.
Yes, immediately though, Keith, you can see that Harding is in better rhythm, probably possibly best rhythm we've seen in this entire game. There he was putting 2 pretty lifting deliveries going through to keep Dowrich, having to take them that reverse cut just about shoulder height. We haven't seen much of that from Harding, particularly yesterday. I mean, it was a bit flat. His mechanics possibly were not right, so I'm sure he had a conversation with the bowling staff, and he looks good this morning. He looks at his pace is up, and obviously he has to partner Kimara Roach.
Yeah, I think it's a very good early observation. His rhythm, he's been thereabouts, not down the leg side and far outside the off stump, and recognizing that early wickets are vital if Barbados Pride are pressed for victory here on the final day. 2 slips and a gully point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg slightly backward of umpire Taylor, And a fine leg for Roach, moving in right arm fast from around the wicket and pitches on the pads, bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end and turned down into the power. He parried it. Desperate attempt by Harding to make the save. Made a lot of ground running from fine leg. Got his right hand onto the ball, but in so doing, he parried it over the boundary rope. So that's a boundary which takes Vishal Singh into the 60s now on 61, and it's 147 for 3.
Yeah, nicely played by Singh. Good use of the crease. There it was with the angle, possibly Keith the first delivery I've seen from Roach so far down the leg side, but there was Singh being able to use the crease and just nerdle that delivery really to the left of Jamal Warkan at that backward square position. He was able to be Keon Harding to his right, and as you said, a desperate attempt from the young man, but he was unable to make a save, so you have to say a very nice shot from Singh. The use of the crease was very good.
Brooks is at first slip, Carter second slip, Mears Moore fourth slip, and then Mosey out at point. Holder is at extra cover, mid off in Braffett, and this one is outside of the off stump from Roach, shadowed by Vishal Singh, goes through to Dorich, again not gloving cleanly on the fine leg boundary. Harding with Warwick behind square, and then out at mid-on is Stubb, who comes up and has a look at the pitch, and we are going to talk a bit about that, the surface.
Yes,
Jamal.
were you here early this morning, Keith? I had my morning look at the surface. I didn't see you.
Well, you wouldn't see me over there. I keep far away from pitches now, looking at them, goes across his stumps and try to play through the onside. This is what, some 23 years now when I've decided, unless I get very early on the first day at home in Barbados. But it's always good to have a close look at the surface on the last day.
Yes, well, certainly I took my little 5-minute look. I have to say, apart from the usual scuff marks you would see around those danger areas where through the boards follow through, the pitch is pretty well put together. There are only some marginal cracks in the middle of the surface, really, and they're not too big as well. They're not wide, tall in diameter, so you have to say that the surface has stood up pretty well. And so far, these 7, 8 deliveries or 9 that we've seen also have played reasonably well. So it looks to be a good surface to bat on.
Interesting change in the field. Brooks moves from first hit to a very short, straightish mid-wicket, and Vishal Singh comes forward and plays it down towards gully, fielded by Mosley, and there is no run. The second over of the fourth and final day's play, Roach bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. And what do you make of that change?
Well, Roach operated from the Joe Garner end as well. Yesterday evening, it was a good rhythm moving the deliveries away. Here so far from his Malcolm Marshall end, we've not seen much of that movement, so probably Kimar recognizing very early in the piece that he's not getting the movement he usually has gotten in this game.
He's in the game to Vishal Singh, touches on outside of the off stump and no stroke. And in making that change, Jamal, Warwick has also been placed a bit more backward, and he actually was walking in when Roach was bowling. Looked a bit on the strange side, that's fallen there. You know that he's not supposed to walk in, but he's short enough as though you're expecting the batsman with a ball pitch, maybe trying to turn it or flick. Having Brooks at that short mid-wicket, the middle is there as well, and the forward goes Singh, drives it up to mid-off, Holder moves to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. The end of the second over. Well, this is the fourth and final day here at Kensington Oval, and from an overnight 141 for 3, the Guyana Jaguars now 147 without further loss. Vishal Singh, who was on 56, has moved to 61, and Reefer has added 1. He is on 18.
Yes, and as you already said, the angles of the field were kind of almost very acute angle there. Possibly it could even be termed almost a leg gully, so to speak, as opposed to backward square. But quite rightly, Keith, as you said, you realize there are 3 men on the off, there are 3 men on the leg. It's almost to suggest that Roach would get a little straighter, a little tighter length to these batsmen. And nothing is wrong with that on the 4th innings. If there's going to be variable bounce, you need to be making batsmen play for sure.
So here's Harding, right arm fast, bowling from around the wicket into Reefer, and one pitch short, back he goes and defends it down to City Point. There is no run. Mears goes up to do the fielding. There are 2 slips to that deep point, and then in relation to the cover field, not an orthodox cover, more of the traditional extra cover. But apart from that, I call them two extra covers because Mears has been strategically placed at a very short, straightish extra cover, then mid-on. Square leg has gone back deep, and a fine leg as well as Harding halfway there, going into bowl to Reefer, pitched up outside of the off stump and off the inside edge. It will go into the fine leg boundary looking for a big drive. Nevertheless, that boundary brings up to 150 for Guyana Jaguars in their second innings, 151 for 3. And Reefer now moves on to 22.
Yeah, tricky boundary there from Reefer. There he was looking to pierce that offside field, possibly looking to beat that cover line to his right, but he only succeeded in getting a thickish inside edge and instead of a pass keeper Doris to his right into the fine leg boundary for 4. But keep this on the fields that we're seeing set is clear that there are different plans for Harding and Kimar Roach in terms of the lines and the lengths that the Barbados are looking to attack the batsmen on.
So Harding goes in again, still from around the wicket with 2 steps waiting, and Reefer's forward and pushes down to mid-on. Road comes up to do the fielding, throws all the way down to Dulwich. There's no run, 151 for 3. A bit of international news. The third test at Port Elizabeth, and England remain in command despite intermittent showers, having made 499 for 9 declared in their first innings. South Africa bowl up for 209 and being asked to follow on. They are now 50 for 3 in their second innings, with at least another 29 overs left on the 4th day. Harding here catches it over from around the wicket and pitches it. Reefer comes forward and drives it back down the pitch to the ball on the onside. He sticks out his left hand, fields cleanly. There is no run, 151 for 3.
Yes, and as I said, if you can see the line and the length that the Pride are looking to attack Raymond Reefer on, particularly to Harding, who's looking to bowl full of length, possibly a short ball between. He still has the deep backward square and the fine leg, so it's a dual plan, so to speak. He possibly looking to take him towards that outside field, but also that short delivery is not far away.
Reefer tapping away, likes to be a thorn in the flesh of Barbados. Of course, he's Bajan. Short delivery from Harding, and he turns it down to fine leg. Stout comes off the boundary, and easy single. Reefer goes on to 23, 152 for 3. 28 runs still. They are in deficit in the South Africa second innings. Milan was leg 4 wicket bowled by Root for 12. Elgar bowled by Wood for 15. And Hamza was caught by Butt off Wood for 2. Duplessis, who needs a very big score, the captain, is on 16. And Van der Dusen has 4. And we'll just quickly go back to the South Africa first innings. They were batting away, but then Curran with the wicket of de Kock, and Broad removed Philander for 27. De Kock made 63. Harding is into Vishal Singh outside of the off stump. He does takes. The over is completed, 152 for 3. And then Maharaj, the tail was quickly wrapped up with ball by Broad without scoring, and Rabado was caught by Wood off Broad for 1. So after Best dominated yesterday with 5 for 51. He ended 31 overs, 12 made.
Certainly is in good rhythm this morning. He created the opportunity, and he's looking threatening again. But Keith, just to finish that point about Dulwich and the reverse cup, more often than not, you want to be settled, you want to be in a nice base position when that delivery is coming through about head height, so that you're in a stable position. Your head is just slightly out of the line of delivery, so you watch it all the way through. But if you're actually moving while you're trying to do that reverse cut, you're asking for trouble, and that tends to be the operation of Dulwich. He really needs to sort that out.
3 slips for Harding, still from around the wicket. Vishal Singh cuts over the third slip in Mears, and it goes down into the boundary in front of the Hewitt, and in his stand, Vishal Singh with that boundary now moves on to 71, and it's 166 for 3. Well, I'll tell you, Mike Ward is listening to the discussion. Good morning to you, Mike. And he says what your analyst Jamal is saying about standing up is quite true, but at this level, this standard is mandatory.
It's mandatory. It should be mandatory, but it's still psychological, Mike. And I'm just saying to you that if it's not within, it definitely cannot be coached. But point well taken as well.
Okay. Well, it's nice to know healthy discussions are on. I am not going to try to be an expert. Keeping was part and parcel of my play from on the 15 level up to the intermediate division when I finished my career quite early. And therefore, I am one who can see the points being made by both Mike Ward and yourself, Jamal Smith, who have kept at the first class level. He plays at this one, it goes through low outside of the off stump. Harding completes is over. Andrew Mason is getting ready. I've done my half an hour's work. 166 for 3 Guyana Jaguars from their overnight 141 for 3. Raymond Reefer, who was on 17, has gone on now to 25. Vishal Singh is 71 from his overnight 56. And it means that there's still 14 runs in arrears with 7 wickets standing, having Law Shandapal for 6, Johnson the captain 17, and Barwell 26. More from Jamal Smith and then Andrew.
Yes, Keith, another good delivery there from Keon Harding. This time we've seen the variable for fourth there, bumps coming out there. There was a delivery on about the off stump and it scuttled through very low, beating Vishal Singh again on the inside edge. And one bounce through to keep a Dulwich, but it's certainly in good rhythm this morning.
Good morning again. Here is Roach, comes in and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is coming forward and turned the ball away down towards backward square for a single. Now, the thing about the Guyanese is they've scored quickly, because when you look at it yesterday, they were scoring at 3.44, and what's the rate? It's actually 3.47. The score goes to 166 for 3. An important partnership as well, partnership that has realized 53 precious runs for Guyana. The deficit has been reduced to 13 now. And it's going to be Roach to bowl with that single. Reefer is on 25. Singh has got 71. Here's Roach from round the wicket. Comes in from the southern end to bowl to Singh. And to this delivery, Singh is getting a ball which cuts across. And beautifully bowled indeed on the line of that middle stump. And by the time he played it, it come from the outer portion of the bat and went out towards cover. And there is no run. 1 or 2 deliveries keeping a bit low. So they've got to watch that. Of course, this is the 4th day. Carter's got to watch his catching as well. He's normally good. Remember in the first innings he put down one off Chandapur and really should have taken, although it was a bit low, should have pulped Singh when he was on 61. It was in 154 for 3. Roach comes in now, bowls to Singh into this delivery while the off stump, and the keeper takes it. As this was one that was full. Singh just watched the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. They're just talking to Antonio about the value of a Singh in the side, and you know you got to give someone like a Johnson credit, because he wants batsmen in the side, of course, that will bat long periods as well, and he's got 2 of them at least. I mean, the others who will, but clearly someone like a Chandapur, and of course a Singh that will soak up some time. Very difficult to dislodge. He's in 71. Solid player. Here's Roach looking for the breakthroughs. He comes in to bowl to Singh, and to this delivery, Singh is covering up. Ball pitched on the leg stump, pushes down towards mid-on. There's no run for him. Stout comes across to make the stop. Interesting discussion with yourself and Keith about keeping. How do you rate Dowers as a keeper? That's my question to you. Do you think he's a good keeper?
Well, to be honest with you, Andrew, I think he has a lot of work to do still. He's been improving. I must say that he's done a lot better, but there's still some grey areas in his glove work, and that's being very honest.
Okay,
you know, I'm
enough.
a great fan of Dowrich's batting for sure.
This is why I tend to ask these questions. I need to get the truth from you. Here's a ball pitched up and driven back to Roach, who picks the ball up and throws it with some frustration, I would imagine, as it went up the pitch, and he threw it the stumps. Didn't hit the stumps. So you think he's okay as a keeper?
Well, I'll be honest with you, when he first started, Andrew, I didn't rate him, as we would say it, in the glove work, but he certainly improved a lot. I have confidence in him now, but I'm saying to you, technically, he has some great areas to work to do.
So he's an okay keeper then. 167 for 3. Here's Roach round the wicket again. Comes in to bowl to Singh, and to this delivery, he's forward, and the ball comes from the inside edge, squirts it down towards that backward square area. 4. Warwick to come across to pick it up. There's no run, so the first half an hour, just more than half an hour gone, and we've had 1 or 2 lovely shots, also a catch really that should have been taken, and certainly Carter was very disappointed. In fact, he didn't look at his captain for some time. So Singh is on 71, Reefer's got 25. It's 167 for 3, and that's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a well constructed over there from Roach. There's a clear plan to attack Vishal Singh on about that off stump, possibly take away one, possibly let one straight in with the angle as well. They have the field of 45 to suggest that they want to keep him on strike and they're looking to attack him and get him out on those stumps. And being honest with you, Andrew, Vishal Singh doesn't look as good as he looked yesterday evening. He's a bit unsettled, which suggests that the Barbadians do have a plan to him and they're working to suit. But having said that, he's still there. He's a gutsy kind of player.
Very gutsy, very gutsy.
And it's not his fault that Carter didn't post that catch at second slip. So he's still there and he's very much entrenched in this innings and he's an important cog in the wheel. Guyana Jaguars have passed the first test. They've survived the first half an hour. They've accumulated some runs without losing wickets. Now going up to the water break, there is another period of importance for them. And they have to say, Andrew, possibly after the water break, we would get a general feel for which direction this game is going. But at the moment, it's still pretty much in the balance. I mean, Barbados with the noses out front, obviously. But the Jaguars doing the work reasonably well this morning.
I think they've done very well. This morning when I was out for my early morning jog, I don't know if you did. Did you go jogging this morning?
Yes, and 100 push-ups and sit-ups too, Andrew.
Okay, in that order? Not necessarily. And when I say that, I just want to explain what I mean by that. So and it's not a Craig Brathwaite thing. It's a thing with captains that they have a big lead in their field that even if a ball is not on song, that you should maintain the attacking field. And I thought perhaps yesterday that Barbados might have looked to have, because they ended at 141 for 3. I'll get back to that after this delivery. A lot of balls went down to third man. And they might have just blocked that gap. Here's a ball pitched outside of the outside. One got the feeling that Reefer was actually looking to leave that, and the ball actually hit the bat involuntarily and then went into the slip cord. And
I'll take you up on that point. Let's not forget, though, the counter-attack by Barnwell.
Right.
Sometimes in situations like these, particularly when you're in deficit, somewhere around the region of 150 or so, you need someone to come out there and grab the bull by its horns and just push the opposition back. He was able to do so. He made 48 and he made it in quick time. And what that allowed Vishal Singh to do as well, is to get into his work and accumulate his runs. So while I agree with you that they possibly were a bit attacking, or I should say, they lack a particular plan in terms of patience to the Guyanese batsmen. Or in general, I have to say that Barwell's innings kind of changed the complexion of the evening and certainly, helped to put the Guyanese in the position that they are in now.
But I'm making a general point. It's not a criticism of Brathwaite. I just find that sometimes when captains have a big lead, they feel that it doesn't matter that you've got to attack, and even when a ball is not at his best. And I think Johnson has given us another example as to really how to captain. And I'll just explain what I mean by that, because Barbados were very much on course for making at least 450. I thought his tactics were very good yesterday. He had a clear plan to attack, particularly the top batsman outside the off stump, and he was able to check someone like a Carter, because when you look at Carter's stats, I think perhaps against another team, he might have gone on to have made 100, and that didn't happen. I thought Joseph bowled beautifully yesterday, but also good field placing as well. Now we can have the first change of the morning. Holder comes in, and to this delivery, which is outside the off stump, good delivery, good pace, and Singh comes across, just whips the bat in line, maybe at the last minute, it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So we've had Roach, and that's good for Guyana in the first just over half an hour to see Roach out of the attack.
Yes, most certainly, but this boy, Shamar Holder, this young man, he has a bit about him, as you can see from that first delivery already. Nice steep plane bounce from around that fourth stump area. Remember, Andrew, I keep telling you, his best attribute is the bounce that he gets, along with that steady, that reasonable pace, because he's not expressed by any means. But that unpredictable bounce that he possesses really is the best asset in his skill set.
Yeah, I agree with that. He turns down, starts to move it again to Singh. Singh 70 to 169 for 3. He's in and bowls a ball which is outside the off stump and off the back foot. Played away down to that backward point area. There's protection in the boundary. Just want to, as the batsman gets a single, it goes to 170 for 3. Just want to engage you into the mindset of the modern day captain to have the backward point in. And it seems to happen, it's almost, the first ball that we had for the morning, there was a backward point. Would you have done that?
No, I wouldn't. I know you're a stickler for that, Andrew, and there were two easy singles.
I'm a stickler for what?
For not using the backward point, particularly when you're starting in the day. But don't contradict yourself. Remember, you said that you felt Barbados was a bit attacking yesterday, and generally captains are with a big lead.
Here is an edge as a ball which is outside. I'm not contradicting myself at all. I'm just making the general point as it's hold the ball in to Reefer, squares him up, the ball finds the outside edge and goes down towards the slip area. And I think if you did a graph, you would find that Singh would have had, how many boundaries has he struck? Let's have a look there and tell me.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It just disappeared
It'll
from us.
come
We'll
back
have to
very
wait
soon.
and see.
Yes, I'm sure that Miss Bell will make sure that we can have that scoreboard up. I think our youngster there is, the son will make sure we have it. Here's Holder, comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Reefer ignores it as that ball was pitched wide and went even wider. 170 for 3. That lead is now down to 10. How many boundaries did he struck?
Singh, he would have struck 13 boundaries
13.
so far. So you're reasonably correct. But let me take you up on this, Andrew.
Yeah.
The execution from the bowlers, the difference in the plan, Silver Johnson. Let's not forget he used the off-spinner Sinclair for 20 overs.
Oh, beautiful.
Tactically straight. No, this is my suggestion to you.
Right.
You have a Jomel Warrican in your team whose economy is always just about 1 point.
Yeah,
just
beautiful.
about 2 points.
Here's Holder, comes up now. He's in to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, Reefer is covering up to ball on the off stump. Keeps a little bit low, but he comes across the stumps, plays up towards the mid-off area. There is no run. The other thing, too, when you look at Johnson, I mean, he's a good captain, good brain. There's no doubt about that. He brought his spinner in. And you note, too, that he had Sinclair in before Pramal.
Exactly, and that's what I'm getting to. I still think in this innings, Jomel Warrican yesterday again was brought in belatedly.
Yes.
I believe when he went to Stoke is when Warrican
Should have
been
come into the
operating,
attack.
and then he would rotate his bowlers from the bottom end.
Holder comes in again to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is 4. Drives to it on. 4 runs, I believe. Lovely shot. Pitched up on the line of the leg stump. That's meat and drink for him this Sunday morning. And beautifully played through it on for 4 to carry Guyana to 174 for 3.
Yes, Andrew, that's high quality batting. Simply for the simple reason that Shamar Holder was extracting a bit of bounce on and about that 4-stump area, and he just got in a little straighter, a little tighter to Reefer, and all it was really was a punchy action down the ground, not a full flow of the bat, not a full flourish. Reefer recognizing he just had that one man to beat at that wide-ish mid-wicket position, you have to say, so he opted then to just punch that delivery down the ground. Beautiful timing indeed.
Does Reefer normally play straight?
Reefer normally plays
Okay,
straight.
so
Sometimes even with the inside portion.
Right.
because he
So
plays
why
straight.
would you then have the wide mid on instead of the mid on?
If the plan is to bowl the ball outside of the off-stump, Andrew, on about off-stump, reasonably to assume that would be okay. But you will have to say again, as I was speaking to execution.
Okay.
The bowler just overpitched that delivery.
Right.
On the middle and leg stump.
Right.
I'm sure that's not where Craig Braffett wanted him to bowl.
Okay. But the question still stands.
No, that's the answer, Andrew. The answer is already within the explanation.
Are you supporting the wide mid on? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying to you that the
plan comes up and bowls. Can't trap you at all, can we? Comes in and bowls to Singh. Singh covers up, plays it out towards cover. There's no run. There's a gentleman from Guyana who's listening to NCN. And he says he wants to meet you. And Michael Lashley, the former MP, who I understand wants to run in St. Philip North again, Keith Holder told me that this morning, spoke to me this morning. He's my cousin, by the way, and he said that he quite enjoys your comment and he wants to meet you.
Michael
Lashley, and he's also asking the question. I'll get back to that after this delivery. As Hardin comes in and bowls the ball outside the off stump, and it's a batsman, Singh, coming across along the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. He reckons that the West Indies board should look very much at this level, having cricket in the communities. He wants to see a game like this maybe played at Windward, possibly down at North Stars, and of course in Trinidad and Tobago, maybe at a ground where, I don't know, in Guyana, they normally play at Providence. What do you think about that? And I know that when Ram Narayan they had a weeper, he wanted to make sure that they were played at the international venues. I'll get back to that after this delivery, as it's going to be hard in the game. Comes in to bowl to Singh into this delivery. Outside the off stump, it goes by to be taken by the keeper. What do you think about that?
Full agreement, Andrew. I honestly believe that we're not getting it right in terms of bringing the cricket back to the community. It's something that I've noticed, even that racist tournament where the T20 plays.
Right.
The atmosphere that is built
Tremendous.
around that. And as a cricketer, I can tell you, locally playing around, there's certain grounds where you will get a good pull. And everybody knows for sure that North Stars is somewhere where the atmosphere is built. I remember watching Buster Cup games, they called them back then, and the distance didn't matter to
Tino Best and the guys down there bowling. lovely.
Yes.
It was just tremendous. It was a party down there at North Stars. Hello to all of our friends there at North Stars. Here is Hardin as he comes in to bowl to Singh. Into this delivery, Singh gets a wide ball outside the off stump and goes by to be taken by the keeper. It's 174 for 3. And he was suggesting to me this morning that say had this game been at Windward, you would have had people, of course, in the country areas coming very early with the game in a very interesting position.
The only disadvantage to that, Andrew, probably is there'll be a bit more wind in our mics.
Yes, yeah,
But
that's
other
true.
than
Yeah,
that,
that's true.
you know, you have to take the good about it. Sunday is a nice, open, picturesque ground. North Stars or Windward, as you
Right.
rightly suggested. People would come
Do you
out.
like Windward ground?
I like
You
them
like-
both. I like
okay.
Windward and North Stars. They're my
Okay.
two favorite in terms
Wonderful.
of playing first-class cricket.
Wonderful. Here we go. From round the wicket, it's going to be Hardin. Barbados not being able to break through this morning. He comes up and doesn't get it right. And Hardin will go back to his mark. 174 for 3. But in the equation of a keeper coming up, I was listening to the discussion. Of course, he will have to be good as well if he's going to come up to under the stumps to medium paces. And
So, Andrew, are you saying that Dowers is not good?
I think Dowridge is okay. I think he's an okay keeper. I don't think he's brilliant at all. 174 for 3. And the evidence supports the claim, I think. I think he's okay. I think he's okay. I think he's maybe, I'd say 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. Here's a short ball, and the batsman ducks, and the ball goes over his back down the leg side to be taken by the keeper. So you're surprised at that answer?
Not necessarily, Andrew. I know you're a contentious person.
No, I'm not contentious.
You have no fear in
No.
speaking
I
what you
mean,
need to
no.
be the truth.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, but
I don't think he's a brilliant player. I don't think anyone would agree with that.
Okay, I'll say this.
He's
to you.
competent.
I'll say this to you, Andrew. He is competent. As I said, there's some great areas.
And he's improving.
And he's improving. What interests me, though, is the progression between himself and Shea Hope.
Yeah, okay.
Who started basically around the same
We talk
time.
about Shea Hope in a minute. 174 for 3. Are there any good keepers around in the Caribbean is my next question. Here's Hardin. Comes up now, in bowls to Singh into his delivery. Singh covers up, looks for the single, will get it 2. Little push away in the offside. Down towards the point area. Mind you, there's a field in the backward point position for someone like a Singh who wouldn't hit the ball that very hard. And they're able to get the run. They continue to do well. The deficit is now only 5 runs. You better watch that. 175 for 3 is the latest score here at Kensington.
That's another good over from Hardin. In really good rhythm today, hitting the bat relatively hard, getting the balls through to the keeper. Fair clip. I must say, though, Andrew, yes, there are a couple of good keepers around the region. I like to see Devon Thomas.
You think he's a good keeper? Okay.
I think he's a very good keeper.
Okay. What about Bramble?
Bramble is there or there, but he's okay.
Okay.
And he's improving as well. And let's be honest, you know, he has that stature. And this is something about the aesthetics of this game. Yes, Andrew? He has that stature that as long as Bramble is having a half bad day,
right,
he's going to be ridiculed as evidence in his stand because, you know, he just has that look, that robust look that people like to associate with what we like to call in Bajan parlance a boxer.
He has
understand?
that. Yeah, big tough man from Barbados.
Yeah, but when Bramble is on song, he actually does a good job. And if you remember yesterday, he took a beautiful diving catch away to the right. It was an edge from Keith. Help me, Keith. It was an edge. He dove away to his right. I think it was hard in that edge, that delivery, and that Bramble went away to his right beautifully.
Here is Holder, comes in and bowls a delivery which is on the line of that middle stump as he's bowling over the wicket, just trying to angle the ball across the left-hander. Singh covers up, plays the ball up towards mid-on. There's no run. 175 for 3.
Well, let's contextualize this argument or this discussion, Andrew, when we're talking about wicket-keeper batsmen.
Right. Okay.
I think then that Dowrich is about there in terms
Well,
of setting the gold standard in the region.
Well, he's not my favorite keeper, but he's certainly my favorite batsman.
So we're looking at his all-round game.
Oh, I like Dowrich as a batsman.
So we're looking at him all together.
Oh, yes, Dowrich is a very much better player than people give him credit for. Here's a ball which is outside the line of the leg stump, bowled by Holder, and looking to clip the leg stump there. And the ball just hits that pad and goes away to Dowrich, who sprawls away to his right to take it. But a pleasing player to watch. Very good balance. In fact, I would say that in terms of technique and everything, he's one of the best in the region.
Beautiful batsman. And that's what I'm saying. So while we're speaking about one skill set, let's not forget that his overall title when he walks onto that field is wicket-keeper batsman.
Oh, wonderful.
And he's certainly one of the best in the region.
Tremendous. I like Dowrich. 175 for 3. I may not like his music. That comes up now and bowls the ball, which is a bit shortish, and there's the batsman Singh going on the back foot, pushes up towards mid-off. There's no run. Your favorite artist, you said Sizzler?
Yes.
Do you know who Dowrich's favorite artist is?
I have to ask him later. This
Please
evening.
do. Please do.
He's a DJ, so
he's a DJ.
He probably has multiple artists.
Maybe he likes Engelbert Humperdinck or Tom Jones. Oh, you never know. He may even like our good friend Rihanna, especially when she comes from under her umbrella. 175 for 3. Have you ever met Rihanna?
No.
But she's from your area, isn't she? She's born quite close to you. No?
Not really close.
Okay,
Andrew.
fair enough. She's a St. Michael lady, just around the corner, I'm told.
Well,
There's a Rihanna Drive. Here is hold as he comes in again up to the wicket into this delivery, which is down the leg side. And there's the keeper diving across to take it. Seems to be a bit of a plan by Barbados to attack the batsman Singh, who's on 74, just on about the leg stump. Is somebody saying something to me? Who's that now? Who's that lady? What is he saying? Is he saying something good or is she saying something bad?
Let's leave it in the realm of contention.
Well, I mean, you know, it is 175 for 3. Here's Solder comes up now in bowls down the leg side, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Plan to attack him just on that leg stump, and it's taken by Durridge. What did WhatsApp message say? You can't say it on the radio.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Certainly not me.
Was it a criticism of me?
Of course.
Well, fear of criticism is a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. Can I repeat that? So it doesn't matter. I mean, they criticize everyone. I mean, that's part of life. One of the things I've done as a commentator over the years that I call it as I see it. I don't dislike anyone. You know, I mean, if you look at someone like a Holt, I like Holt as a cricketer, and I thought he was always an all right captain, and people got very upset because I said that. Short delivery, banged in by that. The umpire calls a wide there. Oh my golly, that was banged in, and it went over the batsman's back and called a wide while it belated the 176 for 3. Would you call that?
Possibly. It was pretty high. Dorich had to go away and leap to his right. And I tell you what, Andrew, for all the discussions we've been having about Dorich's keeping, so far he's had to deal with 3 very difficult deliveries in a succession, and he's done well. He's picked up 2 deliveries on the volley away to the leg side.
I hope Kieran, who sent that WhatsApp, would have heard what I said about Dorich, as Holder comes up now and bowls, the ball short, banged in. And it's another wide call by the umpire. Would you call that too?
Possibly not that one, but clearly Shamar Holder not happy about that call, especially that second one. But again, Dorich away to his right, having to leap up to take that delivery. So possibly it is a wide. We're not out there. Certainly he has the assistance of a square leg umpire as well.
Yeah, but what's happening
and
there now?
There's a complaint now from Craig Braffett.
Oh.
It looks like Roach is in it as well to the umpires about those 2 calls in succession.
Yes. Well, yeah, umpire Ramdani had a little word with him last night, and along with my good friend Christopher Taylor. I know the 2 gentlemen very well. In fact, they wanted to go up to Oystons last night, but I told Mr. Ramdani he had to be in bed early. 177 for 3. Good man from Trinidad and Tobago. But the Barbadians are not happy about those calls. So the deficit is now down to 3. Here is Holder, comes up now in bowls, outside the off stump, played away down to third man, that's going to go away for 4. It was short and wide, the third slip could not pick it up, and it means now, as we look on the scoreboard, Guyana are in the lead by 181 for 3. Wonderful performance by David Granger's men.
Well, 4 more runs to Vishal Singh in that accustomed area just down to that third man region. It'll be interesting to see his wagon wheel, that pie chart, because I've counted at least mentally 7 or 8 boundaries in that third man region using the pace of the surface and for Barbadian fast bowlers. And I say this to you again, Andrew, at which point do you bring in Joe Mel Warrican and you stop the scoring and you attack from one end instead of both, as we see the introduction of another seamer now, Kevin Stout. And as I said to you before, you know, that possibly was the difference with Johnson, albeit that Sinclair is a defensive bowler, as you would have seen.
Yes.
Johnson was prepared.
But he came in to do a job.
He was prepared to allow him to do that job, sit down on the Barbadian batsman and try not to let them get away. Now we have a case where the deficit is cut. We are now an hour into the game, and certainly no decisions have to be made from a Barbados perspective if they want to go on to win this game.
How do you read it now? 181 for 3. Lead of 1. Talk to me, Mr. Smith.
Well, the rocking ship is steady somewhat, but they're still in choppy waters. The Guyana Jaguars still have a lot of work to do.
The waters are not still.
It's not still. They're still in the water, still choppy. Well, but the ship is settled quite a bit.
Okay. Well, we should see what happens. The hour before the break, they've done very well. In fact, I think we've seen in this match, I mean, even if they go on to lose it, why they're the champions. I mean,
yes, most certainly.
They've got a good leader. And sometimes, you know, when I criticize captains, people say that captain is as good as his team. And I think that must be taken in context, because a captain's manipulation of his bowlers and his field and positions can be crucial and can make you win a game as well. Here is Stout into the attack. He's in balls outside the off stump, appeal for a catch of the wicket. The umpire says no. Ball that was pitched outside the off stump. Stout was rather late in going up. There was not to me, an appeal of any great conviction. It was belated. It was a ball pitched outside the house. Some Reefer played at it. There was a big appeal for a catch at the wicket. And after the keeper was yelling the appeal, then about a day later, then we saw Stout going out.
Yeah, so the keeper took that very low as well. His hands were actually down to the turf, and I'm questioning, why doesn't he come up just a fraction? Particularly to Stout, who's born in the medium pace. He's just starting his spell.
Right.
It's highly unlikely that he will get those steepers in so early. Remember, those fine edges could make the difference in
you're
the
right.
fourth day.
Here is Stout. Comes up now, bowls to Reefer. Reefer is forward and drive down to mid-on. There's no run. In fact, earlier...
Yes, no comment to that.
The ball just dropped in front of him.
Off-key Mar.
And Roach was, shouting.
It was actually Raymond Reefer.
It was Reefer,
If Dulwich was up where he should be, possibly another foot, he would have been able to take that.
So someone needs to tell Mr. Dulwich that he must just take an inch or two forward. 181 for 3. Hello to all of you wherever you are across the world. Here is Stout, comes in, bows to Reefer. Reefer is forward and drives out towards cover. There's no run for him. Good morning to you wherever you are. Of course, our very good friends there in Guyana, listening on NCN radio. And of course, it's a big market day in Guyana. Normally, in Barbados and across the region, it's a Saturday, but big day for the market in Guyana the Sunday, because I understand that the fruits are slightly cheaper. 181 for the loss of 3. Here we go. Stout comes up now. He's in and bowls the off stump, and the ball is taken by the keeper. Reefer is on 30. Singh is on 78. They started the morning with visions of glory, the Barbados side. But so far, the Guyanese have kept them out. They batted with steely resolve here in the sunshine of Bridgetown. And they're battling away and defending that word Jaguars quite admirably here. Stout to continue. On his way to bowl to Reefer, left-handed player, 2 slips awaiting. Goes past the umpire now and bowls pitched up, and he's onto the front foot and drives. The ball at the bottom of the bat. Goes up towards mid-off. There's no run. So Stout is into the attack. No work on as yet. And the WhatsApp message coming in for you as well?
It's not on cricket though, Andrew.
It's not on cricket?
Certainly not.
Is it about Liverpool playing against Man United at 12:30 Eastern Caribbean time today? I'm looking forward to that. I'm a Man U man. Here is Stout as he starts his run. Last ball the over, he's in. And bowls, a ball which is on the leg stump and worked away neatly down towards the position of a backward square for a single. It was different. The line there, it was on the leg stump, it just worked away for 1. So we're going to come up, I think, to the first hour, the end of the first hour. It's been a very good hour for the men from Guyana. 182 for loss of 3 with the talisman batting so well, Reefer. He's given Barbados nightmares for so many years now. He's on 31, and Singh has stayed with him beautifully. They've gelled, and they've carried Guyana to 182 for 3. The lead is now 2. Drinks are very much on the field.
Yes, Andrew, second box check from Team Guyana. They were able to last the full duration of the hour and 5 minutes by my count. And they were able to take down that deficit, and now they're in advancement in terms of a lead. It's only by 2, but the fact remains that they've been able to weather the early storm. Obviously, Barbados Pride will now have some decisions to make in terms of tactics as well, Andrew, because it'll be coming about the time we will see the third man dropping in, possibly a sweeper, etc., trying to save runs and try to get wickets at the same time. But overall, these 2 batsmen have played very well. Raymond Reefer has looked resolute. Vishal Singh had his nervy moments, and of course he was dropped by Carter at second slip off Keon Harding, who I thought went very well today from the Joe Garner end, but not supported by way of that catch. So we have a case now where Guyana Jaguars have advanced their position, and we're heading towards lunch now in this second part of this session, and Barbados Pride have a lot of work to do if they want to go on to win this game. But Andrew, you can definitely see why the Guyana Jaguars have been champions for 5 successive seasons. They were out of it in the first innings when they were batting. They scrambled to 209. They were able to post that total. And Barbados Pride then were getting away with the bat. They were able to claw them back somewhat significantly so from the Barbados position. We possibly thought they would bat them out the game, as we would say, make 400 plus, but that was not the case to be. And now we're here seeing a fight by Raymond Reefer and Vishal Singh. So it augurs well for our first class game. 4 days, Andrew. We're certainly working for our money. It looks like we'll have to talk all day.
Yeah, it would appear so. And of course, there's a big talk about test matches being 4 days now and not 5. Do you like that? You like your 5-day test match?
I honestly think, some of the adjustments they've made, to make the test cricket more attractive, etc. That's fine, but at the end of the day, you don't want to tinker with it to the point where, you change the overall structure. I think 5 days for a test match is still very much the gold standard.
So you
and
support
should
that?
remain so.
So you support that?
And should remain
Okay.
so. I don't think, I think they're probably carrying it a bit too far.
Too far, okay. Well, some of the big guns have come out and they've not supported it, so we shall see what happens. I think we're going to have a double change. Keith, are you ready? And maybe you should forward me that WhatsApp from our good friend Karen. You have? Okay, you have. Please, I'll be happy to read it and keep it, maybe for posterity as well. 182 for 3. As the action continues, our good friend Antonio Allen comes a calling. What kind of hairstyle is that there, my friend?
Yeah,
That's not a gala rush me, that's an old man's hairstyle.
No, that's not anything like that. That's just how the hair grows straight out of my scalp. I leave it and I coil it on the morning, that's about it.
You coil your hair, wonderful
yes,
indeed. All right, so here we have a situation. Let's talk to me through this. Is the golf cart is going to go off shortly. Keith Holder comes a call, and 182 for 3. At the start, it was 141 for 3. Singh was on 58, Reefer was on 17. And we have a situation now. Reefer's gone to 31 from 65 balls. Singh, 78 from 150 balls. And they've added 68 precious runs. The rate, I think, is also good, 3.37. And now they are in credit by 2 runs. In terms of the bowling, Roach, 13 overs, 4 winners, picking up some 1 wicket for 33. Then the figures of Holder, 11 overs, no bidders, none for 49. Stout, 8 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 26. Hardin, 10 overs, no bidders, none for 43. Carter, 4 overs, 1 bid, none for 11. Warwick, 7 overs, 3 bidders, 1 for 13. And Brathwaite's over cost no run. So that's the story then. The action resumes. Here's Antonio Allen. He's going to be joined by Keith Holder.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Good morning to you, Keith, as well as you join me. I think Guyana Jaguars definitely would be pleased with their morning's work. They haven't lost a wicket. They've made it to the first water break, and they've also managed to erase that deficit now with a lead of 2 runs and still only 3 wickets down.
Hold it to Reefer, short, and he ducks and is struck as the ball goes out towards mid-wicket. Immediately peels the gloves off, now takes his helmet off and goes down on his knee, head bowed. And 2, 4, 6 Barbados fielders, now 7, along with the non-striker Vishal Singh. He's still down on his knees, struck. I dare say it was a rather tough blow. And Mr. Barry, the Guyana Jaguars physio, is out on the field in a jiffy. So at 182 for 3, the first ball of the 55th over. And ducking into a short one from Shamar Holder, bowling right arm fast over the wicket, and Reefer on 31 has been struck a painful blow. It's 182 for 3. Here's Antonio Allen.
Yeah, definitely a short delivery there. Probably not making the type of height that Raymond Reefer would have expected, as we see the surface here at the Kensington Oval, which has been good across the 3 days prior to today. It's just starting to, show some of the characteristics of a 4th-day wicket. A few deliveries keeping low. And unfortunately, that one there not rising as much as it probably should have based on the length and effort put in by Shamahola, and Reefer not able to duck and get underneath it. Struck probably maybe 6 to 8 inches above the stump height.
I dare say from this distance, he looks a bit worried. And the way how the ball ricocheted out towards the short mid-wicket, sometimes you see a batsman being struck and the ball may just lob or go down the area, but that one to me is almost like in football terms, a header.
Oh, yeah, that one definitely made an impact with him flush on the side of his head. You see, immediately he took off his gloves and he went down on his haunches. He is there going through the concussion testing there with the physio. And it seems he just may have passed as he picks up his bat and gloves. But, yeah, it was a flush blow. It wasn't deflected. It didn't skid off the top. It hit him flush on the side of his head. All of that force there being transferred into probably his temple region. And we know that's not a region that we want to be struck at all. He just seems to be there calling for a replacement helmet. And I think Guyana Jaguars will be happy, 1, first of all, that he's in good health. And also, 2, that he's not leaving the field of play, as they wouldn't want to have another batsman retiring hurt in this innings. Of course, Chandrapal Hemad was struck yesterday. It looked to have been maybe in the vicinity of his throat. But he hasn't. We haven't got any official word on him as yet about if he will be returning to bat in this innings.
Yes. Can you recall how many times, especially in this second innings, that we've had batsmen struck?
I think this is probably the 7th incident of a batsman being struck. Vishal Singh was struck twice yesterday. Chandrapal Hemraj was also struck. I believe Christopher Barnwell was hit as well. So there have been quite a few instances of batsmen not being able to get out the way of short deliveries. And I don't necessarily want to say short rising deliveries, because some of them are short deliveries that really did not rise, as we saw on this occasion with Reefer.
Imlap has now brought out, he is the 13th man. Bishu is already out there. He's brought out the new helmet for Reefer, and he wants to tough it out. The question is sometimes, as was the case with Steve Smith against Joe Archer, where he felt that he could remain on, and then after hanging around for a short while, he started to feel a bit dizzy and went off. And the question sometimes is, doing the basics, going through the test, for me, ultimately is left to the batsman and his feeling. Reefer takes that helmet back off. I don't think he's too comfortable at all, although he's going to now seemingly get, is this a bit of refreshment? He's taking the helmet back off again, and Imlap running onto the field, off the field, and now he's back on, and he's being given a bit of a refreshment. I don't know if that was administered by the Barbados physio Jackie King, being vastly much more experienced than Mr. Barry, without taking anything away from the Guyana Jaguars physio, Antonio.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mr. Jackie King has been in this business for quite some time. One would describe him as a veteran, a stalwart of this institution.
Yes, so play being held up, and Raymond Reefer being struck by a lifting delivery from Shamar Holder. Guyana Jaguars are 182 for 3. It means that they lead overall now by 2 with 7 wickets standing, having resumed on 141 for 3 of 41 overs. Vishal Singh was on 56 and Raymond Reefer 17, and they've battled through the first hour's play, and at this point Vishal Singh has moved to 78 with Reefer on 31. And yesterday, the wickets of Shandapal, that stage in the rank, Shandapal, leg before wicket bowled by Roach for 6. Leon Johnson was bowled off the inside edge by Stout for 17. And Christopher Barnwell was caught just inside of the long-on boundary by Harding off Warwick for 26. Chandrapal Hemraj retired hurt on 8. And the bowling to date, Roach 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 33. Holder 11 overs without a maiden, none for 49. And I dare say he has remained at the top of his bowling mark ever since Reefer was struck about 5 minutes ago. He hasn't moved. He didn't come down to have a little look. He's just waiting patiently to perhaps fire another lifting delivery at Reefer when play resumes. Stout 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Harding 10 overs without a maiden, none for 42. Carter 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Warwick 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. And Braffett 1 over a maiden. Now, Devendra Bishu and Mr. Barry run off the field, and play is about to resume. There are 3 slips in place, with Brooks at first slip, Carter second slip, and Mears at third slip. Then the cover, extra cover. Mosey's under the bat at the forward short leg, a bit square. Mid-off. Braffett has gone to a short mid-wicket. And there is a fine leg to complete the field. And what is this? Bowling another lifting delivery. Roach is out at the short mid-wicket correction, and Braffett up at mid-off, and Reefer's going down on his haunches and just trying to regain his composure. Does he look comfortable?
I think that delivery would have caused him a little bit of discomfort. It seemed just to jog back a little bit. Once again, not rising as much as we would have seen these deliveries from Holder probably on day 2 and 3. Would have been getting a little bit more bounce, and he would have been able, to negotiate them a little more comfortably.
182 for 3. Here's Holder again from the Malcolm Marshall line into Reefer. He bowls him another lifting delivery and looks at him, gives him a glare, and Reefer doesn't play, taken by Dorich. That was fairly pacey as umpire Ramdani comes forward and signals that's one over the shoulder, Antonio.
Oh, yeah, this is actually the first genuine bouncer that we've seen this over. It's the third delivery that's been banged in short by Shamar Holder, but it's the first one that actually took off in the manner that a batsman would typically expect. So you see Reefer on this occasion was able to negotiate this one without too much distress.
He taps away, 3 slips awaiting, and the forward short leg. And Holder's in again, and Reefer right behind it. Pushes it up towards the mid-off, shadowed by the cover in Stout and picked up by Braffett. There is no run, 182 for 3. Jamaica continue to battle away against the Windward Islands, having been asked to follow on. The Windward Islands made 387 all out, dismissed Jamaica for 220, and play having started 16 minutes ago. They are now 303 for 4 in their second innings. And here at Kensington Oval, Holder's into Reefer. Pitched up, and he drives down to mid-off, fielded cleanly by Braffett. There's no run, 182 for 3. In the Jamaica second inning, John Campbell, the captain, was bowled by Thomas for 101. Assad Foodedin was caught by Ambrose off Shillingford for 9. Jermaine Blackwood caught by Stewart, the keeper off Thomas, for 76. Paul Palmer was caught by Stewart off Maxwell for 42. So that's the wicket going down today. And Nkrumah Bond is unbeaten on 47, and Aldane Thomas, the keeper, yet to score. Holder goes into Reefer, and Reefer, a big drive. There's an appeal for him, and he's out, caught at the wicket. And I think he was psychologically affected. Holder strikes a big drive outside of the off stump, a healthy edge, a regulation catch to Dulwich, and Barbados Pride pick up their first wicket on the 4th and final day. It's a vital wicket, that of Raymond Reefer, the Barbados-born player. Caught at the wicket by Dulwich off Holder for 31. It's 182 for 4. And they lead overall by just 2 runs with 6 wickets standing. Here is Antonio Alim.
Oh, yeah, definitely, Keith. You would have asked me earlier in the over if Raymond Reefer looked as though he was comfortable. And I think this dismissal has a lot to do with him being struck on the head and having to take a few minutes, you know, to catch himself and try to regain his composure. And he never truly did. And credit to Shamar Holder, who gave him another 2 short, aggressive deliveries. The other one seemed to maybe be striking him in the rib region off the inside edge. And then we see him there with a very loose, very wild and aggressive drive there, attempting to loft him over the mid-off region for 6. But it really was an ill-advised shot there, not characteristic of the rest of the innings we saw from Raymond Reefer, and getting a thin outside edge, a comfortable catch completed by wicketkeeper Shane Dulwich. So he ruffled him up with some short stuff, and then he gave him something a little fuller, not quite half volley length, and Reefer just looking to free his arms and you know, strike back after being struck. And he didn't do it on this occasion, not successfully, losing his wicket.
So that ends a handy stand of 64 in exactly 2 hours. Raymond Reefer caught Dulwich bowl Holder for 31. He faced 71 balls and counted 3 fours and 1 6. Vishal Singh is on 78 from his overnight 56. 182 for 4 in the 55th over. And Barbados Pride striking as Hemraj returns now to the middle, having retired hurt last evening. And when he retired, the score was, let's check here for his retirement. Second innings 141 for 3, and that note would state that the score was 15 for 1 after 6 overs and 1 ball. Then he retired hurt. So he's returned to the middle at the non-striker's end, and here's Stout wide of the off stump. Doesn't go through fully to Dulwich, and it strikes him on the body. He rubs away on the left side, just above the area of, well, let's put it in the chest area, as it didn't really carry their 2 slips, and Stout is bowling from the Joel Guyana end, 182 for 4. Third man, there's that deep point just inside of the boundary, and then the 2 extra covers, one rather straight in. What is this? Going inside of his stumps as though, I don't see this in first class cricket. Why would he want to play that stroke, Vishal Singh? Uncharacteristically so, he went right outside of the off stump to play a scoop down towards fine leg. And that is not of his nature, I dare say, Antonio, as they go through for what has been signaled leg by 183 for 4.
Yeah, that's a shot that we wouldn't typically associate with Vishal Singh. But I guess Guyana Jaguars continue to look to score very quickly and with no fielder in that fine leg area. And I guess he doesn't put a lot of respect on the bowling of Kevin Stout, because that's definitely a very, audacious stroke from him there. Something we'd see more so in the T20 game. Maybe he'd like to play against Ireland this evening.
Yes, that third and final match, and West Indies now can only hope to draw the series. They cannot win the second match last evening at Warner Park in Singh. It's badly rain effective, with West Indies about to, having started their chase, but lots of rain in Bastille. Here in Bridgetown, on his resumption, Hemraj is in behind Stout, pitched a trifle short, and he plays it up towards mid-off. The extra cover in Brooks does the fielding, and there is no run. With Hemraj on strike, he now retakes his guard from umpire Taylor. There are 3 slips. The point is still deep in Warwick. Brooks is at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and the fine leg. Bright sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Stout right arm medium pace over the wicket outside of the off stump, and Hemraj doesn't play, goes through. And I think that with the new batsman in and having been struck yesterday, some more support should be given, with Holder looking impressive at the far end. Perhaps a few overs from Roach or even bringing Harding back. Not to belittle the effort of Stout medium pace, but I think if you can go for the all-out pace attack now, will be an excellent move on the part of Craig Braffett. Here is Stout. He may prove me wrong, far too wide of off stump. And I would like to see some good lifting deliveries at this pair after what happened to Reefer Antonio.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Keith. I think you're reading my mind. I would like to see Keon Harding, despite he did have a spell already for the morning. I've been told he's a very fit young man. And I'd just like to see him, given another 2 overs here to try and ruffle the feathers of this pair. Typically over the years, it has been known that Guyanese batsmen don't always play the short ball with the most competence.
And this next delivery, pushed down past the area of gully. Warwick runs around from that deep point to do the fielding. So having returned to the middle, Vishal Singh now goes on to 9. Correction, Chandrapal Hemraj. Vishal Singh is on 78. And at the end of Stout's over, it's 184 for 4. Craig Braffett, they call him Bobo, is up at the far end, just gesticulating. He's going to have a word with Holder and just pointing to make a couple of changes to the field. So let's see how it goes with Hemraj returning to the middle, Antonio.
Yeah, we can expect that Chandrapal Hemraj is likely going to fight fire with fire. Some short rising deliveries, if they do rise, will definitely ruffle his feathers a little bit. But he's not one to back down. He's going to cut, he's going to pull, he's going to play those expansive attacking shots off the back foot. So it will bring wicket-taking opportunities into the equation, as we see Warwick there is posted at a long leg position, and Kemar Roach seems to be going to deep backward square, and Mosley there catching that short leg. And Vishal Singh seems to know what's up. He's just called out for his chest pad. He wasn't wearing it before, but having seen the comprehensive working over that Shema Holder would have given Raymond Reefer, he's just making sure that, if any come his way, and he's to miss one, he doesn't break a rib.
Yes, and he's received some attention from Imla, who strapped it on for him, and he's going to now put his shirt inside of his trousers. India are closing in on victory to take a 2-1 lead over Australia in the 3rd ODI at Bengaluru, chasing 287 for victory. They're 274 for 3 in the 46 over. And this one pitch on the pads tries to whip it down towards the area of the backward square. They go through for a single, and that's going to be a leg by Hemraj, the batsman, Holder operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. And now 274 for 3. Hazelwood had just picked up the wicket of Kohli, and he's bowling for 89 from 91 balls with 8 fours. So they require 13 runs from 25 balls with 7 wickets, standing at 274 for 3. Should be fairly comfortable, Antonio.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely surprising to see Virat Kohli, the run chase master, dismissed in a run chase without it coming to a close.
Vishal Singh comes forward and guides Holder square on the offside. Stout moves to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run. Look at Mosley's position at short leg. He's very close in.
Yeah, he's very close. I think he might actually be a fraction too close
Yes, if the ball goes firmly off the bat, but one can expect some testing stuff here from Shamar Holder. He can be very awkward. There are 2 slips, a gully point. That short leg is in mid-off, forward square, and the fine leg as he bowls to Vishal Singh outside of the off stump. He doesn't play it. Dowrich takes Guyana Jaguars 185 for 4 in their second innings, 5 runs ahead, 6 wickets standing, losing this morning after resuming on 141 for 3 from 41 overs. Raymond Reefer with a big drive off Holder. He got a healthy edge, and Dowrich took a regulation catch. 120 minutes he batted for his 31, 71 balls, 3 fours, and 1 6. This one is guided, and past where Gully would have been. Harding comes off the third man boundary to do the fielding. Singh goes through for a single, now 79. 9 to Hemraj, a left-handed pair in, and it's 186 for 4.
Yeah, Guyana Jaguars are essentially a 5 for 4, just getting a lead earlier in the session this morning. But I think it's definitely going to be an important passage of play for both teams. Barbados Pride here smelling blood. They need to go for the killer. Another couple of wickets here would really put the Jaguars on the back foot. And any hopes and thoughts of a resurgence and a possible declaration will definitely be squashed. But of course, if the Jaguars can maintain their aggression and run scoring, who knows what will happen in the rest of the day's play.
Hold it into Hemraj, a big drive, powerfully out through mid-off. And not timed that well, but the ball will trickle. Stout is chasing and chasing and chasing and chasing. And I dare say, he's able to pull it back just before the boundary. The batsman had virtually stayed put, reckoning that it would have gone to the boundary. When he gets down to the non-striker's end, Vishal Singh, having completed the 3rd run, repeats the stroke. And he now goes on Hemraj to 13. I think he should be 12. He was 9, and then that's 312. And it's 189 for 4. So 9 runs ahead. And talking about smelling blood, clearly England dominating South Africa, who are facing another massive defeat. This is the 4th day of the 3rd test. Goes around the wicket now. That's a lifting delivery. Holder bowling to Vishal Singh, and he lets it go through to Dowrich. So 189 for 4 at the end of the over, with Vishal Singh on 79 and Chandra Paul Hemraj has 13. So talking about that test match in Port Elizabeth, England having made 499 for 9 declared. South Africa 209 and following on. They are on 85 for 6 in the 53rd over. That underlines the struggle that they are having, Antonio, with Milan 12, Elgarth 15, Hamza 2, Duplessis the captain 36, Van der Dusen got 10, De Kock dismissed for 3, and there's one chap by the name of Graham Root. How well do you know him as a bowler? Fernandez on 2, and Maharaj has yet to score. But Root coming on, the England captain, as the last of 6 bowlers so far, has the splendid figures of 14 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 19.
Oh yeah, he's best known for his exploits with the bat.
And here at Kensington Oval, Stoughton medium pace into Hemraj, in behind it, plays it out into the covers and fielded by Brooks. There is no run. Root 4 for 19, and looking at his career, he's now in his 91st test. And his best figures before this match were 2 for 9. So big leg break bowler, off break bowler. He mixes it up with off breaks and leg breaks, as you know, Antonio. There are 2 slips in the gully. Stout goes in, and Hemraj drives powerfully. A good bounce for Stout, for Brooks out of extra cover, and there's no run. 189 for 4.
Oh yeah, Joe Root, he definitely trundles a few off breaks and leg breaks on occasion. But I think South Africa cricket has really been affected in a way that West Indies would have struggled over the past decade or so, with players looking for lucrative financial opportunities, outside of national colours. And they would have experienced basically an exodus of several of their better players.
Outside of the off stump, Stout to Hemraj, and he lets it go. It's a very good point, and they're due to come to the Caribbean later this year, South Africa. But having won the first test, and you look at their batting in particular, led by the captain, Fadu Plessis, it leaves a lot to be desired. Good morning to you, Mike King. I hope to see you write something about South Africa, your beloved team.
Oh, yeah. They definitely do have their struggles in terms of batting. They've also lost a couple of handy fast bowlers, of course, all going across on Cole Park deals to the UK.
Yes. You know, it was following as well that on the 19 game between the two Asian sides in Sri Lanka and India. India piled up 297 for 4, and now in the 42nd over, the Sri Lankans are 195 for 6. That match is being played at Bloemfontein and is being shown on ESPN. You can check Sportsmax for the ODI series between India and Australia. Stout is wide off the off stump and no stroke from Hemraj, taken by Doric, 189 for 4. Mindful that they're just 9 runs ahead, 6 wickets standing, half an hour's play remaining before lunch on this, the 4th and final day. Barbados Pride desperate for at least 2 more wickets to feel comfortable going into lunch, Antonio.
Oh, yeah, definitely they'll be looking for a few more wickets. And perhaps what Craig Brathwaite might be thinking is that Kevin Stout is just going to be the most disciplined and the most consistent of his bowlers to keep things tight while he attacks with Shimmer Holder from the Malcolm Marshall end. But I think he would be advised to go for broke at this point in time and attack with the 2-prong pace attack.
This one is played out through mid-wicket, and they come back now for the second run as Mosey's return goes in to Doric, 191 for 4. And now Hemraj is on 14 with Singh 79. So that makes it a lead of 11 overall with 6 wickets standing, and Stout 10 overs, 1 made and 1 for 29.
Yeah, definitely. I think they always say that good fast bowlers hunt in pairs. So I think this could be the building in some semblance of a fast bowling partnership between Shimmer Holder and Keon Harding, Double H if you want to call them. Both around the same age, very young, relatively inexperienced at the first class level. But I think it would be beautiful to see them here with half an hour left for lunch operating in tandem, just even if it's for 2 overs, because Shimmer Holder has been operating for the Malcolm Marshall end for quite some time, and surely he will be coming to the end of this spell sooner rather than later.
He's bowling from around the wicket with the 3 slips in the forward short leg. That's a good pacey delivery outside of the off stump. Tumbling take by Doric, 191 for 4 Guyana Jaguars.
Oh, yeah, definitely just a question of Shimmer Holder getting his tail up here. He's in a lovely spell. I think he was definitely pumped after he struck Raymond Reefer on the head with a short delivery that did not quite get up as much as it should have, and dismissing him in the same over. So he's definitely here eager to continue, taking a few more wickets.
Here's Holder again. Right arm fast from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end outside of the off stump. And Vishal Singh lets it go to Doric, 191 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 11. The Mermaid Islands have managed to pick up a second wicket this morning, just over half an hour's play. In their second innings, Jamaica 312 for 5. Following on, they made 220 in their first innings after the Mermaid Islands had made 387. Thomas has just been caught by Stewart off Lewis for 4, and Bonner is on 51, partnered by Green on 1. Here is Holder still from around the wicket into Vishal Singh, and he goes back right behind it and plays it defensively back down the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. A quick look at the figures. Josh Thomas has 2 for 37. Preston Maxwell 1 for 39. Shane Shillingford 1 for 99 from 29 overs. Sherman Lewis 1 for 39. Kevin Hodge 43 runs he's conceded, and Keron Kotoy 34. Hodge, of course, the captain and left arm spinner. He's the all-round on Kotoy, the leg spinner. Here is Holder around the wicket again, still outside of the off stump. No stroke from Singh. Doric takes 191 for 4 from an overnight 141 for 3. And this is now the 59th over of the innings. At the close, Barbados had sent down 41. Vishal Singh was on 56 and Raymond Reefer 17. And this morning, Reefer in the same over after he was struck on the helmet rather painfully by the bowling operation Holder. Then essayed a big drive a couple balls later and was caught at the wicket by Doric. He went for 31 in 2 hours, 71 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Holder is into Vishal Singh, and he essays a cut and misses one of his rare loose strokes as it goes through to Dulwich Antonio.
Oh yeah, we continue here, Keith, to see the psychological impacts of some good aggressive fast bowling. First we saw Chandrapal Hemraj who returned to the crease after being struck yesterday. He hadn't even received any short bowling as yet, but he saw what Shema Holder was doing to Raymond Reefer, and the first delivery that was pitched up, just like Reefer, he went for a big drive. He was fortunate to connect and get 3 runs to mid-off, and now Vishal Singh there going for a cheeky uppercut.
Holder still from around the wicket, and he's forward. Oh, and uppishly, I believe, off the body, the pads, just to the right hand of the forward short leg in Mosley. The end of the over, 192 for 4 in their second innings. Guyana Jaguars, an overall lead of 12 with 6 wickets standing. Vishal Singh is on 79. The returning Chandrapal Hemraj has 14 more from Antonio Aline, and then to take you to lunch, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, we see Kevin Stout looks set to continue operating from the Joel Garner end, and this morning he's been very disciplined. He's maintained a channel outside the left-handers off stump, and he's just teasing them and asking them to, you know, throw caution to the wind and you know, proceed to flash at their own peril. But he's been disciplined. He's done a job for the captain, Craig Braffett, as Shema Holder attacks well from the Malcolm Marshall end. I know, Andrew, you've been asking for some more aggression from Shema Holder, so you'd be pleased with what he's done this morning.
Very pleased with it. Here's Stout as he comes up now. He's in and bowls the ball pitched up full. And there's Hemraj driving out to cover. Extra cover, there's no run. Score is kept on 191 for 4. This half an hour before the break is going to be crucial, I think. Barbados looking to get another scalp. On the other hand, the Guyanese hoping that these two will go and have a good Sunday Bajan lunch and come back and battle away for their country. We shall see. In the meantime, it's going to be Stout as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Hemraj. Hemraj is driving up to cover. It's the bottom of the bat. They'll get the single now because the fielder at cover fumbles it and then hits his hand in the turf. That looks like, is that Brooks out there? And he really should have stopped that. It hit his hand and then went down towards mid-off for a single. He's angry with himself there. 191 for loss of 4. Make that 192 for 4.
Yeah, definitely. Shema Brooks, he holds a high standard in the field with his batting as well. And he's very disappointed just to give away a free run and perhaps release the shackles and loosen the pressure somewhat.
Well, he's going to continue again. This is a Stout with that run. Hemraj goes now up to make him 15. Singh is on 79. Here is Stout in Bolston. He's covering up to ball on the line of the off stump. Coming right across the stumps, playing the ball away up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. 192 for loss of 4. And Antonio, the pitch continues to play well.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of, you know, a reduction in the bounce, and that's to be expected as the pitch goes into day 4. But the pitch has played very well at Kensington Oval. We've seen progressively more spin as the days go by.
Here Stout comes in and bowls to Singh. Singh allows the ball to go outside the off stump. It was pitched wide and went even wider with a trap set, but he won't be lowered into discretion. The ball goes by to be taken. Just to get back to that Reefer dismissal, it was the sheer aggression of Holder who really, I think, got into his mind. It was a good bouncer. Then the physio had to come on. Then he doubled him over with another bouncer. And then he had a big swipe outside the off stump, caught behind. Stout is in to bowl to Singh, and to this delivery, Singh gets one outside the off stump, a little bit closer, but still wide enough, and Singh won't play at that. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 79. How long has he been in the crease now? I shall tell you in a minute. He's been there for 255 minutes, 164 balls, and he struck as many as 14 fours, which is strange for him, but he's had a lot of them in the general direction, I would say, of backward, more third man, really, with the Barbadian bowlers angling the ball across him. Here's Stout as he comes in again to bowl to Singh into this delivery. He's forward and drives, and the ball again goes through. That's Brooks, but luckily for him, the ball then ends up down at mid-off. It went a little bit quicker, so he was able to be supported in the end there by Harden, who came across his right down at mid-off to end the over. At the end of it, Singh is kept on 79. With him is Hemraj. He's got 15. It's 192 for 4, which is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yeah, and Shema Holder here seems set to continue in what has been a very aggressive and attacking spell, sending fear not just through Raymond Reefer, or not necessarily fear, but discomfort and it was also translated into Vishal Singh and Chandrapal Hemraj both playing a few uncharacteristic shots, which is what kind of tends to happen when you are just a little bit unsettled by the aggression of the bowler.
Yeah, and it's something that I want to see come back really in West Indies cricket, the aggression which is sadly lacking, and sometimes I think that Holder can give a bit more. He tends to bowl within himself, but he's got lots of ability, there's no doubt about that. And is actually pretty deceptive in terms of pace. He's got a good bouncer. He comes round the wicket on his way to bowl to Hemraj, goes past the umpire, now he's in, and bowls to him, and he's tugging the ball through mid-on for one. Will just get a single as the fielder up at mid-off has to come across to pick it up. That's Brathwaite moving a long way across to pick it up, moving from mid-off to mid-on, so that's a single to him. And I think he might have been just expecting another short ball. It's not been very comfortable. 16 he's got, now it's 193 for the loss of 4. So effectively Guyana are now 13 for 4. So they're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. But every run is so vitally important. Singh with that single goes to 17. And with him, that's Singh, he's on 79. Hemraj is on 16. Here is Holder. Comes in now, bowls to Singh. Singh is getting the ball on top of the off stump and plays it up towards that mid-off area. And there's no run for him. Once again, hello to all of our listeners wherever you are, and all of our viewers as well. And we welcome you to Bridgetown. Wonderful weather, and an intriguing battle between the defending champions and the arch rivals, one would think. Johnson says he always looks forward to the battle against Barbados. 193 for loss of 4. And it's Holder looking to, as they were saying, Barbadian parlance, looking to pick another pepper before the break as he comes in round the wicket to bowl to Singh. And to this delivery, Singh is edging and is caught at the third set position. That's a big wicket to get. It was a loose shot, a ball outside the line of the off stump. Singh went for the drive, and the catch is taken by Mears. That's a big snap at the catch. Just before the break, the object Singh goes. Listen to this now. The score is, as we look on the board, 193 for the loss of 5.
Oh yeah, definitely a pleasing sight for Shamar Holder to see a catch held in the slip cordon. I believe 4 catches would have been put down, as many as 4, certainly at least 3 catches put down by Barbados Pride in the slip cordon in this game. But you see there, Andrew, just the impact of that aggressive bowling from Shamar Holder, somewhat scrambling the footwork and scrambling the thinking of the otherwise previously settled Vishal Singh. And we saw a few uncharacteristic shots from him in the last 10 minutes. He tried a scoop off of Kevin Stout. He tried an uppercut off of Shamar Holder, and then they're going for a very loose drive. Perhaps just a minor delay in his footwork and not getting his time in the outer edge taken on this occasion.
I agree with you. And I think, too, they weren't quite sure as to when that short ball will come along. He's bowling aggressive. He's actually been very impressive. I thought he bowled well enough in the first innings to have picked up another couple of wickets. And there's no doubt about it. In fact, I was talking to Sir Andy Roberts only yesterday morning, and he was telling me that when he looks around the region, he thinks he's got all the ability. There's no doubt about it. And from my understanding, he's also one of the fittest cricketers in the West Indies. I've been told that. Have you heard anything? You tend to hear these things.
I've heard that he performs well on the yo-yo test whenever he runs it. But what I also admire about Shamar Holder is that he goes from strength to strength. You see, he struck Raymond Reefer on the helmet, and he's continued there to bowl aggressively and to challenge the Guyana Jaguars batsmen.
I would describe the dismissal of Singh as a frightened dismissal, if one cares to describe it like that. They were never comfortable because I think he's bowled with consistent aggression.
Yeah, he has in this spell bowled with aggression.
Yeah, tremendous. I mean, the other day I said I would like to see a bit more of him in terms of aggression, and somebody downstairs said, you don't like the young man. That's not true at all. I quite like him. I think he's a good bowler. People tend to take a lot of what you say to context. But I think he's got all the ability in the world as he comes in to bowl to Bramble. He's in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble gets one outside the off stump and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. And, of course, as he gets fitter, he can bowl longer. So Andy Roberts was telling me, that when he was playing for the West Indies, he used to run all around Antigua. Remember Wayne Daniel running through 6 roads. They tell me that Michael Holden was very fit. Joe Garner did a lot of work. Malcolm Marshall. These guys were very fit and can bowl a whole day. Colin Croft, they tell me, very, very fit indeed. And once we get that level of fitness up, And with the young men who have got pace, I think we can get back there. 193 from 5. Here's Holder just before the break. At lunch Sunday 4 comes in to bowl to Bramble into this delivery. Bramble gets on the wide ball outside the off stump. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So it's been a good morning for Barbados. They picked up 2 very important wickets. The one who's been at the crease and will stay around for a long time, gone for 79. And of course, Reefer over the years has given them trouble. So you would think that with the score at 13 now effective for 5, Barbados will feel that they've got an excellent opportunity to win this, but you never know. The Jaguars will want to live up to their name. Here we go. Holder again starts his run. Last ball of the over. Comes in to bowl to Bramble into this delivery. Bramble is on the back foot and is beaten with the extra pace there. And the bat, you could see the ball hitting the bat very hard as he pulled away down towards the square leg. Gave it to end of a fine over. An over in which he got the very important scalp, the snapper of Singh. He's gone, caught for 79, 173, make that 183 for 5. And that's the latest score here at Kensington.
Oh, yeah, definitely Shimmer Holder finally getting some just rewards. He has been very aggressive and hostile in this spell, but I think what's also aided him is just a little bit of inconsistency in bounce, which is reminiscent of a 4th-day pitch. So the batsmen are not sure what they're going to do when it's pitched short. Some of them are rising, some of them are taking off, and some of them are just keeping a fraction low. I'm certain that the one that struck Raymond Reefer on his head should have bounced considerably more. And that's always very disconcerting as a batsman when you can't trust the bounce of the surface, particularly when a guy is coming down the road in excess of 80 miles per hour.
Well, we're going to give you the stats and Sing in a minute. Here's Stout as he comes in to bowl to Hemraj. And this delivery, Hemraj is driving, tugging the ball from outside the off stump down towards the mid-on area. I think because the ball swung back at him, he was looking to drive through cover, inside edge, went down towards that mid-on area. 3 steps and a backward point on there's an extra cover. There's also a slightly whitish mid-off. There's a mid-on short. And there's a mid-wicket. And there's also a man down on the backward square boundary. 193 for 5. Here's Stout looking for more success for Barbados as he comes in to bowl to Hemraj into this delivery. He's forward and drives through mid-on. Lovely shot. Will Roach pull it back? I've got my doubts. It's going to go to the boundary and will be pulled back just about now. And they will get to a pitch up, playing the ball away wide of mid-on. Roach went after it, pulled it back inches inside the boundary. And Hemraj, who may want to fight far with far, gets 2 to go up now to make him 19. And the score goes up to 195 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, I think the Guyana Jaguars again on this occasion not running quite as aggressively as they should be.
Yep.
Earlier in the piece, Hemraj should have had run all 4 down to the mid-off area. They only got 3, and on this occasion they should have had 3 to long on. They only had 2.
Yeah, here is Stout as he comes in again to bowl to left-hand Hemraj into this delivery. What? The off-top's going to be called a wide, I would imagine. The umpire didn't call that. Well, we've seen some call marginal. That ball was taken almost between first and second slip. To me, that should have been called a wide. That was very wide, the off stump. And umpire Taylor maybe is a bit generous. 195 for the loss of 6. And what's your time now? Just another 10, 15 minutes to go before the break?
Yeah,
11 minutes to go before the break. So Barbados, after stout resistance, they've been able to prize 2 big batsmen out, Reefer and Singh. And now they will feel that they've got a firm grip on this match. But you never know. Now Stout decides to make an adjustment to his field, in that the backward square is going to be, in fact, the long legs are going to go to backward square. And that's the only adjustment to the field. So he may want to, from round the wicket, produce a short ball. In he comes. This time he's round the wicket to bowl to Hemraj. Hemraj is driving in the air. He's going to be safe. Out towards cover. 1 will come back for the second. Well, he's batting loosely here. And you just get the feeling that he can easily drive a ball straight down the throat of mid-off or mid-on, the way he's been playing. I think he reckons here now that with his side in trouble, that every run is important, and he's going to bat his normal way. He's an attacking batsman by nature, but he's got to be calculated here. He goes to 20, 197 for loss of 5. The extra cover has been pushed back a little bit. Mid-off is slightly deep and wide. There's a man down at backward point, about 10 meters inside the boundary. Stout from round the wicket in bright sunshine. Comes in and bowls Hemraj. Hemraj is on the back foot. Pushes up towards mid-on. Stout doesn't pick it up, but it's got the support of the veteran Kemar Roach, who comes across to his right to pick it up. and there is no run. 197 for 5. The wickets, first of all, a Reefer, who was discomforted by the bowler, who was in a very good spell holder, hit him, and then he had a wild strike outside the off stump. That was, I think that it got into his mind there, and he was out. Mid wickets was pushed back. Here is Stout, comes in and bowls, ball pitched him on the line of the off stump, and Hemraj playing an authentic extra cover drive, lovely flowing shot down towards mid-off, full on the off stump. Brooks comes across to make the stop, and there is no run. So the over comes to an end. Hemraj is on 20. Bramble hasn't scored as yet. 197 for loss of 5 is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew, we see Chandrapal Hemraj continuing to be very attacking, but I think he's actually bordering on the line of being loose. I think in this situation, there's nothing wrong with counter-attacking, which definitely would be a good way to put the pressure back on Barbados Pride, who definitely are in the ascendancy at the moment. But as a guy who's played international cricket for the West Indies in limited over format, I'd like to see him just show a greater level of maturity. He's also been the high-performance centre, so I want to see him just with a little more controlled and calculated, measured aggression, as opposed to these just wild shots, because another wicket here is definitely going to leave Barbados Pride in a position where they'll be so much on top of the Jaguars that they'll just have to be looking at holding on. Yeah,
well, you've got, of course, Sinclair to come. He made 43 in the first innings. Of course, there's also Pramal can bat a bit. We saw Smith looking pretty solid as well. And, of course, we know that Joseph will think he can hold an end, as they say. He bats one before the roller. 197 for 5. And holding this fine spell of bowling, begins to move in to bowl to Bramble, goes past the umpire, bowls to Bramble. Bramble is getting a lift in delivery, and it goes off the top of the bat and goes into the gully area for the captain to pick it up. That was good pace and good carry, good bounce, and it certainly unsettled the batsman, and it seems as if it might have hit his, oh my golly, he's going to call for some help here. It might have just hit his, in the wrist area. He just pulls the gloves off now. That was a ball that climbed quite steeply on him. Well bowled indeed.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Another good rising delivery from Shama Holder. Some of the deliveries have taken off and gone over his head height, but this one was consistent in bounce based on the length. It did not keep low, or it did not get any extra bounce. And Bramble there just seems to be struck on his finger.
Yeah. Well, the physio, young Barry, has come out. Of course, he's the son of Neil Barry, who used to keep for the Guyana side. Hello to you, Neil. I haven't heard you in quite a long time. And his son, of course, went off to do his studies, and he's very much for the Guyana side. But that was a lift-in delivery, and it just got him on seems to be the fingers. The physio's out with him. He's pulled the gloves off. That's Bramble. But that goes to show the kind of pace generated by Holder. I think he's very impressive. He's one that, of course, he's keeping his fitness. And you just get the feeling that once you can get these bowlers, I like the way Joseph looks. You've got young Holder. Harden hasn't gotten it right so far, but it's got a bit of pace. And, of course, you've got the old stage and Kemar Roach. I wonder what's happening to Gabriel. Have you heard anything about your good fellow
Gabriel
Trinidadian
did do
Gabriel?
Surgery.
Yes, surgery.
He did some sort of surgery. I'm not certain.
Yeah, and, of course, you've got some other good fast bowlers around. If I can get O'Shane Thomas, the big man from Jamaica, fit, I think he'll make a good pairing with some of these young fast bowlers. And you also got the you got to watch him. This Romario Shepherd can be sharp when he's ready, Big, strong man. I think he's a Berbishan.
Yeah, I think we finally are seeing him in his preferred format. Yeah. I think his strongest suit is actually the T20 cricket, and we've given him a run in 50 over first. But I think T20 cricket is where we're going to really see the true value of Romario Shepherd.
You prefer him in T20,
yes, I do.
Not ODIs?
Yep. Yeah, I'm not saying not ODIs, but I think that his strongest suit is definitely T20 cricket.
Okay. Do you think he could go on to maybe play test as well?
I'm not certain. He has played some first-class cricket for Guyana, and he has been impressive in his limited opportunities. But, Andrew, I just want to point something out. This situation we're facing here now would not have been, what we're seeing had Chandrapal Hemraj and Anthony Bramble run with some aggression. It would have been the left-handed Chandrapal Hemraj on strike had they taken that opportunity for 3 runs down to long on, as opposed to just jogging, for 2 runs as though runs, are plenty and are not very precious for each.
I'm just wondering if Bramble is going to continue, because he doesn't look good at all. Is he going to continue here?
Yeah, I think he looks like he's going to continue. He's
the
just
magic-
squeezing the hand there of
yeah.
the physio. But I tell you what, a strike on the hand or the fingers is very painful, especially as a wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, I think they brought the magic spray out as well.
Oh, yeah, he's going to probably need something a little stronger than that. He might need something along the lines of a cataflam.
Yeah, a cataflam.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, he's taken the gloves off again. And that's, of course, eating some time away. What's your time, about 5 to 12?
Yeah, about 5 to 12. I've been beckoning and bellowing, begging for Double H before lunch, Harding and Holder to operate in tandem.
Are you suggesting then that after Singh got out, you would have brought Harding from this end? Or even before?
Well before.
As soon as Reefer got out?
Yes, definitely. Even if it was only for 2 overs.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah,
I don't disagree
and especially with the right-handed Bramble at the crease. No, we've seen what Jamel Warrican does to the right-handers.
Yep.
So perhaps Jamel Warrican could have been a threat. I actually would have been, enticed to possibly give him either the first spell of the day from this Joel Garner end, or certainly to be the first change bowler as opposed to operating with Kevin Stout.
We're still waiting on Bramble to see if he's going to continue. The time is eaten away. It's almost as if injury time there on a big match. Mind you, 12:30, the big one, the Liverpool team, they've only dropped points in one match, and that was against Man United when they scored late after Rashford. I wonder if he's going to be playing today. That's going to be at 12:30, so we're going to look forward to that big battle. Now Bramble puts the helmet on and will put his gloves on. Physio has done his work, and we've had a delay of about 5 minutes or so. So the action will continue. It's 197 for 5. And the very impressive Shamar Holder. The first time I saw him was a game for the Barbados youth. It would have been, I would think, perhaps about 4 or so years ago, even maybe, yes, around that time. And he was playing against St. Catharines, and he had the new ball and bowled very impressively. And I remember Derek Bishop and Thelston Payne and company making the point that he was one, certainly for the future. And I remember calling Hendy Wallace, who was the then chairman, and I said quietly to him, boy, I've seen a young man there called Holder. You've got to keep your eyes on him. And Hendy Wallace said that we know. 197 for 5. Here's Holder. Comes in now, bowls to Bramble. Bramble gets a ball short of a length, ducks. It goes over his back down the leg side, and it's taken by the keeper. I'm really happy to see this aggression. I believe very strongly if we can get 3 or 4 fast bowlers at 90 miles an hour and being aggressive again with the kind of talent that we got in our batting, that we can certainly get back there. And I'm heartened by what I've seen from Holder, from Harding, although he hasn't bowled so well. Of course, as I said, we've got Gabriel waiting, got the old man. Well, of course, in Roach. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump as the action continues. Holder's in, bowls to Bramble. He flicks the ball into the onside for 1. We'll look for the second run. The return comes in, and they get a second. It was short of a length, went back and just pushes out to mid-wicket. Didn't have the same kind of pace as he went back, Bramble, and played the ball away down to mid-wicket. So the 200 beckons for Guyana, 199 for 5. So effective, they're 19 for 5. And they're under the gun, under the cosh here in the region. In terms of the Mecca, they will certainly have to battle away first session. It took a long time for Barbados to get a wicket, but they've gotten 2. They would love a third before the break. Here's Holder as he comes into Bramble, who's got 2, and to this delivery. He is getting one, which beats him outside the off stump, keeps a bit low, and that shaved the off stump as well. Very well bowled indeed by Holder. He went on the back foot, typical 4th day pitch where 1 or 2 will keep low. And he was on the back foot, went very close to the off stump, taken low down by Dowridge as he moved across to his right. Well bowled. In the meantime, Hemraj, who's got 20, comes down and has a word with Bramble, who just draws the way down to square leg. How many balls left in the over? 2 left in the over. Holder again, looking for another wicket. Comes in to bowl to Bramble, and to this delivery, he's covering up. Ball pitched on the off stump, pushes out to cover. There's no run for him. Rather jerkily playing the ball out towards cover. Head going back towards square leg. I think very mindful of the fact that Holder can rip a short ball in. And that's the fear that you can generate. And this is what happened to Reefer. Normally is a cool player. Normally is a good hooker and a puller. But that ball struck him. And it can do something to you in terms of the psychology, the mind, really. And I think because of that happened, and then the next ball you doubled over, Then he played a wild shot and was caught behind. It's not the type of shot you see from Reefer. Now Holder decides to go round the wicket. Not an interesting ploy. What do you think is the thinking here to go? No, for a moment he was looking to go round, then he decides, no, I'm going to continue over the wicket. So Hemraj goes across the other side. One ball is left.
Oh, yeah, and the batsmen have made sure this is not going to be another over before lunch.
He comes up now. He's in balls. The ball short, good pace, and the ball goes over the batsman's head, and it's gone over the middle stump as well. And umpire Ramdami comes up, removes the bail. So at lunch, on the fourth and final day of the battle between the Jaguars and the Pride, contested in the sunshine of Bridgetown, and starting the day at 1:43 for a loss of 3. Stout resistance coming from Reefer and Singh. In fact, they got together, added 64 precious runs, but then a very aggressive Holder got 2 important wickets to leave Barbados in control. So effectively, Guyana are now 19 for 5 and with a mountain to climb.
Oh, yeah, definitely with a mountain to climb here. But this has been exciting and riveting 4-day cricket, and I think that the fans, whoever is in the stadium at the moment, will definitely be enjoying what's taking place. So I would urge and encourage as many persons to come down here. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a fight. We saw Guyana Jaguars on top for the first hour with Vishal Singh and Raymond Reefer erasing that deficit. And then you saw Shimar Holder come in almost single-handedly and wrestling some semblance of control back into the game for Barbados Pride. First, he would have struck Raymond Reefer on the head, and that was really the pivotal moment in the morning's proceedings, although that delivery should have probably bounced another foot or so based on the length and effort put in by Shimar Holder. And after that, he lost his wicket in the same over, and he very much scrambled the footwork of Vishal Singh, who was very hesitant and very unsettled after that, flashing at a wide delivery caught in the gully by Kyle Mayers. Barbados Pride managing to hold on to a slip catch after putting down 3. Jonathan Carter putting down Vishal Singh off the bowling of Keon Harding. Low chance yet again, but Carter unable to come up with the catch. So I think definitely Shimar Holder needs to be given credit for some excellent work this morning. He's bowled well, but I would have loved to see Keon Harding partner him just to go for all-out attack on the Guyana Jaguars.
So when we look at the 58 runs scored, they started at 143 for loss of 3. So they've added 58 runs, am I right? Yes, and 2 wickets. So at 19 for 5 effectively, Barbados would have had a very good morning. So 141 for 3, Singh 58, Reefer 17, and it was Reefer caught by Dowridge off the bowling of Holder for 31, and then the object, Singh, batting away, got a lovely ball that got big on him. He edged it, and the catch was taken chest high by Mears at third slip, and he was extremely happy. Just threw the ball miles in the air because Barbados knew they'd gotten the big snapper. He was gone, caught by Mears off Holder for 79, 168 balls, and he struck some 14 fours and occupied the crease for 259 minutes. At the crease, Hemraj, a bit of a happy hooker. He's on 20. Bramble and Settle being hit on the fingers by Holder. He is on 2. And the Jaguars go to lunch with a lead of 19, but they've lost half of the wickets. They're 199 for loss of 5. In terms of the bowling, before we take our break, Roach, 13 overs, 4 winners, 1 for 33. Holder the star with some wonderful bowling, 16 overs, 2 winners, and he picked up 2 for 56. Stout was steady, 12 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 34. Hardin unlucky, 10 overs, no winners, none for 43. Carter hasn't bowled for the morning, 4 overs, 1 bid, none for 10. We have not seen the left-arm spin of Warwick, 7 overs, 3 bidders, 1 for 13. And Brathwaite, his over was a maiden. So scores then at lunch on the final day of the big match between the Jaguars and the Pride. The Pride batting quite well to make 389, but of course 209 to the Jaguars, and batting a second time they're 199 for 5, so effectively they're 19 for 5 and in big trouble. We're going to take a break and come back in about 35 minutes. Please join us then.
Welcome back to Kensington Oval for play in the second session on the fourth and final day of the second round game between Barbados Pride and Guyana Jaguars. Barbados remain on top. Guyana Jaguars with a first innings lead of 180 and resuming on 141 for 3 or 41 overs. Went to the break on 199 for 5 off 63 overs in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 19. And at the crease are Chandra Paul Hemraj on 20 and Anthony Bramble 2. Losing the wickets today of Raymond Reefer caught at the wicket by Dorich of holder for 31. The first delivery after lunch, Harding the fast bowler from around the wicket at the Joel Guyana end. It's outside of the off stump and no stroke from Hemraj taken by Dorich. Reefer's wicket fell at 182 in the 55th over. The same over in which he was struck on the helmet. And then Vishal Singh, who started on 56, driving at holder, was caught at gully by Mears. He scored 79. Reefer having resumed today on 17. And Vishal Singh's wicket went down at 193. Harding is in again, and this one is a bigger P for leg before wicket as he went on the back foot, bellowing there, begging. Harding is crestfallen as umpire Taylor says not out. And Jamal Smith is with me after lunch. Jamal.
Yes, Keith, that delivery possibly going down with the angle, probably a bit of bat involved as well. It just didn't look right to the naked eye. Exuberant appeal by the Barbados Pride, but nevertheless, I thought the umpire got that one right.
So at lunch, Roach 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 33. Holder 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 56. Stout 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Harding 10 overs, none for 43. And the other bowlers who haven't been used today, Carter 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Warrington 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. And Braffett 1 over, a maiden. 2 slips, a gully. Point is out on the boundary, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and the fine leg. Harding continues from around the wicket into bowl to Hemraj, short delivery, and he just sways away. Dorich takes. No addition to the lunchtime score then of 199 for 5, just 19 runs ahead. Here's Jamal.
Yes, Keith, another lifting delivery there from young Harding. And as I would have mentioned to Andrew, certainly you when we started, I find Harding is in much better rhythm today operating from his Joel Guyana end.
Yes, looks comfortable, and he's just one day later being able to get it right. That's the nature of the game. Braffett and Carter are the 2 slips with Mears at gully, and Harding is in again to bowl to Hemraj and turns it neatly down towards fine leg, and the ball goes into the boundary, now being signaled by the Jamaican umpire Christopher Taylor. So with that neat turn, it brings up the 200 for Guyana Jaguars, and the score moves up to 204 for 5. Vishal Singh having been the last batsman dismissed before the luncheon interval, and Hemraj returned. He had retired hurt yesterday on 8. He now has 24. He came back after Reefer's dismissal. And Bramble, the keeper, who was struck on the arm by holder just before the lunch break, he is on 2. This is a very vital partnership here now for Guyana Jaguars. Harding is in, short delivery, and back goes Hemraj and turns it out through mid-wicket. The mid-on in Roach to do the fielding. An easy single, 25 he has. It's 205 for 5, an overall lead of 25.
Yes, as you rightly said, an easy single, Keith. I know, the Barbados Pride are in the ascendancy, but yet, we see these ultra defensive fields. I have to say, yes, the slip cordon is in place, but giving the batters easy singles, in areas, in business areas, probably would be better served, using the extra man in the onside to create the opportunity, because you would want these 2 batsmen who are aggressive by nature to go after the deliveries as well. You don't really want them settling, because this partnership, never mind that Guyana are on the pump at the moment, this partnership could blossom.
Yes, there are 2 slips and a very fine gully. Braffett asking Mears to just come a couple of feet to his left. Cover in the middle off. The forward short leg also in and defended. Going across his stumps. Bramble plays it up to the extra cover area Roach is at a wide mid-off. And there is no run, 205 for 5. Of course, yesterday losing the wickets of Tej Narain, Shan DePaul, leg before wicket, bowled by Roach for 6. Leon Johnson, the captain, was bowled by Stout off the inside edge for 17. And Christopher Barnwell caught just inside of the long-on boundary by Harding off Warwick for 26. Bright sunny conditions at Kensington Oval. Very little breeze as Harding is in to bowl to Bramble. And Bramble pushes it just past the forward short leg. There's Camper single, Mosey running back, unable to pick the ball up. And Bramble now moves to 3. Hemraj has 25. The first over after lunch has been completed. 206 for 5, an overall lead of 26. And Harding now 11 overs, none for 50.
Yes, not to be overly critical, Keith, of the tactics of the Pride, but there again, another single, a nudge in that business area of that mid-wicket position. I'm saying to you, Keith, if you have a deep backward square and a fine leg, you have your short leg in place, you have your 3 sips in your gully, your bowler really and truly should not be bowling that full length. So to see that man there standing at mid-on position and have the vacant lot in the mid-wicket region where the back of the length ball or shorter ball may be nudging for a single, I don't think that's on. And so far in that over, we've seen Hemraj being able to get off straight. We've also seen Bramble being able to get off straight. You know, it's that period now, Keith, where the captain has to be very meticulous about his plans as well, but he has to be smart. He has to know where to give so that he can get the result he's looking for, because as I would keep stressing, these two are no slouches with the bat, and they're guys that are positive and they can easily take the game deep into the evening. So you know you need to keep these guys at bay and force them to come out of their shells earlier than they would like to.
So Roach for his second spell of the day, right arm fast over the wicket, and that's a drive rather straightish down to mid-off, comes off the body of Stout and cleaned up at mid-on by Braffett. There's no run. Bramble, the batsman. There are 3 slips. Brooks is at first, Carter second, and Mears. And then out at point, Warwick. Mosey is at cover, mid-off in Stout. And here is Roach again, into bowl to Bramble. And Bramble drives uppishly, but safely to the left of the cover, heading out towards the boundary. Stout used his boot and stops it. Seemingly, from our vantage point, that he was in 2 minds as to how he would
approach it.
Yes. And he's pulling a bit there on the right leg, Jamal.
Well, you know, he had some knee problems in the past as well. But Keith, further to the point, there we saw Bramble looking to force that delivery. This field is a much tighter, a much better field set to Bramble. But again, it tells you about the mindset of Captain Braffett, certainly to his more experienced bowler. He trusts Roach to probably get it right. So he had the ring field. And Bramble obviously playing that aggressive stroke. And here we see immediately Craig, as we like to put it, following the ball. Unless Kevin Stout is going off. Let's wait and see. It looks like Kevin Stout is going off with a twinge, possibly a little cramp, Keith.
Yeah, as soon as he stopped it with his right boot and then immediately started to hold the back, feel for the back of the right leg. His Empire club mate, Justin Graves, going on to the field.
Yes, but just further to the point. So there you saw a fault shot from Bramble immediately as a result of a tighter field.
Yes. Well, the 2 slips and a fine gully remain. Well, call that a 4th slip. Bramble is on the front foot and squeezes it down behind point. A chase here for...
The ball will win, Keith. The ball will win. That's what we can.
Yeah, he fights it. You were talking yesterday about the way how he runs. And he really seemingly was approaching and gaining on the ball, but the pumping that you were looking for wasn't coming.
Keith, to this stage, he still can't beat me in the 80-meter dash, and I'm 35 now. He's been trying to beat me for the last 8 years or so. But there, we saw Bramble squeezing that delivery past the gully region. Warwick was up gully, and he turned, he chased it. It looked initially like he would pull it back, but the ball has won the race. So that's 4 more runs to Bramble. And as I said, Keith, these 2 score relatively quickly. You're going to have to be very smart about your tactics in terms of your attacking field and where you're looking to defend.
Yes, it's now 212 for 5, Bramble 9, Hemraj 25. The lead overall by 32. And here's Roach in again to Bramble. And Bramble right across his stumps, in behind it, plays it back down the pitch to the bowler who gets a good bounce, does the fielding. And then underarms it to his captain, Braffett, at mid-on to play a bit of shine. Holder is at mid-wicket and Harding down on the fine leg boundary, 212 for 5. Jamaica batting their way to safety and a draw against The Windward Islands, they are now 363 for 7 in their second innings. Here at Kensington over, Roach is in and Bramble is across his stumps and plays it defensively into the covers, fielded by the substitute in Graves, and there is no run.
Yes, another tight delivery there from Roach. And I noticed from this morning, Roach has not been getting that movement that he would have gotten on the first 3 days of this contest. So, you know, he's really settling in boy that nice tight line. And nothing is wrong with that, Keith, simply because it's a day 4 pitch. There is a variable bounce. You really only need 1 ball to stay down at this stage to get the result you want.
Barbados anxious now to break this partnership as Roach is in and defended again by Bramble out into the offside. The substitute Graves comes up to do the fielding. There is no run. The end of the second over after lunch. Roach 14 overs, 4 middens, 1 for 39. Guyana Jaguars 212 for 5, 65 overs have been bowled. 26, 25, that is Hemraj, and 9 to Bramble before Jamal comes in. And that 363 for 7, having made 220 in their first innings. The follow on. Windward Islands made 387. Long time we told you that Campbell, the captain, got 101 at the top. Blackwood 76. Palmer 42. Nkrumah is unbeaten on 76. And with him is Marquino Minley on 1 with 3 for 62 to Sherman Lewis, 2 for 50 Josh Thomas, 1 for 48 Preston Maxwell, and Shane Shillingford 1 for 99. Of course, a big innings victory for Trinidad and Tobago over the Leeward Islands. Harden is around the wicket, and back goes Hemraj and drives it into the covers. Warrican comes off that deep point position and limiting the batsman to just a single. 213 for 5. Hemraj now 26.
Yes, a nice stroke there from Hemraj, just using the crease. Shortish of a good length delivery there from Harden. No real movement. He was easily behind it. Just pushed it out into that cover region where Warwick did the fielding on that deep point boundary. And as I said, a very interesting note to see, Keith, what kind of field will be employed for Harding to Bramble, you know, who we know is a bit of a dasher. He's been relatively quiet so far. No need really for Bramble, you know, to go outside of the zone. He looks a good player. He looks pretty good today. Looks fairly settled.
There are 3 slips of a gap between the second and the 4th slips. Harden pounds it into the turf, and Bramble lets it go to Dorwich. And it's just to bring you up to date with the international matches. Of course, India completed a 7-wicket victory over Australia in the 3rd ODI in Bengaluru, and England on their way to victory over South Africa in the 3rd test at Port Elizabeth, having made 499 for 9, declared South Africa 209 and 102 for 6 at stumps. After day 4, short delivery and punch down behind point for a boundary by Bramble. That came off the bat sweetly. A little short there from Harding. And as Jamal has been pointing out, both of these batsmen tend to score quickly. So although Barbados still are in the ascendancy, every single run will count. And if they're able to bowl the Jaguars out, time is vital. And the target is now 217 for 5. Bramble moves to 13. Hemraj has 26. And the lead is 37 overall.
Yes, a nice stroke there from Bramble, allowing that delivery to come right to him and just punching it really past the backward point to his left.
So Harden, he has the short leg in, and he moves in again over the wicket, pitched up and driven down to mid-off, fielded by Roach, and he hurls it, throws it back all the way up to Dowrich. 217 for 5. And the positioning of the slips, for me, mirrors is more at a 4th slip than a 3rd slip.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, there's a little guesswork there, Keith. When you're trying to keep the slips position in place, you know, just looking for an area where you feel the ball will go.
Then there's the point, wide inviting gap, mid-off, forward, short leg, fine leg, backward squares on the boundary, and a mid-on. Keon Harding seeking his first wicket, pitches up, and that's a lovely shot, driven down the ground through the onside, through mid-on for another boundary in this over. And Bramble continuing to underline the point made by Jamal Smith. Brisk score he is, and undaunted by being struck painfully on the arm by Holder just before lunch. And with that boundary, he goes on to 17. It's 221 for 5. And it has brought a defensive move from Craig.
2 defensive moves,
Raffy.
2.
Yeah.
The short leg is now out. He's gone up to cover, and the deep point has been pushed back. So you can tell that Craig Raffy is a bit worried about these 2, but that was an inviting stroke there from Bramble, just allowing that delivery to come to him. Really one of those punchy drives, Keith. It wasn't the full flourish of the bat. A nice punch down the ground through the mid-on area.
So Harden will try again, and Holder goes back to his position at mid-on, and Harden is into Bramble. Pitch is short, he's a little low, but he goes across his stumps and plays it defensively on the onside. Harden on his follow-through picks up. The over is ended, and Harden now 12 overs without a maiden none for 59. So he's going at virtually 5 runs and over, although a much improved performance, especially in the first session on the 4th and final day. Guyana Jaguars 221 for 5 from an overnight 141 for 3, with Hemraj on 26, Bramble 17.
Yes, another good over there from Jaguars' perspective. Bramble being able to pick up a pleasant drive for 4 down the ground. But as I said, Keith, it's very interesting to see how Craig Braffett goes about his business. These periods, Keith, are when you really can test the true nature of a captain in terms of his thought processes and how he goes about looking to get a wicket. Here we have he's operating with Harding from his end and Kemar Roach. So basically attacking moves in a sense, but still defensive feels certainly for Harding. Still haven't seen the introduction of Jomel Warrican, who we know is economical. Yeah. Perhaps better served to let Warrican operate and allow Roach and Shamar Holder to get his spells along with Harding and go that route. But he's opted to go for Harding, who's conceded a bit of runs as well. I don't think the fields support, the thought processes.
Just 2 slips now, more a first slip in Carter, and Mears at a third slip, Roach around the wicket, and back goes the left-handed Hemraj, pushes it into the covers, fielded by the substitute Justin Graves, and there is no run. He also has that deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square on the boundary, and a fine leg, 221 for 5. Guyana Jaguars in their second innings. Hemraj, who retired hurt yesterday on 8, returned after the dismissal of Reefer today for 31. He has it now with Roach and is forward and stylishly pushes it up to mid-off, where Braffett moves to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, so this field really, Keith, is suggestive that Kemar Roach is looking to bowl relatively straighter. He has that man back on the deep square leg boundary as well as the fine leg, so that short delivery shouldn't be too far away. He has a deep point as well. Just the one, I guess, the floating slips. You have a man at 1.5 and one at 3.5. Keith?
Indeed. And he continues from around the wicket at the Marshall end, short and pull over backward square. That's a big one for 6. Went into the mud, Kemar Roach, and given the treatment by Hemraj, who now goes up to 32, and it's 227 for 5, taking the lead on to 47.
Yes, and as we said, that short ball wasn't far away. Well, in terms of the delivery being bowled, it certainly is far away now. As it went over the Greenwich and Haynes stands, Keith, it was in direct flight. I'm sure it take a little while to get that delivery back, and hope it didn't manage to hop the fence and go down the streets of Fontebelle. But that was a wonderful hook shot there from Hemraj, full flow, and he was able to take that short delivery from Kemar Roach and dispatch it some distance away for 6.
Well, the reserve umpire, Troy Truda, hasn't wasted any time in going on to the field with a set of balls. That one went quite a distance, and Harden is coming back onto the field of play.
Without the ball.
Without the ball.
As I said, Keith, I'm certain that ball definitely hopped that fence, probably somewhere down Fontebelle by now. But Keith, let me pick your brain for a moment. We're playing to the most westerly side of the surface, and it seems that Hemraj is a happy hooker, and obviously with this angle created with Kemar Roach bowling around the wicket, the chances of Hemraj actually hitting those delivery for 4 or 6 is very high. My question to you is, if we have a short ball plan employed, why not employ it to that pasture way out there operating from Guyana, and that is some distance, and the wind is also blowing from left to right. And again, you know, just these little things of the game, the wind is blowing from left to right, and as you clearly saw, the flight path of that delivery, where miles up here, the 4th floor, the 3W stand, and we were actually able to get a nice visual. It was almost eye level as it went over that stand. So it only goes to show, you know, that all the factors are actually in the favor of batsman Hemraj being able to dispatch those deliveries.
Yes, so this has been some positive batting by Guyana after lunch, having gone to the interval on 199 for 5 off 63 overs. This is now the 67th over, and they have added 28 without the pair of Hemraj and Bramble being parted. And at the break, Hemraj was on 20. He now has 32, and Bramble, who was on 12, has gone on to 17. They've been able to come up with the choice of bowlers. The stylish Troy Tudor, the reserve umpire, makes his way back off the field, a member of the Royal Barbados Police Force. I had a good chat with his dad at the close of play on the first day. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Small, and one who has coached in terms of the game cricket, some juniors, police. He was very instrumental there over at Weymouth. Here is Roach into bowl to Hemraj, and he's forward and pushes it out into the covers, fielded by Graves, the substitute. There is no run, so 227 for 5, a lead of 47. Just about 22 minutes play since the lunch break, and Barbados desperate for a wicket if they are to press for victory here, Jamal.
Yes, they certainly are. And as I said, you're seeing the plans, you're seeing what they want to do. But so far, the Guyana Jaguars batsmen have been equal to the task.
Here's Roach again. Sunny conditions at Kensington Oval into Hemraj, and he drives uppishly, but just over the cover. Graves, the substitute, runs back, is now on to the ball. Mosey was coming from the deep point, and a difficult throw for Dorich. It goes off his body and backed out in the area of mid-wicket by Brooks. They take a single. Hemraj repeating the stroke at the non-strikers end. He's now on 33, 17 Bramble, and at 228 for 5. That's an overall lead of 48.
Yes, positive intent there from Hemraj again. Not executing 100%, but you can clearly see his thought process, Keith. Anything that's in his zone, he's looking to dispatch it there. He was possibly looking to cart that delivery somewhere in the extra cover wide mid-off region.
2 slips and a fine gully. Roach goes in and bowls to Bramble, and Bramble in behind it pushes for an easy single square on the offside. Warwickon comes off the point boundary. He does the fielding. Jamal says it's about time that he should be bowling, and he's holding on to the ball, now underarms it, and recognizes that Craig Braffett doesn't need him yet. How many overs now? All told, we've had a matter of 67 in the bowl. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13 last evening. Is it being kept back too long?
In my estimation, certainly. I mean, there's obviously temptation to operate with the seam. You know, there's still a bit of bounce out there, a bit of pace. But as I said, the scoring rate of the Jaguars throughout this entire innings, it was 3.57 yesterday evening. It's actually 3.42 at this moment. So it shows that Craig Braffett has never had a cap on this innings in terms of the scoring rate. And as you said, these two are fairly aggressive batsmen. I can tell you what, too, Keith. Sometimes that extra pace, as we've just seen, you know, it's hard to manage. There we have Hemraj hitting a delivery for 6, then getting an easy single, and then we saw Bramble being able to get an easy single because the field is defensive down to point.
So Harden will continue. There are 2 slips in, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, and he bowls to Bramble, pick short, and Bramble, little off of me stroke, turning it down towards fine leg for a single. And with that, he now goes up to 18, 229 for 5, and 230 for 5. It means that they lead now by 50 overall, 5 wickets standing.
Yes, as you said, an off of me stroke, a tight line there from Harding, heading towards the leg side, but around the rib cage area, and Bramble was a bit uncomfortable, but, you know, danger averted. He got it down to fine leg.
So 2 slips of gully. Point is out on the boundary. Graves takes a couple steps up at the extra cover. That's the substitute on for stout, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg and the fine leg. Pitch short, bowling from around the wicket. Hard in and push for an easy single going off the back foot into the covers. Graves, the substitute, runs around to his right to do the fielding. And with that single, Hemraj now on to 34, 231 for 5.
Yes, Keith, I've counted 4 singles now since we've come from that lunch break to Hemraj in that vacant point area, and I've counted 3 to Bramble as well. So that's 7 runs being given up, and the strike is rotating as Barbados probably continue to employ that deep point.
Bramble is on strike, and Guyana looking to save this match here at Kensington Oval. Short delivery, edge, and oh my dear! Finally, he manages to get it. Bramble is disappointed. He slashed at that one, and it was first drop at first slip, and then as it was hitting the ground, he was able to grab onto it, braff it, and with great relief, Harding strikes, and Bramble walks away disappointed, but almost went to the turf, and the breakthrough Barbados pride were looking for. It's now 231 for 6. Bramble caught at first slip on the second attempt by Braffett of Harding for 19. Here's Jamal Smith.
Yes, a half-hearted stroke there from Bramble, really in no man's land in terms of his thought process. There was a short delivery outside of the off stump. No real merit, if I'm being honest, Keith. It actually looked like they were practicing slippies, as we call them. He just really angled his bat, and he sent a very easy offering to Craig Braffett. It went to him just about mid-riff. Craig Braffett fumbling a bit, but recovering in the end. So Barbados pride pick up now the 6th wicket of the Jaguars, and clearly, the Jaguars are under some pressure now with the departure of Bramble.
Well, they last defeated Guyana in 2014 by 2 wickets at Providence. In 2014, as I say, that same year by 2 runs. 2 runs set 69 for victory. They were bowled out for 66. And that same year, Guyana also lost here at Kensington Oval. So in relation to a calendar year, they were defeated twice in 2014. Will 2020 bring them that luck? And Barbados had last won this first-class championship in 2014. And then it turned to the professional league for the 2014-2015 season. And ever since then, Barbados have been runners-up to the Jaguars. So here they have a wonderful chance to come and make that record straight again, so to speak, straight in inverted commas, Jamal. I don't know how straight it would be.
Well, we'll soon see. I can tell you what, Keith, young Sinclair, who impressed us in the first innings, but we saw his concerns with the shorter deliveries as the Barbados pride got into the latter part of his innings. And certainly when he wasn't scoring as well, he counted at least 17 to 20 deliveries where he didn't score before his wicket when he fell to an injudicious stroke. He now has to replicate basically another innings such as the one in the first innings. It would be a big ask for the young man. Guyana Jaguars are really and truly under pressure. Prime opportunity now for Harding to pick up his second scalp.
There are 3 slips in Braffett, Carter, and Mears. Then they cover mid-off. Moses under the bat at forward, short leg, mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg. Here's Harding into Sinclair, lifting delivery, and innocuous over the head of the batsman taken by Dorich, 231 for 6. So Harding finally being able to pick up a wicket, and that would be great relief for him in the first innings. 12 overs, 1 made and none for 40. He had difficulty with his lines down the leg side, in particular outside of the off stump wide, and now 1 for 62 in his 13th over. It's 232 for 6. Barbados still in command. The overall lead is 52. In goes Harding to bowl to Sinclair. He pounds it into the turf again over the head of the batsman. Dorich takes, and perhaps getting a bit carried away. Sometimes the surprise element of an attempted Yorker. Where is the Yorker going in this first-class cricket? I hardly ever see it nowadays, Jamal.
Most certainly, but I don't know if it's a save. Harding's being carried away. As I said, notice in the last 17 to 20 balls of Sinclair's in his when the Barbados pride finally worked him out, so to speak. They handed him a barrage of short deliveries. He didn't handle them all that well. So basically, Harding is just following up from the first innings.
Well, 3 slips and a gully. A couple of the players clap urging him on. Right arm fast over the wicket from the Guyana end. And Sinclair pitched on the pads. Will get off the mark by pushing it past the short leg out towards mid-wicket. They mid-on and hold the runs across to do the fielding. It's the end of the over. I've done my 30 minutes. I'm going to abort the conversation between Andrew Mason and the director of cricket, Stephen Leslie, and he's escorting him as well. You believe he's begging for something there?
One can never know with Andrew, Keith. One can never know.
It's 2:33 for 6. Another word from Jamal and then Andrew.
Yes, and Harding will continue. Just one more delivery to finish his over, a successful over for him as he's bowling at Hemraj, who is relatively entrenched in this innings now, 34 from 47.
Well, the over wasn't quite finished, so it's going to be hard. And round the wicket comes in to bowl to Hemraj, and Hemraj gets a short ball and swings it down to backward square for 4. It was a real long hop, really. On the back foot, banged in short, swung away, that's gone for 4. So the lead continues to, well, I wouldn't say climb. It goes to 57 now. It's 237 for loss of 6. And this man, Hemraj, if he stays around, he's going to certainly get runs quickly. There's no doubt about that. He's gone to 38 from just 48 balls. I think the last one was a bit of a disappointment. It was short. And up by his midriff area, he just helped it down to backward square for 4.
Yes, certainly, Andrew. With the angle, Harding operating from around the wicket, he dug it in the surface, but it really didn't get up. It was badly lined, and all Hemraj really had to do was swivel and make contact, and he duly did so, and he was able to split the deep square leg and the fine leg to their left and right, respectively, Andrew. But what I can tell you about Hemraj, his bat speed is very, very fast.
It is.
Anything in his zone, you see that bat being whipped out, and he's looking to score. So, yes, he's a dangerous customer, certainly, in a situation like this.
Well, it's going to be Roach to continue. He was hit over the Greenwich Inn stand with a ferocious pull the last over. More of a hook, really. What a wonderful shot it was. It actually lost. The ball was lost. 237 for the loss of 6. Sinclair's got 1. Very stubborn in the first innings. Got 43. We'd love to repeat again. And 57 is the lead now. Here's Roach as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Sinclair into this delivery. Sinclair covers up to one on the middle stump, pushes down to mid-on. There's no run. So how do you see it now, effectively 57 for 6?
Well, certainly Barbados Pride obviously need wickets. They need 4 more wickets to complete this innings. Having said that, Jaguars still have a slim chance to salvage this match. Hemraj is still at the crease, but obviously this pair, the importance of this pair cannot be underscored.
Yeah. Certainly Sinclair can bat. He's got 1. Here's Roach. Comes in again to bowl to Sinclair into this delivery. Short outside the off stump. He just sways inside the line, just pulling the head towards square leg. The ball goes outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 237 for 6. The man to go was Bramble, last batsman to go. He's also a very dangerous man as well. A bit of a loose shot, really. It was a nothing delivery, and Bradford took the ball in the second or third attempt at slip, and his contribution was 19. 237 for 6. The lead is 57. And Roach begins to move in again on his way to bowl to Sinclair into this delivery. He's coming right across the stumps and pushing the ball away into the offside down to cover. Shortish got on top of it. Play the ball down towards cover for Graves to come forward to collect it. There's no run. 237 for 6. And the action certainly continues. Lovely weather in Bridgetown. Good breeze coming across the ground as well. And Roach goes back to his mark. The bowling of Roach in the first inning is absolutely brilliant. He turns now and comes in from the southern end to bowl to Sinclair into this delivery. He's on the back foot to one, which is on a different length, a different line. Ball that would have started maybe about on top of that off stump, coming in at him, and he just comes across, plays it down towards mid-on for Bradford to come forward to collect it. There's no run. Sinclair is there, and of course you've got Pamal who can bat it a bit, and we saw Smith who can bat, and well, Joseph is not much of a batsman, but this is going to be an important partnership here, and I think an important hour as well. 237 for 6. The lead is just 57. Here's Roach as he comes in again to bowl to Sinclair into this delivery. He's forward and drives to mid-off. Lovely shot. It's going to go for 4. Nowadays they don't have the conventional mid-off. They tend to have the fielded extra cover. Said there's so many things that have changed in cricket. He's almost like a wide bit off, and that's punched on the ground for 4 to carry the score to 241 for 6.
Yes, Andrew, the 4 deliveries before that were all short of a good length. The shortest one being the 4th delivery, and I was just wondering when Kemar Roach would come up just a bit fuller, possibly to look for that wicket, but St. Clair was equal to the task with a lovely stroke down the ground.
Indeed he was. Let's see where Hole is going to go. As I said, look whitish, and in cricket nowadays they don't have the conventional mid-off anymore. He comes up now, he's in Roach, and to this delivery, which is pitched up, but this one was more on the line of the middle stump, placed slightly across it. The ball, it's the bottom of the bat and squirts up towards mid-on for Bradford to come across to pick it up. To end the over, so the lead has gone to 61. 241 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the Jaguars continue to fight young St. Clair. Only in his second innings, just coming out to the crease, being able to negotiate a fair over from Kemar Roach, and Julie accepting an offering from him to score, and he did so with good effect. So 4 more runs to him, he moves on to 5. Hemraj is still there, Andrew, and as I said, Guyana Jaguars are not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, but they're certainly showing a good fight. Yes,
and what they've done since the break is that despite the fact losing the wicket of Bramble, in the context of this match, they've scored pretty quickly as well. That's also going to be an important factor because you could be losing wickets and all of a sudden you have a lead of 70, then 100, and then time is going to be important as well. But at the moment, they're on the back foot, so they're effectively 61 for 6. So this session could very well determine the outcome of this match if they can get through this. Well then, you never know. In the meantime, I see Holt is warming up. So I suspect he may replace Roach. But in the meantime, as Harden comes in both Hemraj outside the off stump, play down to third man, 4 runs. Short and wide, the backward point can't get across in time. These are important runs here for Guyana. And that was short and wide, no pace whatsoever. And that's gone away. That's gone for 4 to carry the score now up to 244 for the loss of 6.
Intentionally played as well, Andrew. There was Hemraj using the crease and then using his hands, delaying his stroke at the last moment to make sure that he beats that deep backward point to his right, and the ball sped away down to the vacant third man lot. As we see Kyle Mears now, he's being dropped back to the third man boundary. So obviously Captain Bradford a little bit concerned about the flow of runs from Hemraj's blade.
Yeah, and I think if you do a graph, you'll find that most of the runs scored in boundaries, the 4s would have come down to third man. So there's the third man, and now here's Harden round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Hemraj. Hemraj is, he's gone, is he? Yes, he's bowled him. A ball that kept low, swung across it, beautifully bowled by Harden, and that's another very important wicket to get. Playing across it, beaten by the lack of bounce as well. Harden strikes Barbados in firm control here, 245 for the loss of 7, with Hemraj gone for 42.
Yes, Andrew, and the variable bounce coming into play. There was Harden bowling the back of the length delivery, shorter length, and Hemraj obviously anticipating that delivery would have raised a bit more, but unfortunately for him, it just scuttled through, and it probably hit the off stump probably 3/4 of the way up, but he certainly was expecting that delivery to rise a bit more. He was into a pull, really. So Harden strikes the benefits of bowling the ball at the target on the 4th day, and obviously now, Andrew, we have to say that the Barbadians are truly in charge of this contest.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, the new batsman coming out is Permal. How good is Mr. Permal, the man from Barbados, is the batsman? Can you tell me?
He's a little plucky, Andrew.
Plucky.
He's a
like
guy,
that word, plucky.
He's a guy. He's in the same vein of a Warrican, will hang around and make a 20-yard or so.
Okay.
Albeit when the bowling is not that aggressive.
Yeah, he doesn't
I'm sure.
like it. He tends to go right down to square leg.
Yes, I'm sure he'll get a bit of chin music as we see the short leg looking to be employed, and it looks as well. His arms look outstretched. It looks as well as he's carrying that chest guard, that chest plate under there. So he's expecting some shorter stuff, and Harden really and truly with his tail up now in his best rhythm of this game in this innings. Before lunch he was good, and now he's gotten his reward just after lunch.
Well, let's see what is going to happen to Warrican. They're worried, as you said, about those boundaries down to third man. So they're 3 steps, and they're going to put third man in now, it would appear. 245 for 7. So, yes, Warrican is going to go towards wide third man. 3 steps. 4 short leg is in very tight. And it's going to be Harden to bowl to Permal. 245 for 7. So effectively, the Jaguars are in all kinds of contortions. They're 65 for 7. Harden comes in, bowls to Permal. Permal is driving. And that's gone through cover. Wonderful shot. Will it get to the boundary? It goes away for 4. Well, not the typical way the West Indian fastball will come up. You haven't got a wicket full and stroked away through the offside, maybe looking to york him. That's gone to the boundary, 249 for a loss of 7. The lead has gone to 69 now.
Well, Andrew, a rookie mistake, you'll have to say it there. You can see the inexperience from Harding. How dare you run up at number 9 in Versami Puramal and serve him up a juicy half volley as his first offering. And I tell you what, that delivery sped away through the offside. So Puramal clearly not looking to muck about here, but Andrew, a rookie mistake there from Harding.
It looked very soft, really. It looked as if it was a ball that Ingrid, who is very much the lady who looks after her lunch, would have bowled. Even slower. Ingrid is a big, a tall woman. She's about 6'2" as well. Here is Harding. Comes up now in bowls. Ball outside the off stump. And Pramod not all that keen to come across. Just allows it to go outside the off stump a little bit quicker. I think would have been stung by the embarrassment of being driven through cover for 4. So 249 for 5. He's more much better generally today, though.
Yes, has a much better rhythm.
For 7, that should be, sorry.
For 7.
249 for 7, yeah.
Yeah, he's had a much better rhythm today, and there he was at least being back in the surface on this occasion.
Yep, indeed. Here is Harding to continue. 3 sips waiting, 249 for 7, as he will continue now operating from the northern end. Goes past the umpire just about now. He's in. Oh, and bowls are all pitched up, wrapped in the pad. There's an appeal for leg. Before that's clearly going down the leg side. Mosey picks the ball up and hits the stumps. But the batsman's back foot is firmly grounded. And I think sometimes Harding seems as if he misses his run. Sometimes not very smooth. And it's 249 for 7.
But he's a bit of a bounder, Andrew. And as I said earlier on set, you know, he has those elongated strides. He's a short man, but his extremities are relatively long. He has pretty longish hands and feet, but he still has a pretty short torso. What happens sometimes with Harding is that he overstrides at the crease, and possibly that's why you see those full deliveries.
Okay, 249 for 7. The lead is 69. Here is Harding, comes in again to bowl to Pramod into this delivery. That's one that he went on the back foot to. What was he doing there? And it was just on top of the off stump. In the end, the ball went up the pitch, half up the pitch in the air, going in the general direction of mid-on. Looked very, very ugly as he played that shot. Might have been expected the ball to bounce at his head, but it didn't. So the over comes to an end, an important over for Barbados, an over in which Hemraj got a ball that kept low and was bowled for 42. At the moment, it's 249 for 7, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a bit of hopscotch being played there from Versami Puramal. Obviously, expecting, as you said, Andrew, for that delivery probably to rise a bit more. And it came to him just about the rib cage area, and it was a very awkward stroke. But credit to him for being able to still keep it away from the waiting hands of Shane Mosley. But a successful over for young Keon Harding. A rookie mistake in between. But all in all, Andrew, we have to say we're pretty satisfied with how he's gone about his business today.
I agree. And you got to give the captain some credit because he had the confidence to actually start with him this morning.
He finally did, Andrew, and I'm sure that confidence would have come from a managerial meeting of sorts, you know,
indeed.
and probably a clearing of the air.
And you must note with interest that they gave Brathwaite credit. Yes, I mean, it's at 249 for 7. Good piece of captaincy, and sometimes you need that confidence. They come in from your captain, your leader, your exemplar. 249 for 7. Now, I'm not surprised that Holder's back in the attack.
Most certainly, Holder has been the silent hero of this Barbados Pride bowling attack in both innings. He's bowled very well.
Very well indeed.
Very well, Andrew.
First innings could have easily gotten 4, got 2.
Could have.
And some big wickets today. He starts to move in, looking to wrap it up. As he comes in to bowl to Sinclair, he's in and bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair is off the back foot, punches the ball away, down to cover for 1, only 1. There's protection on the boundary. And Sinclair gets 1. Looks like that's Warrican coming across from backward point to pick it up to get a single. So the 250 has come up on the board now for Guyana. 250 for 7, so the lead has gone to 70. Pramod is on 4. Sinclair's got 6. The last man to go was Hemraj. And since the break, Bramble departed early. It was a bit of a loose shot, really. There was a nothing delivery, and they just spotted it. And the ball went down to slip, taken in the second or third attempt by the captain. Might have been a huge sigh of relief when he caught it. In fact, Keith Holder was on for a moment, and I actually thought the ball had gone to the ground. Here is Holder, comes up now in and bowls to Pramod, and Pramod is off the back foot, stares it down to third man. Is there a third man in place?
Yes, there is.
I think there is. Belatedly as well. And I really feel that Barbados should have saved a lot more runs in that third man area. And as I said, when you look at the graph, yes, you're in control, but you've and in fact, when you look at someone like Singh, he got, what, 14 fours or so. I think maybe about 8 or so would have gone down in that area. And they've decided now to put that third man in. So instead of 4, it's just a single. 251 for 7. Holder to continue. He's on his way to bowl to Sinclair. Into this delivery, he's getting a good delivery. Bang on target, coming onto the front foot. Hits him high above the pad. Wonder if that got some of the, I don't know if his finger, no, that's actually just rubbing away now. I think he's going to call for the physio to come on. It was a ball that cut back at him and bounced on him, and it just hit painfully, it would appear. So the physio run on, young Barry, and another good delivery, perhaps slightly undone by pace and bounce.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew, and I'll tell you what, the physio Barry, he's been kept very busy throughout the duration of this Guyana Jaguars innings. Quite a few batsmen have been struck, so it's testament to the pace and the bounce that is in the surface, and more so, especially to Shamar Holder. He's done the majority of the damage, certainly in terms of touching up these Guyanese batsmen, as we see him down now looking to get some attention.
Yeah, what do you think has happened there? Could be the hip here, you think?
He got a good knock, Andrew. Another
ball cut back sharply
delivery.
and bounce, and that's the value of hold up. You can certainly get it to rip into you with some pace. He's deceptive in pace and highly thought of. I know the great Sandy Roberts thinks highly of him, and lots of knowledgeable people, they think highly of him. So it looks as if the physio will go off and Sinclair would want to battle away. 251 for 7, the lead is 71.
Yes, and the umpires on this occasion urging the physio to get off the field. You know, there's been some murmurs in the crowd that the Guyanese have been trying to soak up some time every time they're struck or they're about. You know, there have been some moments where we've lost. Some people reckon we've lost at least 13 minutes of play due to injuries before lunchtime.
Yeah, so the murmur, come on, you got to go and bat. I'm sure that's what they said in the 3W stand of the second tier. Here's a delivery, which is short. The batsman pulls it. Where's that gone? As it was short of it and down towards long leg. As he got it inside of his stumps there and pulled it, that's Sinclair. As Holder was short, a single to him. He goes to what? Now he's up now to make him 7. Pramal comes to the strike. He's got 5. 252 for 7. So today, Guyana losing Reefer, caught Dowridge ball holder 31. Singh caught Mears ball holder 79. Bramble caught Brathwaite ball harder 19, and Hemorrhage ball by Harden 42. Here's a ball pitched outside line the off stump. His holder continues. And a wild swing coming from Pramal. The ball goes away to the keeper. And it's a situation where the score is kept on 252 for 7. What was happening in the derby between Man United and Liverpool? At one stage, Liverpool had scored. And I think there was a second goal that was cancelled out as well. So maybe if you can just tell me what has happened.
Liverpool is one. I have in real-time updates. You know that person there, Andrew?
Who's
do you know who's that person there, Andrew?
Checking now to see. Here's a delivery which is short on the line to the leg stump. Bowled by Holder and just turned away down to long leg for a single. As he again bowled that ball short and was played away down to long leg for 1. 253 for 7. So the over is just about to come to an end. 253 for 7. The lead is 73. And that's the latest score here at Kensington. Who's the gentleman?
That's Brian Corbin. He's actually in the field bringing lifetime updates.
Okay.
Flew all the way
Corbin.
down.
Wonderful.
Flew all the way down just to see that.
He flew from Barbados just to see that match?
But the Cayman, no. He's no officer in the Cayman, Andrew.
Oh, he's in the Caymans. Brian Corbin from police?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful, man. Good that he's there. So it's 1-0 at the break then. Okay, let me see what happens. Liverpool. Well, the last time they played Man United got the first goal, and then Liverpool, they scored late. 1-1 thanks to Lanana. And Rashford had a beauty after a wonderful cross from the young man James. We're at Kensington Oval, 253 for 7. Here's Harden to continue as he comes up now on his way to bowl to Pramal into this delivery. Outside the off stump, he swings at it, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. What a swing outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. It's 253 for 7.
Well, there are two things that Purmal is not prepared to do here right now, Andrew. He's not prepared to get inside his wicket. He's also prepared to try to have a go at anything that's close to his bat. But clearly, the mindset, Andrew, this ultra aggression has a bit of fear about it as well. Yep, he's very much concerned for his body, so he's really and truly just having a swing at anything that he feels that he can get back to.
You're right about that. So let me continue to update you in terms of the lead at 73. 253 for 7. So effectively, Guyana are 7 wickets down for 73 runs. And in trouble at Kensington Oval. Hardin comes up now, in bows to Purmal into this delivery. He's getting the ball right in the block hole, digs it out rather late. Might have been looking for another short ball, so instinctively went back and then came forward. The ball hit the bottom of the mat, went up the pitch. He rehearses the shot now. And Hardin goes back to his mark.
Yeah, to his credit, Andrew, he met it with a straight blade belatedly, but again, he jumped up as he was playing that delivery. He's looking for something short, obviously concerned about Harding's pace.
Yeah, but the first ball he got was a very juicy full toss that he stroked to cover. Might have been surprised by that. Hardin goes back to his mark. Now will start his run as he comes in to bowl to Purmal into this delivery. He gets the ball outside the off stump, a bigger pill caught behind. Wonderful bowling by Hardin. The edge found the catch taken. That's perfect bowling. Beautiful outswing, a good pace, good carry to Dowridge. And the Guyanese in Bridgetown are in big trouble here as that delivery started just outside the off stump. He whipped at it. The edge was found, the catch taken. And it means now that Guyana find themselves 253 for the loss of 8. Talk to me.
Beautiful delivery there from young Hardin. There it was touching down on about the off stump and nipping away slightly from Versami Purmal, who could only edge that delivery through to keeper Dowridge. And Dowridge, he possibly took that somewhere around the shoulder area with the reverse cup, Andrew. And what I can tell you is Hardin's deliveries have been going through to keeper Dowridge relatively well today. And that just shows you that he is, in fact, in good rhythm and actually hitting that seam with good wrist positioning today. So he's ironed out his mechanical issues, and the young man now has 3 wickets to his credit.
Yeah, indeed. And I imagine that when the team is selected to go to Jamaica be on that flight, I would imagine there was some talk that possibly he might have lost his place had he not come good. Heard that talk, of course, in the 3W stand. Did you hear that talk as well?
Well, I wasn't in the 3W stand at that time, Andrew, but what I can tell you...
So when were you there?
I wasn't there when you heard that.
Okay.
What I can tell you, though, Andrew, is these kind of bowlers like young Keon Harding, he's an attacking bowler.
Yeah.
You give him
Lots
the
of
confidence,
ability.
you give him the confidence, you give him that mantra, you tell him, Harding, this is what I need from you, XYZ. You let him let it rip.
Yep, indeed. And you must give the management, the captain, Mr. Craig Brathwaite, credit for that. 253 for the loss of 8. And hello to the Brathwaite family. They think I give their son a hard time. I think his grandmother once called me. She said, "Why don't you leave my grandson alone?" I said, "I like your grandson." 253 for loss of 8. He's from your general area, isn't he?
Yes, he's from my area.
Yeah, okay, good man.
I can see his house from where he line.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
You must show him his house. Sometime I'd love to go there and have a drink with his father, Arlie, who used to be a good cricketer, I'm told. So 3 sips and a third man now. Smith comes out to do battle. And Guyana in trouble here, 253 for 8. So effectively there are 73 runs to the good, but they've already lost 8 wickets. Barbados looking to wrap it up here now. We shall see. Smith shows us he can battle a bit as well. So we got 2 sips. Then there's a bit of a gap. Then there's a fine third sip. In comes Hardin, up and bowls to Smith. And Smith is bowled him! Absolute beauty ball by Hardin. You can't keep this young man out of the game. And the little Duckton comes across the screen there. Fantastic piece of bowling. And all of a sudden, the man who couldn't get it right in the first innings is cooking good looking in the sunshine of this wonderful facility, Kensington Oval. And listen to this. The Guyanese are in big trouble. They're in the doghouse. They're 253 for a loss of 9.
Excellent bowling there from the young pacer, Kemar Hardin. There he was producing a peach of a delivery to Neil Smith, pitching on around the off stump and nipping back, Andrew, and taking that leg stump out of the ground. And he lashed it possibly some 10 or 15 feet out of the ground. The umpire had to walk away to retrieve the stump. You'll have to check and see if it's not broken as well, but certainly a spectacular sight to see. And this is wonderful to see, Andrew, the young man a bit under the cosh, and he's back with a bang.
Yeah. Can you tell me his figures there? You're close to the action there. You've got the score card in front of you there. Can you tell me?
So
you must
far,
add this wicket.
So far, he's gone 14.4 overs, no maiden, 75 runs, 4 wickets.
4 wickets. He's got a chance for 2 things here. He's on a hat trick, and he can get a fifer.
Yes, most
Wonderful.
certainly. And it just shows you the beauty of this game, Andrew.
Yep,
Particularly a 2 innings game or a 4 innings game. You are able to rectify some of your issues from the first innings. You can come back strong. And now young Harden, he's cock-a-hoop, he's celebrating, he's into his teammates. All of a sudden, everyone is supporting him.
Yes, indeed.
He's the man of the moment.
He's the man of the moment. It happens in cricket. Sometimes you're down and you're out, and of course you've got your captain supporting you. 253 for a loss of 9. Barbados have not had any success for a long time. Last time would have been in that match. I actually had a chance to be in Guyana when that match was played. 69, I think, was the target. Barbados won. It was a tremendous battle, and they fell short by 2. And as I said on the first day, it was Smith bowling to, I think it was Bishop who cut a ball down to backward point, and there was, you talk about Jamal Warwick, and he was diving full length to stop it, because had it gone through, it would have gone to the boundary, and everyone on the field went to him because they knew that he'd saved it. And it was Dwayne Smith producing a lovely outswinger. There was Bishop coming forward. The edge was found, the catch was taken, and the umpire didn't give him. I think he hit it. It was not a question of a little, he actually hit the ball to the keeper, and Barbados celebrated. It was one of the great matches, really. It was a fantastic piece of cricket. And in fact, Ryan Hines, we were talking about it yesterday, and he said, but Hines, he said he always felt that they couldn't get 69. Well, that's Hines for you.
That's Ryan for you.
All right, but this is a good ball in by Harden. Keith Holder comes a call in very soon. Somebody just called him Smiley Bailey. What is Smiley Bailey saying?
He says, Keith, I've written that to repeatedly. He's an excellent bowler. He just needs proper handling.
He just needs proper handling. And he's an excellent bowler. Smiley? Adrian Smiley Bailey. He's a Carlton man, of course, like Hardin. Yes, you're right. And Barbados did, in fact, there was an error, really, in not carrying him, I thought, to St. Kitts for the Super Cup. I wanted to see that combination of Hardin and, of course, Holder bowling, in tandem. That didn't happen. He actually went and played with the emerging players and was a top man and went into the finals and won. But he looks a good bowler and one certainly for the future as well. Good length, good control. And we must give the captain the credit for having the confidence in him, because he actually started this morning. And I'm sure that when you did an assessment quietly after your early morning jog, you didn't think that Hardin would have started this morning.
Actually, based on all of that, he knew.
Oh,
I reckon, as I said earlier today,
the
that there would have been a consolation. I actually spoke to Hardin and I spoke to a few of the senior players.
Okay, wonderful.
And I didn't speak to the captain.
When did you speak to Hardin?
I spoke to Hardin yesterday evening. He actually called me and told me he needed to speak to me, and he said no problem. Actually was his first captain at this level,
Okay,
Andrew.
where was that?
In Listia,
Okay, wonderful. Yes, of course, when you captain
I handled him pretty well, I would have to say. He's a young talent, man. He is a talent.
So we need to say that we need to tell people about your former captain.
No, that's fine, Andrew. I'll stick to the commentary.
All right, so he's on a hat trick. Who's the new batsman? Is it Joseph? Take some bets. Can Hardin get the hat trick? He's got 4 sips and a forward short leg, and Hardin and hat trick comes up now on his way to bowl to Joseph. In bowls to Joseph. Joseph gets one outside the outside and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So the hat trick has been averted. But this has been a fine piece of bowling by Hardin and Barbados. They are big in terms of this game. They should go on to win it. 73 runs to the good. And Guyana will be hoping that these two can battle away. It's unlikely, but you never know. Cricket is a funny old game. How many balls left in the over?
1 left.
1 left in the over. Hardin maybe should try to go for the Yorker here. That was outside the off stump, and Joseph was allowed to leave it to go by. Bowl him right at the stumps, Hardin. That would be my advice. He comes up now. He's in. And bowls to Joseph. And Joseph is coming right across the stumps. Pushes up towards mid-on. And there is no run. The end of a fine over from this impressive Barbadian fast bowler. First of all, he's fit. I understand he would have played football as well for Barbados. A goalkeeper he is, I'm told. Yes, goalkeeper. And he walks away a very happy man. 253 for a loss of 9 is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew, and certainly a wonderful and eventful over there for young Harding, almost being able to complete a hat trick. But as we said, he's young, he's exciting, and it's very good to see. And it augurs well for Barbados cricket to have 2 young fast bowlers in operation. Shamar Holder also doing his bit as well. So, it looks good on the Kensington surface. That is offering a bit of pace and bounce on there for.
Yeah, indeed. The pitch has played well. Pitch has played very well. As you would expect in the last day for 1 or 2 deliveries to keep low. Hemorrhage got one that kept low, but generally it's been a good pitch. I like Kensington Oval pitch. I mean, of course, it's maybe not as it used to be, but you can still get some bounce on it and some pace once you're prepared to put the effort in. Now, Holder, good to see a good pairing of these young men. Of course, we would have had the West Indies in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket hunting in pairs for Barbados. You've got Holder, you've got Harding. And, of course, to help them on would be the experienced Kemal Roche. Now, Antonio Allen comes a call. And hello, Antonio. Things have changed dramatically.
Yeah, they've changed quite a bit. I'm pleased to see Craig Braffett operating with Double H, Harding and Holder.
Here is Holder. Comes up now, bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair gets a short ball, gets on top of it, plays the ball away down towards the cover area. So the captain has now decided, look, I'll give you the single, Sinclair. He's got plenty of real estate, the batsman, to work with. Let's look at the field. There are 2 slips. There's a third man. There's a backward point. There's a man at extra cover. So there's no mid-off. There's a short mid-on. There's also a fielder out at mid-wicket deepish, and there's a man at backward square about 20 metres inside the boundary. Holder comes up now in bowls to Sinclair to this delivery. He's hitting the ball in the air. Where's that gone out towards cover? Will it have the legs to get there? It will go across to the boundary. They'll get 1, they'll get 2. So it looks like Kevin Stout has come onto the field, moving from the backward point area to cover, trapping the ball just before it went over the rope, back for the second. And from that evidence, you would think the kind of shot that Sinclair played, he would want to try to get as many runs as possible here. Now, the captain, Brathwaite, responds to it by pushing the cover back on the boundary. He moves from a wicket out to cover. It's gone to 255 for 9. The lead is exactly 75. And with those 2, Sinclair now goes up to try and make him, what's he now? Is he 8 or is he 6? Just double checking there.
He's on 9.
He's on 9. Here's Holder, comes up now in and bowls to Sinclair. And Sinclair to this delivery, covers up, ball in the off stump, pushes the ball away up towards mid-off. Captain comes across to pick it up. There is no run. So what a session after the break. And it was a situation where it was 199 for 5. Now it's 255 for 9. So wickets fallen quickly, thanks to the tremendous work of Harding, who was bowled very well indeed. Holder has been very good as well. So it's good to see the 2 young fast bowlers bowling well. Here's Holder, comes up again to bowl to Sinclair. Sinclair is dragging the ball from outside down the off stump, down towards the mid-wicket area, can't score. Got to watch the number of balls left now. What, 2 left in the over? So he would want, I would imagine, to try to get a single here. How will Brathwaite operate? Will he bring the field in after this delivery? If he doesn't get a run to try to keep Joseph in strike. There are 2 balls left in the over. I would imagine that Sinclair would look to get a single here. Here is Holder. He starts, he stops. Now decides to go round the wicket. What do you think is the thinking there to go round the wicket?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely going to look to put this one in short somewhere around his ears.
Well, he comes up now from round the wicket, 255 for 9. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair, gets a short ball and ducks. And the ball goes over his head, over the middle stump, taken low down by the keeper. So you're a bang on target. Now, the captain, very much aware of the situation, decides to bring the field in. He's going to bring the cover off the boundary into the cover position. And I would imagine that backward square will come into square leg. Mid-wicket, halfway back comes to mid-wicket. So there are 1, 2, 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Holder to continue round the wicket with the last ball of the over, trying to get a wicket. Of course, trying to also maybe try and deny Sinclair a single. He comes up now, goes past the umpire, bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair gets a shot, swings it in the air. He's going to be safe. Out towards the backward square position. 1. Will he only take 1? Yes, he will. Well, they were short of a length. I think he expected that. Was in there for a long time, down to the backward square. And he gets a single. Had 2, but he decided, no, I will just have 1. So he gets a single to go now up to 10. 256 for the loss of 9 is the latest score at Kensington Oval. More from you, and it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair there making the right decision, opting to take the strike to face up to Keon Harding, who has figures at the moment of 15 overs, 1 made and 4 wickets for 75 runs. And he's been the leading wicket taker for Barbados Pride in this innings. But all credit really and truly has to be given to his fast bowling partner, Shimmer Holder, who really set the ball rolling with a hostile and aggressive spell, which removed first Raymond Reefer, and then also accounting for a second wicket in that spell as well, Vishal Singh.
Yes, how are you this afternoon, Mr. Aline?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely good. I'm enjoying what is a very competitive and riveting encounter.
Yes, and those who are not here at Kensington Oval, times have changed. They follow the stream, they look at the cricket, whether they're 1, 2, 3, or 4 cameras, and naturally the commentaries come as well on the stream. And as soon as Harding got those 2 wickets in successive balls, Adrian Smiley Bailey, as expected, he sent that call, and he says he still has the message which he sent to me 2 years ago that Keon Harding is going to be the next best Barbados fast bowler, forcing his way into the West Indies side. He just needs the correct handling. Good afternoon again to you, Smiley. I hope you're making lots of money from over by the port and all on the roads of Barbados. And you're heading up north to St. Lucie as part of the gathering as well. Here is Harding looking to wrap it up. And this one is pitched on the pads. And Sinclair will farm the strike. A single was there. He turned it down behind square. And side to Joseph will stay put 256 for 9. Sinclair 10. Joseph yet to score. And this is the 74th over. 58, including this, remain. And the overall lead then is 76.
Yeah, definitely. I guess, once again, Kevin Sinclair making the right decision. He's probably going to try not only to score runs very quickly, but also to prolong this Guyana Jaguar innings as deep as he can go. So he's not going to want to give Keon Joseph any strike.
Harding is in his 16th over, 1 maiden, 4 for 75, 2 slips a third man. Deep cover, mid-off, pitch short, and back he goes. And plays it down in the area of where backward point gully would have been. Still refuses a single, 256 for 9. Good afternoon to you as well, Dave Marshall, the successful Spartan Elite Division coach, champions of 2019, former Spartan and Barbados leg spinner. And he sent a message. I don't know, you and I don't get the kudos, but we are not going to show any bias. When these messages come, we will read them out.
Yes.
So here comes Dave Marshall. He says, afternoon, Keith. I am watching and enjoying the comments from Jamal Smith. More on Dave Marshall's comments after this next delivery from Harding, and driven down to mid-off by Sinclair, fielded by Holden. There is no run. So Dave goes on, Jamal's knowledge of the game and fluency in his articulation of the game in progress is superb. And he went on to say a bit more. He said, in combination with Andrew. So Jamal and Andrew, take the cake.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Dave Marshall is bigging you up.
Yeah, give a slice to Dave Marshall as well. He's expressed himself in a very articulate manner as well.
Yes, wonderful, Dave. 2 slips. Here is Harding into Sinclair. Short and off the back foot. He punches it to the left of mid-off, heading out towards the boundary, chased by Holder, who will pull it back right now, and they take the second run. So the pattern here is quite clear. He has no faith in Joseph, reckons that he can score and frustrate Barbados as he moves on now to 12. And it's 258 for 9 Guyana in their second innings, making that overall lead 78, Antonio.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Sinclair there getting a scoring opportunity outside the off stump. And he's either going to be looking for boundaries or he's going to be looking for twos. Unless it's most likely either that 5th or 6th delivery in the over, and then he may opt to take the single. But what we saw in the last over, he wasn't even willing to give Keon Buffy Joseph 1 delivery to face. So he's taking it right down to the last ball. He's backing his ability. And that's always very good to see from a guy who's playing his first-class game.
Okay, cognizant of the strategy by Sinclair, Braffett now has just a solitary slip in himself, a third man. The field has come in significantly. There's the orthodox point. Extra cover. Holder moves to mid-off. Warwick comes to mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Actually on the boundary, the backward square and the fine leg. In sunny conditions, Harding goes in from the Joel Guyana end short and he swings at it outside of the off stump. St. Clair misses and is dejected by going on his knees and bowing his head between his lap. And Mears has a word with his Carrollton Club teammate Keon Harding, coming up from that straightish mid-wicket. One ball is left in the over. It's 258 for 9 with an overall lead of 78, 1 wicket standing.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Sinclair there with a good offer, opting to pull that ball, looking for the boundary as the fielders would come up, trying to save the single. So it seems as on the 5th ball, he's going to look for a boundary when the fielders come in, and he'll back himself to get a single on the final delivery, as Harding here is in pursuit of that 5-wicket haul, which would be his 3rd at the first-class level.
How long can he continue to successfully farm the strike? 258 for 9. Harding with the final ball of the delivery into St. Clair, and he swings outside of the off stump, misses, taken by Dorrit, who runs forward in the event that he was trying to take a cheeky single. So Harding has succeeded in keeping him at now what will be the non-strikers end. And after 74 overs in their second innings, Guyana Jaguars, who resumed today on 141 for 3, are 258 for 9. And a reminder that last evening, Chandapal was legged before wicket bowled by Roach for 6. Johnson was bowled off the inside edge by Stout for 17. And Barnwell was caught just inside of the long-on boundary by Harding off Warwick for 26. Resuming today were Vishal Singh on 56 and Raymond Reefer 17, 141 for 3 there were from 41 overs. And after a bit of defiance and then being shaken up by Holder, who was operating from the Malcolm Marshall end at the south, Reefer in the same over in which he was struck on the helmet virtually butted it out towards mid-wicket. He went into a big drive outside of the off stump and got a healthy nick through to Dorrit. He went for 31 and was in for 120 minutes. So that's 2 hours, 71 balls, 3 fours, and a 6. And it was 182 for 4 after 54 overs and 5 balls. And then Vishal Singh lured into a drive. Again off Holder, was caught at gully by Mears for 79. That was 193 for 5. Here is Holder looking to wrap it up and bowl him. That's the end of the innings. At 6 minutes before 2 o'clock, going right through his defense, and one can understand why St. Clair was farming the bowling, because Joseph is a right number 11, a rabbit in every sense of the word. He has been bowled without scoring, and Guyana Jaguars all out for 258 in their second innings. It therefore means that Barbados Pride will require 79 for victory, and if achieved, would then be their first over the 5-time champions in terms of the last 5 championships, Guyana Jaguars, for the first time since 2014 when they won twice. But more on that, we'll hear from Antonio Allen and then give you the full scorecard and get ready for the Barbados Pride chase.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there, Keith. We were able to see why young Kevin Sinclair was farming the strike, trying to make sure that Keon Joseph did not even have one delivery to face, being bowled by Shema Holder for 0. Just the 3 deliveries he was able to survive at some 18 minutes spent at the crease. So I think Kevin Sinclair should be given some element of kudos for his effort to farm the strike, but also good captaincy from Barbados Pride, and definitely a strong resurgence from the fast bowling partnership. Double H, Shema Holder and Keon Harding taking 3 wickets there for Holder, and Harding picking up 4. At one stage he was on a hat-trick.
And at 5 minutes now before 2 o'clock, tea scheduled for 20 minutes to 3. I would suggest that this should be a cakewalk for Barbados Pride.
Yeah, I imagine that Barbados Pride would back themselves to get 78 runs. But we do know that cricket is quite an uncertain game. We did see Keon Joseph and Niall Smith generating some pace, and also Raymond Reefer, the left-arm seamer, causing some trouble with some outswinging deliveries and then angling the ball into the stumps of the left-handers. So a surface that has remained virtually, with some assistance for the fast bowlers, Guyana Jaguars will not count themselves out. They'll want somebody, one of those 3 fast bowlers, no doubt, to put up their hand and really have an outstanding day, and also address the West Indies selectors with an outstanding performance.
Yes, and the surface, for their pitch, we were quite impressed with the amount of grass which was left from day one, Antonio.
Yeah, there was an impressive amount of grass. I would have preferred a slightly more even coverage of the surface, but it is good to see greenery returning to the pitches in first-class cricket.
And how would you describe the bowling performances of Harding and Holder, the two young blokes? This is a year in which West Indies will be going to England in June, and there's a long tradition that when West Indies tour England, they tend to take a young, budding fast bowler.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely impressed with the performances. Two from differing perspectives. First, I'll touch on Keon Harding. He had a pretty ordinary day yesterday. He bowled one over that went for 13 runs. He was brought into the attack by Captain Craig Braffett fairly late after most of the other fast bowlers in Kemar Roach, Shamar Holder, and Kevin Stout had probably had about 2 bites at the cherry. So we felt that he was a little bit discouraged being chosen belatedly by the captain. But he bounced back well this morning. He was fairly accurate in his first spell, starting the day's proceeding from the Joel Garner end. And then we saw him there picking up his confidence, getting into the wickets, and really doing a major wrecking job for the Barbados Pride. And, of course, Shamar Holder being the most instrumental figure in this turnaround for Pride in this innings, as he really rattled Raymond Reefer with that short delivery that struck him on his head, which no doubt led to his dismissal in the same over. And then also he accounted for Vishal Singh, whose footwork was scrambled by the aggressive stuff that he was dishing out. And from there on, there was a difference in the Guyana Jaguars' batting approach. What was very calm and sensible batting went to some very helter-skelter and very aggressive stroke plays, which one might even describe as quite reckless. So Shamar Holder definitely was the outstanding bowler in this innings for me, but well supported by Keon Harding, who bounced back from a difficult first spell.
Yes, Andrew Mason likes to know when the messages come in and praise is given for the panel which he has chosen, because he feels that there is general criticism without any praise. And when you get one Spartan man followed by a next sending WhatsApp messages, you must share these messages with the public.
But Spartan, so, I guess they're in a good mood. They did win a cup this year, so they're in a good mood to share some good comments.
So here comes the St. Lucie man. He keeps reminding us that this is the year of the gathering, and they've started with the only female parish up north. So Henderson Springer, successful former Spartan player, Barbados coach, you name it, has been associated with West Indies. He's the director, or was director. Dexter Toppin now has that position here at the BCA. So good afternoon to you, Hendy. He's still on the line. And I dare say, Andrew, his wife Karen was the lady who admonished you. That was the Karen. She's no longer Karen Holder. She's Karen Springer now. Mrs. Karen Springer. Yes, Karen... Andrew says hi, and we are chit-chatting because it's the break, and Andrew's anxious to come back. And I'll give you the privilege of starting the Barbados Pride chase. Okay? A little heat is coming through. But let me read this message so that the Sparkites, they like balance, they say. And Hendy Springer says, good day, Keith. The commentary and comments are so good that I am staying at home. Regards to all concerned, great stuff. Tallman Smith and Antonio are a breath of fresh air. Don't worry, you and Andrew as well. LOL, LOL.
Raucous laughter in the box.
Thanks very much, Andy.
Yeah, thank you,
It's
Andy.
good to know. You see, in all honesty, Antonio, I have said that although you may not have 300, 400, 500 spectators in the ground, or as was the case back in the 60s and going on to the 90s, etc., thousands watching cricket, with the advent of streaming, the numbers, when you go and look who come out, okay, and take part, it tells you that you don't necessarily then have to. I know guys like Sam Wilkinson are old, I'm veteran now.
Right.
You know what I mean? He doesn't have to rush from church or to come down once his stream is available. So there's still that following. It happens at the international level as well. Yes, Andrew?
Yeah, but I think what has to be said is that it makes sense to do the stream in such a way that you have ball-by-ball commentary.
Yes.
And I insisted, when I got the contract with Cricket West Indies, I'm sure that Richard Berries is listening, I said to them, look, rather than use 3 commentators, use 4 commentators and have ball-by-ball commentary. So you're doing 2 things. One, you capture the people in terms of the stream, but more importantly, because I've spent a lot of time getting stations around the region to carry the cricket, NCN Radio. that has not carried cricket for about 5 years is carrying this match. We don't have a very good...
And tell all and sundry, where is NCN Radio?
NCN Radio, of course, is in Guyana. It's in Georgetown. There's a man called Roddy Beard. You remember him?
Yes.
He's been the technical director since 1920. And he says, Andrew, the feed is good. Yes, he's that voice, Roddy. Have you ever met Roddy Beard?
Yes, you're good at imitating these
he
guys.
said, Andrew, the feed is good.
How many sweet bread do you normally take for him?
Well, I take 2 because he's put on quite a bit of it. I used to take 3. But the point I'm making, though, Keith, is that you've got listeners in the British Virgin Islands, Andrew Cox. Shane, his son called this morning to make sure everything is fine. You've got listeners to ABS Radio. Of course, they're taking the Leewards game. And, of course, you've got listeners around the Caribbean. So once you do the ball-by-ball commentary, you're capturing, of course, those who want to watch it. But more importantly, it can be carried on the radio. And I want to thank CBC Radio. I mean, if you say, when you look at CBC, CBC has always been there for cricket. Pearson Bowen, I was talking to Admiral Nelson about it, Mark Seal and company, because they understand the importance of the promotion of the sport by way of ball-by-ball commentary.
Yes, and Andrew, before Barbados start their run chase of 79, I have to read the scorecard, but Hendy has just followed up with another message, Andrew. And you're going to get your chance with the ball-by-ball. The bell
but by the way,
the bell
hello,
is very
Hendy.
wrong.
Hello, Hendy. How
You should say hello, Hendy, to you and your wife,
and
Karen.
I want to meet her. Have I ever seen her?
Yes, you know her
Beautiful
pretty
lady.
well.
Hello,
Yeah.
Karen. How are you?
Okay. He says it's not about Barbados winning, losing, or drawing.
Right.
It's about the quality of your, and in brackets, plural, delivery. Great interaction.
Well, put it this way, Keith. You know I'm a stickler for trying to get young commentators in. And, I mean, when I chose Anthony Allen, of course, Jamal Smith. And I would really hope that he'll get some more work, because he seems only to get work when I'm on.
Yeah, well, you come on just now, and of course you introduced Shane Jones just
Oh, Shane Jones.
S-H-A-N-E,
By the way,
C-H-E-Y-N-E,
and not only that, I spoke to Shane Jones by WhatsApp only this morning, because you heard him yesterday. Wonderful. And of course, when we do the round table, you have people who are coming through quite nicely. You know, these young commentators are coming through nicely, and it's a breath of fresh air.
Yes, so quickly the scorecard, because Mosley and Braffett are anxious to get these runs. They're onto the field before the Ghana players. Well, let me say, up to the area of the surface, because the Guyanese were warming up. The Ghana Jaguars' second innings, Tejna Ryan Chandapur, leg before wicket, bowled by Roach for 6. Sandra Paul Hemraj will Hardin 42. Leon Johnson bowled stout 17. Vishal Singh caught Mears bowl holder 79. Christopher Barnwell caught Hardin bowl Warwick 26. Raymond Reefer caught wicketkeeper Dowrich bowl holder 31. Anthony Bramble was caught by Braffett off Hardin for 19. Kevin Sinclair not out 12. Versami Pomal caught Dowrich bowl Hardin 6. Neal Smith bowl Hardin no score. And Keon Joseph bowled by Holder without scoring. There were 20 extras made up of 1 by, 9 leg bys, 5 wides, and 5 no balls. 250 all out from 74 overs on 1 ball, having resumed their second innings today on 141 for 3 or 41 overs. And the wickets fell at 12, 68, 114, 182, 193, 231, 245, 253, 253, 258 all out. Kemar Roach, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 51. Shemar Holder, 18 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 3 for 63. Kevin Stout, 12 overs, 1 maiden, and he had 1 for 34. Keon Hardin, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 77. Jonathan Carter, Jomel Warwicken, and Craig Braffett didn't bowl today. Carter, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Warwicken, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. And Braffett, just a solitary over a maiden. It means that Barbados Pride require 79 for victory. And Hendy Springer with another note says only 1 missing, Ryan Hines, but he may be, quote unquote, cup tied. So, Andrew, as I promised, I'll let you start the Barbados response of 79 for victory. Another word from Antonio, and then to take you through to T, Andrew Mason.
Oh, yeah, definitely here. Andrew will want to join for what should be an exciting evening's proceedings.
Well, could you describe the first ball?
Oh, yeah, that's certainly not a problem for me. Niall Smith, he's operating over the wicket, and he just attacks the stumps of Craig Braffett, who defends it into the onside. It's picked up there by Versami Pomal, who spins it and tosses it hand to hand. It's no run. undoubtedly Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley will want to occupy the crease and score those 79 runs for Barbados Pride without losing any wicket.
So the magic number is 79. Barbados being able to dismiss the Guyana side for 258. And in fact, after the break, wickets fell quickly, 5 for just 59 runs. Smith comes in and bowls the ball, pitched up, Yorker length delivery, dug out down towards mid-on. Mid-on is short, but tumbles across to make the stop. That's Pramal, and there is no run. What a performance by Barbados. Keith gave you all the information, but the energy that was displayed by Harding, and of course Holder, like Holder's a fast bowler, and I'm happy with the consistent aggression he's got, and I think he's going to make it. I don't know. Are there any West Indian selectors watching this, Keith? I don't think so. Maybe they're all in St. Kitts. Here we go as Smith comes up now in and bowls the ball pitched on the line of the legs. I'm just outside. He tries to turn the ball away. They'll get one. They'll come back for the second. And it might have just come from the pad. Let's look at umpire Taylor. Yes, it cut sharply back. He pulled the bottom of the way. The ball hit the top of the pad and went away down towards the position of long leg for 2 byes.
Yes, quickly to answer your question, of course, there's no lead selector in Roger Harper from Guyana, former Guyana and West Indies player, Miles Bascom, the former UWA and Windward Islands player. In the circumstances with the selection panel being reduced, Cricket West Indies has politely asked the chairman of the Barbados selection panel, Henderson Brooms, to be a scout selector.
Oh, he's a scout selector.
So he's being used as the West Indies selector, a la his predecessor, Hendy Wallace, for a couple of seasons prior.
Okay, is Hendy a scout as well now?
No. He came close to being part of the new West Indies selection panel. But his namesake, Hendy Brooms, who has been a Barbados selector for 9 straight years and now is the new chairman, replacing Henderson Wallace. So he is the scout for this entire tournament.
So what is Roland Butcher?
Roland Butcher is a Barbados Prize selector, and temporarily he was the chairman of selectors.
I thought you were going to say he's an assistant scout.
Look, Antonio, take these headsets.
I think he's back. I think he would have come back from Guyana last night, or could be today. He's a big Man United man. I know they were trailing. Here is Smith as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the back foot and turns the ball fine for 4. Coming right across the stumps. That was one that was angled across him. Got it past the keeper. That's gone for 4 to carry Barbados to 6 without loss.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite there. That's a shot that he likes to play. Just glancing that one off the hips down to that fine leg region. Just to the right of the fine leg fielder for 4 runs. We see in international cricket from time to time a lot of captains tend to operate with a leg slip, a catching leg slip to Craig Brathwaite. Very fine for that. Just turn around the corner.
Yeah, and Brathwaite is quite keen to get under the front foot. First ball he faced kept a little bit low, and you could see him just easing forward as the bowler comes in. He's strayed. Brathwaite just glanced it beautifully past the keeper fine. So Brathwaite is on 6 and would want to win here against Guyana. Not easy to beat the Guyanese. I know the Leewards have given them trouble in the last couple of years, but a very difficult team to beat. And they won handsomely against the Leewards, and it would appear that they will lose in Bridgetown. We shall see. Here we go. As Smith comes up now in bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is forward and drives through the legs of the bowler down towards the boundary. He'll go for 4. Pitched up and Brathwaite into the drive. He might have got his fingers to it, but it went straight behind him. That's gone through the mid-on area. That's gone for 4. So the second boundary, and Barbados go to 10 without loss.
Yeah, a beautiful, competent, flowing straight drive there from Craig Brathwaite. Niall Smith just getting a little too full on that occasion there. And Craig Brathwaite, he does drive the ball. It's not necessarily a powerful and very lovely flow of the bat, but he is effective nonetheless in gaining 4 runs.
Yes, indeed. So 10 without loss. A nice, bright start for Craig Brathwaite. Let me say hello to all of our friends in Guyana as well. And really to emphasize the importance of the stream, we want to thank Cricket West Indies, and of course you pay a little bit more attention to what you put on the stream. Then I'm sure that it will make for interesting listening and of course watching as well. And I know that Richard Berridge has made sure that everything goes well, and a lot of interest among stations as well in terms of carrying the cricket. You know that ABS Radio, very keen to bring cricket. NCN, had a chat with their people there, Miss Ali, and of course Roddy Beard, and Dylan Murray, I think is his name. He said, yes, we'll take it. And it's good to have cricket on the radio. Andrew Cox and his son Shane down at the British versus Virgin Islands as well. They carry the broadcast. Here we go. As Joseph starts his run, comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Mosley. Mosley is going outside the off stump. He's caught behind. Lovely delivery. Outside edge found. Catch taken. So the Guyanese have picked up a wicket. Mosley departs, failing, and Barbados are 10 for 1.
Oh yeah, Keon Joseph there picking up where he left off in that first innings. He had 4 wickets there, and Shane Mosley is dismissed caught behind, but it wasn't a very good shot from Mosley. Keon Joseph just angling the new ball across him, and he's opting to defend the delivery that's coming down on probably 5th stump. There's really nothing to defend. Either you're trying to score or you're going to leave it alone as an opening batsman. He's defending nothing.
So the edge is found, the catch taken, and Mosley, who struggled in the first innings, goes for a duck. Well. So Barbados are 10 for 1. And it means now that Shamar Brooks comes a call in. And it's a wicket to Joseph. Very bright. He's always there to try to give his country a chance. The odds are stacked heavily against them. But you never know. Cricket is a funny old game. It can easily be 20 for 3, then 25 for 4. Then you begin to wonder about it. But Barbados should go on to win this, I would think, pretty comfortably. But cricket is a funny game.
Oh yeah, definitely a funny game, and I think Guyana Jaguars here making the right decision to start with their 2 most attacking fast bowlers, Niall Smith and Keon Joseph, who got a wicket there off his first delivery, as opposed to using the skillful Raymond Reefer as they would have done in the first innings.
Well, the captain is trying to get an adjustment to his field. The mid-off is going to come more towards wide mid-off now. So there are 2 sips and a gully. There's a cover. There's a wide mid-off mid-on. There's a forward square and a long leg. Here's Joseph. Comes in to bowl to Brooks into this delivery. Brooks gets a bouncer. So there's aggression in Guyana here. They're fighting against the odds. The ball goes by over the top of the off stump taken by the keeper. It's 10 for 1.
Oh yeah, definitely good aggression there from Keon Joseph. This is the kind of contest you want to see, Andrew. You don't want them just to come out and roll over and die. You want to see them fighting, and it's a champion team, the Guyana Jaguars, so they're going to show that. I think definitely 79 runs is not an ideal target,
yes,
but it's almost enough just to make things interesting if
well,
someone has an excellent
day. Back in 2014, Guyana had, 69 to win, and they fell short by 2. I was there at Providence on the east bank of Demerara. Here is Joseph. Comes up now in bowls, and Brooks goes on the back foot very jerkily, hits the inside edge, and goes down towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. The ball hustled onto him. And Joseph quickly goes back to his mark. It's 10 for 1. Let me remind you, the target for Barbados is 79, but they've already lost Mosley. Caught Bramble, moving nicely across to his left in front of first slip as he nibbled in an outswinger. Should not have really played it that. It was a bit wide, and he edged it and it was caught. It was a good piece of catching as well by Bramble. 10 for 1. Joseph again comes in to bowl to Brooks into this delivery. Brooks says, inside edge, almost bowled. The ball will go away for 4 runs. A French cut, a Chinese cut. It cut back at him. Inside edge, past the leg stump, past the keeper. That's gone for 4, 14 for 1.
Yeah, this can definitely be an interesting evening session, Andrew. Keon Joseph there producing another good delivery, and his pace is up as it has been in the first innings. And Shamar Brooks, a batsman here, he did have that wonderful Test 100 against Afghanistan. But coming into this game here, he just is a little bit short of runs.
Yeah, he is. And
he didn't get a score in the first 3 innings of
not
the
at all. He could have played that on, really. The ball cut back. And a bit of luck for him. They call it cat luck. 14 for 1. Joseph, inspired by that, begins to move in all arms and legs, comes in from the southern end, he's up and bowls, and Brooks deep in his crease, goes back in that very easy, languid way he plays, pushes up towards that mid-on area. Pamal comes across to pick it up, scores Captain 14 for 1. Target is now 65.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just about Brooks getting settled. Craig Bradford, the same very experienced campaigners. They're just going to want to get settled. Of course, Guyana Jaguars with a very small total to defend. If they don't make early inroads, they might just get a little bit restless and start to make changes quickly and play right into the hands of Barbados Pride. So it's just about calming those early nerves.
The short point in place now. The mid-wicket has been pulled away. So there are 2 sips of gully and a short point. Here is Joseph, comes in now, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. That was a bit wide, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. But an over in which Joseph got the wicket of Mosley when he had him first ball. 2 overs gone now. the target for Barbados 79. They're 14 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, 14 for 1, as Andrew says, after just 2 overs. And it looks like Niall Smith, who conceded 8 in his first over, he's going to continue. He did dismiss Craig Braffett in the first innings. Craig Braffett pulling him beautifully through mid-wicket. And then Niall Smith following up with another nasty short delivery, having Craig caught in the gully region. So I think it's going to be a good contest. This is good preparation for our 2 test players, the West Indies test opening batsman and vice-captain Craig Braffett, and also Shamar Brooks. This is the kind of cricket that we want. We want competitive, high-energy, frenetic pace, first-class cricket.
Well, we got 2 slips, and the gully, there's almost, you can almost describe it as a deep, short leg. Here's a delivery, which is outside the off stump off the back foot. Played away as Smith is outside the off stump, and Brathwaite gets it down towards that backward point area. A tumbling save by Sinclair, who had to move quickly across to his left. Had it gone past him, it would have gone very close to the boundary at backward point, but he dived and was able to pick it up. 15 for 1 is the score. Brathwaite is there. He's on 8. Brooks, a fortuitous 4. And the man to go, Mosley, caught Bramble off the bowling of Joseph for duck. Now, the umpire will have a look at the ball, and everything seems to be all right. The ball is thrown to young Smith, who impressed us with some good medium-fast bowling. Turns now, and will bowl to the Barbados captain. Now another adjustment to the field, in that the gully is going to be pulled away, and will go where? To leg gully, let's see. Of course, this is the mind game for Johnson. He's going to have that leg gully in, and in fact, Pamal is going to come up to mid-on now from mid-off. Here is Smith, comes in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is off the back foot, punches through cover. Run for Barbados. 1. They'll get a second. Heading out towards the boundary. They may even be contemplating the third. They should get it quite comfortably. Sinclair picks the ball up just about now. They're back for the third. It was short. Brathwaite off the back foot, punched it through cover. Plenty of real estate there in the offside. He found a nice piece. He maybe could even buy it. And he gets through to carry the score to 18 for the loss of 1. And with that, Brathwaite now goes up to make him 11. Yeah. Well, it was punched off the back foot quite nicely. So what they've done here is that they've just given Brathwaite that opportunity to, because there's no mid-off. There's a, almost wideish mid-off, really, and short. And he was off the back foot, pushed it through cover for 3, 18 for 1. Here Smith comes up again to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is beaten outside the off stump. Beautifully bowled indeed. Squaring him up with a lovely delivery. The ball goes by to be taken by Bramble. Well bowled, Smith.
Yeah, now Smith there hitting a good area, what we would call some testing lines outside of that off stump, probably on a 4th or 5th stump line there, just moving away from Shamar Brooks just a little bit. And we saw in the first innings he did drive a little loosely, and he was caught down in that slip cordon. So maybe there is a concerted effort here to repeat that dismissal.
Well, it's up to 18 for 1. Brathwaite got a lovely delivery. Smith again, we're encouraged by that as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is whipping the ball away. Where's that gone? Up to mid-wicket, that's gone for 4. An aggressive shot by Brathwaite. A ball pitched up and he whipped the ball away. And that's gone away for 4. In fact, that's Brooks, who's the batsman, stroking the ball beautifully. That's gone through that mid-wicket here for 4. And it scores up to 22 for 1. Well played, Brooks.
Smith just earning a fraction too straight there on this occasion. And Shamar Brooks with good balance at the crease, just clipping it into that vacant deep mid-wicket region, picking up 4 useful runs. Barbados racing on to 22 for 1.
Right.
And this is only halfway through the 3rd over.
Well, it's now 57 is the target. Let's do the countdown. 22 for 1. Brooks whipping the ball through mid-wicket. And the action will continue. Here is Smith to bowl to Shamar Brooks. Goes past the umpire, now find a leap. Bowls to Brooks, short. Banged in short. And there's the batsman ducking. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 22 for 1. So what's happening in the big match between Man United and Liverpool? Is it over as yet? Can someone tell me? Well, I'll double check there and see. I know that Liverpool had scored early. Then I think there was a second goal that was cancelled out. So what's it now? Is it still 1-1? And the game is over now? Can you tell me?
No, it's not quite over. It seems to be just in the last couple of minutes of
time. I hope that someone can score. Maybe Maguire coming from the back. Here we go. Here's Smith, 22 for 1 as he comes in to bowl to Brooks into this delivery. Short, and he ducks. And the ball goes over his back, over the middle stump, taken by the keeper. And there is no damage done. So with Brooks batting, they've got the leg gully in. You think they picked up something there? Having the leg gully in for Brooksy?
Yeah, I think it's just reminiscent that Niall Smith is going to come with an aggressive approach. So even though it's something that has typically been used against Craig Braffett in particular, based on the lines and lengths that Niall Smith is going to operate with, that leg slip catcher or leg gully, as you call him, could be brought into play either way.
So it's 22 for the loss of 1. And it's going to be Smith to continue as he comes in to bowl to Brooks, and to this delivery, Brooks is covering right up. Ball pitched, and so no ball, bowled as well. Ball on the line of the middle stump. He came across and played the ball up the pitch. The bowler picks it up. No ball is called by umpire Christopher Taylor. So the score goes to 23 for 1. The target is now down to 56.
Yeah, 56, and it continues to come down. Guyana Jaguars definitely have to be careful. It's not a lot of runs. They can't afford to be giving them away loosely, overstepping. I assume Niall Smith just trying to go for that extra yard of pace.
But he's going to continue now. 23 for 1 on his way to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks gets a short ball and turns it down to that forward short leg area. They are attacking Brooks with those short deliveries, and the ball was played away down to forward short. No difficulty at all. And Chandapol just moved across to his right to pick it up. To end the over from Smith at the end of it, it's 23 for 1, which is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yeah, Brooks there on this occasion, standing tall and defending competently to the right of young Tajanarayan Chandapol, feeling at that short leg area. And this is the type of competence you expect to see from your test players when they return to first-class cricket. We don't want to see any anxious and reckless batting here from Craig Braffett or Shamar Brooks. What we would like to see is both of them just spend some time in the middle and accumulate the rest of those runs without losing any further wicket.
So it's 23 for 1. We head towards the tea break. And it's going to be Joseph, who always gives 150%. He's running in. He still thinks he can win this. And tremendous energy in his bowling. He's going to bowl to Craig Braffett, the Barbados captain, who's got 11. Brooks is there. He's got 8. And it's 23 for 1. We're going to start over number 4. So that rate is healthy. Here is Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Braffett. And Braffett is off the back foot, bangs it through the offside. Out towards the boundary, will get 1. The fielder is on the boundary on the backward point. There's a single only. Of course, the modern day captains, they've got that backward point in, saving lots of runs that were short. And there was the captain Braffett on the back foot and forced the ball away, with Chandapol having to move across to his right down at backward point. A couple of paces to stop it. And it's a single to Brathwaite, who now goes up to 12. Barbados at 24 for 1. The target is now down to 55. Here's Joseph, this time to bowl to Brooks. He goes past the umpire, now he's in, and bowls to Brooks. Brooks is playing a naughty shot to a ball outside the off stump. Went for the big drive off the back foot. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper. And I can hear Woody in the background, who's a Spartan man, saying, "No Brooksy, no Brooksy." And he goes away down towards square leg to rehearse that back foot drive. It was a naughty shot from Brooks. He could have nipped that to the keeper, 24 for 1. And that's a bit of a moral victory for this fast bowler, who already has picked up the wicket of Mosley, where that him caught. First ball caught by Bramble low down to his left. A lovely outswinger. Turns now and starts to move in. On his way to bowl to Brooks, who's got 8. He's up and bowls to Brooks. And Brooks is getting one on the land, or the off stump, comes forward and steers it down towards gully. There is no run. The fielder in that position is Singh. Another good delivery just outside the off stump, played down to gully. So 2 sips in that gully. Almost maybe a fine 4 slip, really. Maybe not square enough to be the gully. There's a short point in place. I wonder what's the thinking there in terms of Johnson. He's got the extra cover. There's a mid-off and mid-on. Of course, there's the protection at the backward point on the boundary. And we've also got a long leg as well. So it's a 7-2 feel, it would appear. Here is Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Brooks. And Brooks is whipping the ball wide of mid-on. 4 runs, wonderful shot. Oh, that was a beauty. Oh, beautifully played. The ball pitched on the line of the leg stump and whipped away wide of mid-on for 4 to carry Brooks up to 12. And Barbados at 27 for 1.
Yeah, Keon Joseph getting 2 straight on this occasion, and that's really one of Shamar Brooks' favorite strokes, just that clip through mid-wicket. Very elegant.
Tremendous shot. He's an elegant player. And, of course, I would think that Dave Marshall, the current manager of the Spartans, I think he's a coach, really, of the side, would be quite happy with that shot. He loves to see him bat, and of course Harold Eastman may be somewhere in the stands watching. Here is Joseph, comes up now and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks is off the back foot, strokes the ball to extra cover. That is a wonderful shot. That's going to go for 4. Timing at its best. You couldn't want it better. It's the kind of shot you leave your rice and peas in the sun to come and watch. Off the back foot, sweet as a Julie mango, and stroked away elegantly through extra cover. That's gone for 4. Perhaps in terms of display, the shot of the day.
Oh, yeah, definitely have to agree with you, Andrew. Shamar Brooks there standing tall, showing his dominance so far in this innings here, punching that delivery through extra cover off the back foot. 4 runs, perfect timing.
Perfect timing indeed, 32 for 1. Here's Joseph, comes in now to bowl to Brooks, and to this delivery, short, he swings it down towards the position of long leg for a run. And not afraid to go for that short delivery. It was ponged in, didn't have a great deal of pace, aggression, and it was played away. So after losing the early wicket of Mosley, these two have settled. It's 33 for 1, which is the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, Keon Joseph there, striving for a little bit of aggression towards Brooks. He's equal to the task as he just tucks it around down to that field, that fine leg. And he moves on to 17, just the 16 deliveries, and it's 4 boundaries in there.
Yeah, indeed. So what's the target now? Is that 46 on the board now?
Yeah, they need another 46 runs to
right. And Ghana need 9 wickets.
9 wickets.
The odds are stacked heavily against them. And if Guyana wins this, then they'll become the new president of Guyana on March the 2nd. Hello to all of our friends there. They're preparing for a big election in Guyana. Of course, there's the election, of course, beckoning in St. Vincent as well. I think the St. Kitts elections may be coming pretty soon. Barbados would have had the elections in 2018. And, of course, you got a couple of countries. I think Jamaica may be coming up pretty soon, maybe next year. 33 for 1. We're at Kensington Oval. And we are watching Smith going round the wicket now. He's going to bowl to Brooks. He's up, and to this delivery, pitched up and driven through mid-off. Runs for Barbados. 1, they'll get a second, heading out towards the boundary. They'll even contemplate the 3rd here. They'll come back for it 2. The return comes in, and they get 3. A little push away in the offside right by, and that's Brooks through mid-off. The field at mid-off got his fingers to it, couldn't stop it. And that fielder looks like, who's that up at mid-off? Looks like Singh. And 3 to Barbados, 36 for 1. The target has come down to 43. And let's look at the work of Brooksy now. We call him Brooksy at Queen's Park. But of course, he's Shamar Brooks. He's on 20. Brathwaite is on 12. And of course, Ryan Hines is coming to the box with a glass of water, quite happy. Here's Smith, comes in and bowls, pitched up and played away through mid-wicket. Runs for Barbados. 1. Brathwaite will come back for the 2nd. Will they come back for the 3rd here? Let's see if they will not come back for the 3rd. It looks like Reefer, who has to move a long, no, that's Hemraj, having to move a long way across to pick it up out at mid-wicket, inches inside the boundary, and they're back for the 3rd. So they're scoring rather quickly. In fact, the rate is 8.77. This is only number 5, and it's 38 for 1 already.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks here finding some fluency against this Guyana Jaguars
Smith
attack.
again, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite off the back foot, looking to swing the ball away, looking to get that through mid-wicket. And in the end, it went up to mid-on, looking to be cute there, Brathwaite, lifting that front leg, but didn't hit it very well at all. Went down to mid-on, could have popped that to mid-on. Now rehearses the shot, Craig Brathwaite, and no doubt would want to get a good little score, maybe of about 40 or so. 38 for 1. The target is 41. And here's Smith round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, into this delivery. He's back and turns the ball away for a single down to square leg. There's a field at forward short leg, and he played it deliberately past him. And the ball went down towards backward square for a single to carry the score now up to, I make it 39 for 1. My friends in Guyana, like Sean Devers, who sent me a WhatsApp telling me he can't come, he can't travel because elections are in the air. And of course, Indrajit Prasad, the commentator, getting ready for their match next week. I must be a bit worried about the situation with Guyana here. Looks as if they're going to lose this one. 39 for 1. Here is Smith. Comes up now in bowls to Brooks. And Brooks is off the bat, but flicks the ball away. Through the wicket. 4 runs. What a shot. Oh, he's playing that so easily. A ball pitched in the pads. And that looks so easy. Coming across his stumps. He's a very good onside player, as we know. And he flicks it through the wicket. Barbados go to 43 for loss of 1. And Brooksy has a display here that is pleasing to the eyes at the region's Mecca.
Yeah, Guyana Jaguars here quickly being written out of the equation. I guess based on the line of attack from Niall Smith, he might be advised probably to dispense with one of the slips and have a fielder position in the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, indeed. 43 for 1 now. Brooks goes to 24 already. Here is Smith. Comes up now in bows to Brooks. A delivery short, and he swings it. Where is that going? Down to backward square. They'll get a single. Lovely shot again. A pickup shot from the line of the leg stump. And that's gone away. Brooks, he's really displaying an array of shots. So a no ball is called by the umpire as well. So the energy has been sapped for the Guyanese after they had a little bit of a spurt when Mosley departed. You could see Joseph running in for all he was worth. Energy and persistence. But that's the situation now, 44 for 1. Barbados won the toss and they chose to bowl. And despite recovering from 108 for 6, 209 was never really going to be enough. Barbados had a decent first innings lead, a good lead. Here's a ball which is on the line of the off stump, off the back foot. Goes Brathwaite out towards cover. They get one. They'll come back for the second comfortably. A ball that was pushed away through the cover area. Back for the second. So no alarms after the dismissal of Mosley. And the Barbadians are really batting quite comfortably here. And they're going to go on to win, I would imagine, this quite comfortably. So we've completed another over. And it's only 5 overs already. Barbados scoring at 8.90. There are 43 for 1, which is the latest score. Make that 47 for 1, which is the latest score here at Kensington.
Yeah, this pair of Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks, they seem quite set, Andrew, on getting these runs before the tea break.
Yep.
It's just another few minutes before the tea break, but they seem intent on scoring all 32 of those runs as quickly as possible. In another maybe 1 or 2 overs, it might all be over.
I think they want to go home, get a shower and go down to St. Lucie for regathering. What's happening today, Keith, in St. Lucie? I'm looking forward to the match. There's a cricket match at Crab Hill. That's going to be on Friday, and then stand young Gary Bell and his brother Graham will play. Here we go. As Joseph comes up now in balls outside the off stump, and Brooks allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. Have you gotten an invitation to play that match on Friday down at Crab Hill?
Oh, no, certainly not. I don't know anything about it.
But you know where Crab Hill is, though?
Oh, yeah, I know where that is.
I'm sure you've been there. Mr. Bell, do you know where Crab Hill is? He says no, he doesn't know where Crab Hill is. Well, if you leave here, you go on the highway, you get to Crab Hill. North Star Social and Cultural Club. All right. Wonderful. We have to give them their due. Wonderful people down there in St. Lucie. Here's a ball pitched up, driven outside the off stump, and that goes by to be taken by the keeper. It was a ball full. Maybe getting a bit cute. There was Brooks, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So let's say, give them their due. North Stars Club, a wonderful club, would have hosted a couple of first-class matches already, including the final as well. When Chris Gale played, do you think there should be more cricket at North Stars, Keith? Yes, Keith says more cricket at North Stars. We'll have a word with President Skerritt, or his Vice President, Dr. Shallow. 47 for loss of 1. Whisper something in the ears, or even Dominic Warren or Mr. Johnny Grave. Here we go. Joseph starts his run again. Comes in to bowl to Brooks, who's on 25. And to this delivery, he's allowing the ball to go outside the out. After playing a naughty shot, he says, no, I wouldn't want to give it away. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Of course, St. Lucie, of course, the birthplace of the national hero, Errol Barrow. I think there's going to be a big celebration for him as well. On Tuesday, as Errol Barrow there on Tuesdays, had he been alive, he would have been 100 years old, so there must be tremendous celebration. Of course, among all of the folks, the Barbadians, considered perhaps the greatest of the prime ministers. 47 for loss of 1. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump, bowled by Joseph, and Brooks allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper, the father of independence, and wonderful, wonderful man, and has done tremendous work for Barbados, and he must be celebrated from there and from far, the great man Errol Barrow. And of course, there's an Errol Barrow there next Tuesday, 21st of January. We look forward to that celebration. Barbados are about to celebrate here with the Guyanese in horse racing terms with a furlong and a half to go. Barbados are 3 lengths clear and kicking for home. 47 for 1. What will Mr. Joseph do here as he sprints in from the southern end to bowl to Brooks? He's up and bowls to Brooks. Brooks allows the ball to go outside the off stump. 3 balls earlier, Brooks essayed a big drive. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper, and he said, no, there's no need to get out here now. And his captain comes down to have a word with him. There's no need to be a victim of your own discretion, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So hello to all of our friends in Guyana and Barbados. Of course, Essequibo, where Reg Spurrier, I think, was born in the Pomeroon. And, of course, the Wicket-keeping Islands, that's the birthplace of Ronnie Sarwan, who had a stint as the batting coach for the West Indies side. Just a very short stint. It lasted about 2 weeks, I think. 47 for 1. Here's the action continuing as it's going to be Joseph comes up now. He's in and bowls. Outside the off stump, Brooks ignores it. Taken by the keeper to end the over. At the end of it, Brooks is kept on 25. Brathwaite is on 17. 47 for 1 is the latest score here at Kensington Oval.
We see a discipline over there from Keon Joseph as he finally gets it right to Shamar Brooks. If there's any area that you want to bowl to Shamar Brooks to entice him is just outside that off stump. Say that 4.5 stump, not too full, just on that good length, trying to get him to drive loosely. We've seen it in the first innings as well. At times he drives away from his body. He doesn't move his feet a great deal. It looks very elegant and very stylish when he gets it in the middle of the bat. But it's also some element of risk involved.
Yeah, indeed. So, who's it going to be now? Who's it going to continue? I saw Barnwell with the ball. Or is it going to be Reefer? Looks as if it's going to be, or is it Barnwell? Looks like Barnwell will come into the attack now. And yes, so he's going to take it up to see what he can do. We're just a couple of minutes away from the luncheon of the tea interval. Barbados would have done, after some initial hard work by the 2 overnight batsmen, the breakthrough came after some tremendous aggression from young Holder, one that you should keep your eyes on. Keith Holder tells me he's got him and his team to go to England. Did he tell you that as well?
Nope, I didn't hear him say anything like that.
No, he told me.
He told you?
Okay, fine.
Okay.
So could you just withdraw the statement?
No, I did not hear him say anything like that. I still have not heard him say anything like that.
47 for 1.
I didn't say it wasn't said.
Wonderful, wonderful indeed. That's why you got your pick firmly in the team of commentators.
Yes.
47 for 1. He told me that he's got Holder and Harden in his side. Here we go. As it's Barnwell comes in, bowls outside the off stump too wide. Brathwaite allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper for sure. I don't think he's going to have Barnwell in his side.
Yeah, I think he's a big Chris Barnwell fan.
Is he?
He told me about Chris Barnwell having a good time earlier this season in the Super 50.
And
we did see him look very accomplished at the crease in the first innings.
Wonderful shots. He's a hard-hitting batsman.
Disappointing dismissal of Jamel Warwick on yesterday afternoon.
47 for 1. He comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, off the back foot, steered away out to backward point. There's no run. So different kind of pace now. Gentle medium pace. Has been around for Guyana for a long time, a stalwart in the side. And I would imagine playing for his experience like Singh. And it's 47 for 1. The weather's brilliant. Lovely breeze coming across Kensington Oval. Here's Barnwell as he comes into Brathwaite who's 17. This delivery is off the back foot to a ball that keeps a bit low. But we know that Brathwaite has got a bat as broad as Blackrock where he was born. And just pushes out towards that mid-off area. There's no run. Getting 1 or 2 WhatsApp messages saying, Antonio, they're enjoying your commentaries and they want to know where to find you.
Where should they find me? They can find me at Kensington Oval.
Kensington.
For any of the first-class games.
I thought you would have said St. Philip, where I know your dad is from. Here's the ball pitched on the line of the off stump, bowled by Barnwell, pushed away down to cover. And that's Brathwaite. There's no run, 47 for 1. You still a Philippine?
Not quite exactly. Sometimes not.
You go back there, though, do you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I would imagine,
definitely.
yes. I go to where you come sometimes go, all the time. 47 for 1. Here we go. As Barnwell comes up now, he's in, and bowls short. Brathwaite on the back foot, clearly playing now for his tea or coffee or whatever they have, and pushes the ball away down towards the cover area. So wherever you are in Barbados, from St. Lucie right up to St. Philip in the east, St. Lucie, of course, in the north. I'm sure you're listening to the broadcast and quite happy about what has happened. On the other hand, the Guyanese not happy at all. Here is Barnwell. Comes up now. He's in bowl short. And there's the batsman ducking Brathwaite. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So that last ball was short. And it went over the off stump taken by the keeper. So the last 2 overs, things have been quiet. In fact, the umpire comes up. I hesitated because I thought that there was going to be another over, but we are at tea on the final day of the battle between the Pride and the Jaguars. Set some 79 for victory. Barbados are almost home. They are 47 for 1, and this was as a result of some aggressive bowling by the young Bucks in Holder 3 for 63, Hardin 4 wickets for 77 runs. They combined admirably, and from that position at lunch, when the Guyanese were 199 for 5, before you could say Rob Street or Georgetown, they were wiped away. 5 wickets fell for 59 runs in 11 overs and 1 ball. And Hardin, who didn't have a good time, had hard times really in the first innings, came back and bowled beautifully. And in combination with a very aggressive Holder, the young men came together and made this wonderful country proud. 258 all out in 74 overs and 1 ball. And there were, in terms of extras, 20. The bowling, Roach 16 overs, 4 maidens, and he picked up 1 for 51. Holder was brilliant, got the important wickets this morning. First of all, he had Reefer, and then he had Singh, and those were the men that were sticking in Barbados' craw, as they would say, and he got them both. He bowled 18 overs and 1 ball, picked up 3 for 63. Hardin was brilliant, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 77. Carter didn't have to bowl at all today. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. Warken didn't bowl, there was no need for him. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13, and Brathwaite, he bowled 1 over yesterday, which was a maiden. So, starting the day at 143 for the loss of 3, it was Reefer caught Dowers to keep off Holder for 31. Singh caught Mearsbow Holder 79, a gritty knock from him, 259 balls, 14 fours, and the 259 minutes on 168 balls. Bramble, he was caught by Brathwaite of Hardin for 19. Hemraj was bowled with a ball that kept low off the bowling of Hardin for 42. In fact, Hardin was in the hat-trick. Pramal was caught by the keeper off a lift-in delivery. The bowler was Hardin. His contribution was only 6. And then we had Smith, first ball, comprehensively beaten and bowled. The off-stump was plucked spectacularly out the ground, and he was bowled first ball for duck. Joseph didn't trouble the scores. He was bowled by Holder for duck. Sinclair not out 12. 258 all out, which meant that Barbados had only 79 for victory. A little bit of hope for the Guyanese, because in the first over from Joseph Vacca's first ball, it was the batsman who got out, Mosley, caught by Bramble, diving across to his left, and it was then 10 for 1. However, Brathwaite has looked solid as ever. He's on 17. Brooks has played some authentic cover drives. He's got 25. They've added 37 and an unbroken stand for wicket, number 2. And Barbados are cooking, good looking in their own backyard. They're 47 for 1 from just 7 overs, so they're now trail by 31. In fact, they require some 32 for victory. In terms of the bowling, Smith, 3 overs, no maidens, done for 31, was roughly treated. Joseph, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14, the wicket taker. And just before the break, it was Barnwell coming in and bowling over, which was a maiden. So then, Barbados require another 32 for victory. They've got 9 wickets in the bag, and they should win this game comfortably. We're going to take a break about 50 minutes. We'll come back with the action live from Kensington Oval.
Welcome back to Kensington Oval for what will be the final session of this second round game between Barbados Pride and Guyana Jaguars, and Barbados Pride on their way to what should be an easy victory, set 79 for victory in 54 overs at T47 for 1 from just 7 overs, and that decreased the captain Craig Braffett on the 17. Shamar Brooks has 25. Shane Mosey was caught at the wicket by Bramble-off Joseph without scoring in the second over. And with me is Jamal Smith. Good afternoon to you, Jamal.
Good afternoon to Keith and to the listeners.
Smith, 3 overs, none for 28. Joseph, 3 overs, 1 maiden, the wicket for 14 runs, and Barnwell 1 over a maiden. So here comes Joseph, bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end at the south, and he runs through the crease and then turns and heads back to his mark.
Yes, Bart, his run there possibly just feeling out the legs just after that tea session. But yes, Keith, really and truly, the last rights of this game, we just have to await those. And it pretty much seems like Barbados are really and truly going to win this one rather easily.
Well, in the circumstances, it's going to be a memorable win in terms of success over Guyana in recent years. And the first delivery, Brooks is forward, and yes, no indecision and an overthrow. Initially a chance for a run out. It was guided down towards Gully, but then the ball was thrown rather wildly, and they were able to complete a couple as Brooks moves on then to 27, and it's 49 for 1. Braffett is on 17.
Yes, both batsmen stranded mid-pitch, miscommunication there. I can't tell you whose fault it was, but what I'll tell you is that both batsmen were mid-pitch when that delivery was thrown from, it looks like Vishal Singh and narrowly missed the stumps, but the batsmen were able to collect 2 runs.
So here goes Joseph again, and for the second time in this over, he runs through the crease, stops, and heads back to his mark. It's 49 for 1.
Yes, Joseph, as I said, possibly feeling back out his run. Keith, he has a laborious type run-up, not exactly rhythmic. I personally like to see him bustling coming in, but, when he doesn't get it right, he has to abort. He's a big man, probably rightly making sure he doesn't get any injuries.
So he heads back to his mark, bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. And in he goes again, and Brooks is forward and guides it square. On the offside, there is no run, 49 for 1.
Yes, a good delivery there on this occasion from Joseph. He's done a relatively good job for the Jaguars. Keith picking up 4 in the first innings, and obviously the wicket of Mosley in this innings. Brooks has played some attractive strokes off him. Obviously, the pressure really is off these Barbadian batsmen. It's just a matter of finishing off the innings, but Joseph has looked relatively good.
So Joseph, well built, 2 slips a gully. Very short point, then there's a deep point cover mid-off, mid-on. Brooks is forward and pushes it for an easy single just wide of the mid-on as he moves on out to 20th. It also brings up the 50 for Barbados Pride on their way to a target of 79, and Braffett has 17.
Yes, quietly played into the onside there by Brooks. He's continuing to go along nicely. It's 28 from 28, so he's keeping that 100% strike rate. Nice tempo to the innings. Braffett as well getting into the action, 17 from 19. I'll tell you what, Keith, so far what I've seen from Craig Braffett in this game in terms of his batting, the shots he's played, particularly in the first innings, it has to say I'm very pleased to see him, looking to up the tempo.
2 slips and a gully, and outside of the off stump from Joseph, no stroke as it goes through to the keeper, and a no ball as well, 51 for 1. Barbados Pride set 79 for victory.
Yes, a no ball there, possibly on the cards. As we said, Joseph has not been working out his strides since he's come back out after lunch. Really, probably a bit demotivated as well. There's really nothing much in it for him, but it's still important that he hits his straps.
2 slips and a gully. Joseph is in again and turned out through forward square by Braffett for 1. They'll come back quite comfortably for the second run. Braffett moves on to 19, and there's a style by umpire Ramdani when he pushes that right arm out. Sometimes you get the impression he's called a no ball, Jamal.
Yes, he certainly fooled me just now again, Keith, but
Obviously not a no ball, just a little trigger of his. But yes, 2 more runs to Craig Braffett, who, as I said, he's flowing nicely. He's flowed very nicely in this game. Second innings here, just about to run a ball, looking very positive indeed.
So 52 for 1. Still the 2 slips on Gully in that very short point. Outside of the off stump, Joseph, no stroke from Braffett. It goes through to Bramble. The first over after tea and Barbados Pride are 52 for 1. Braffett 19, Brooks 28. And they need 27 more runs for victory.
Yes, nothing much in it from a Jaguars perspective. Just an ordinary over from Joseph, having some issues with his run-up, also infringing on the front line. The Barbadian batsman being able to collect some 5 or 6 runs in that over relatively easily. So, no real threat here. And it's just a matter of reading the last rights.
And Guyana Jaguars losing dramatically their last 5 wickets in the second innings, going down rather cheaply. And Barbados then pressing on after they resumed today at 141 for 3 from 41 overs. All up for 258 from 74 overs and 1 ball. Brownwell with 2 slips is outside of the off stump. No stroke from Brooks, taken behind the stumps. And it's 52 for 1. Yes, they lost their last 5 wickets for 27 runs and 6 overs and 4 balls. They were 231 for 5. And then the wicket of Bramble, caught by Braffett on the second attempt at first tip off Harding for 19, led to that dramatic collapse. The last 5 wickets tumbling for 27 runs in 6 overs and 4 balls to be dismissed for 258. Vishal Singh, the top scorer, with 79. Reefer got 31. And Hemraj, who resumed his innings today, dismissed for 42. 4 for 77 to Keon Harding from 16 overs, 1 maiden. 3 for 63 from 18 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens hard. And this is lifted over mid-on and will rush and head down to the boundary just beneath our commentary position. So another confident stroke from Shamar Brooks with a bit of a return to form, so to speak, with failures in his previous 3 innings this season. Goes into the 30s on 32. And it's 56 for 1 Barbados Pride.
Yes, Brooks taking the attack to Barwell. 2 previous deliveries are relatively wide outside the off stump, but there was Brooks getting a full one on the stumps and really just lofting it over the top of the field.
Still the 2 slips outside of the off stump. No stroke from Brooks, and it goes through low to Bramble.
Yes, and as you said, Keith, it's still important for batsmen, particularly a batter like Brooks, who's obviously now recently in the test team, to maintain some form. And he's looking to do so today. He's looked very good from the time he's come out. He's been positive. He's played a few attractive strokes, 6 boundaries to his credit, and really marching towards this victory.
Next delivery short, and he pulls it savagely between the straightish mid-wicket and mid-on and down to the boundary again by the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. So Barbados' advance rather rapid in pursuit of 79 for victory. Also brings up the 50-run partnership. Brooks dominating. He's on 36. Braffett has 19, 60 for 1 in the 9th over. So just another 19 runs required for victory.
Yeah, 7 boundaries counting now to Shamar Brooks, and 7 attractive boundaries. He's really lifted the spirits of this very moderate crowd today.
And this one, well. Looking to really go into the attack. Shamar Brooks, 60 for 1. And it's the end of the over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs, Barnwell.
Yes, Brooks on that occasion, a bit agricultural, you have to say. He literally cleared the left leg as he possibly looked to swat that delivery somewhere in the mid-wicket region. He didn't make any connection. Barwell possibly seeing him opening up and decided to dig it in short. So it just flew over the blade of Brooks and into the hands of keeper Bramble. But, there was a bit of agriculture about that. But I guess at the end of the day, he's looking to be positive. He's looking to polish off his game. He's has 36 runs to his name. He's looking very good. So, all is fair.
Okay, just having a look at the last time Barbados defeated Guyana at Kensington Oval, and it was a victory inside 3 days in 2014 March, the 7th to the 9th. Barbados 184 and 186. Guyana 140 and 94. So lower scoring game there. Jamal. And coincidentally, Craig Braffett was also the Barbados captain. And he had with him Rashidi Boucher, Roston Chase, Jonathan Carter, Kevin Stout, Shane Dowrich, Carlos Braffett, Ashley Nurse, Sulma Ben, Tino Best, and Miguel Cummins. So the survivors from what is going to be a Barbados win the last time their triumph over Guyana here at Kensington Oval would be the captain Braffett 1, Carter 2, Stout 3, Dowrich 4. And that's where we end. Times have changed.
Times have certainly changed. You know, there's some names in there, some guys who've gone to the great beyond. Certainly in terms
in inverted commas.
Yeah, but a few guys still around. But yes, as you said, you know, the contest between Barbados and Guyana usually is a spirited one. And obviously, Guyana would have had the upper hand over the past few seasons, you know. But obviously, it's nice to see now from a pride perspective that they are, in fact, in control of this game and looking to win it.
Yes, Barnwell was then the Guyana captain. And also playing were Soonarain Chattagoon, Tejnarain Chandapal is still in the mix, Assad Fudadin, Narsingh Dionarain, Vishal Singh is also in this game, as well as the keeper Anthony Bramble, Devendra Bishu, who's the 12th man here, Versami Pramod to pick up the bowling, he played in that game, Keon Joseph as well, and Johnson. So looking at those who played in that last success here for Barbados at Kensington Oval. Pramod's first ball is pushed into the coverage, Barnwell does the fielding, there is no run. Braffett, the batsman, on 19. And the left arm spin is around the wicket again. The Barbados Pride captain pushes it in a similar position out to the short extra cover fielded by Bramble. He has a slip backward point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, short, straightish mid wicket. And the short backward square and a deep forward square. You can call him more of a straightish mid wicket. Braffett defending again. And here's Permol with his fourth delivery, short and cut by Braffett down through point. And they've gone for 1. And Sinclair ran across to do the fielding. So with that single, Braffett moves to 20 at 61 for 1. 18 more runs required for victory for Barbados Pride. And Permol from around the wicket, outside of the off stump, and adventurous Brooks trying to punch it square, misses and taken low by Bramble. He is on 36, 61 for 1. Now he's coming forward quietly, guiding it behind point. And doesn't score at the end of the over with the score on 61 for 1 after 10 overs. And they had as many as how many overs, Jamal? 54 for this target of 79?
Yes, 54, Keith. Very quiet over there from Versami Permal. The field well spread. Captain Johnson still not about to just give up the ghost, you know, telling the Barbados batsmen if they want to score the runs quickly, they'll have to take a chance and take on the deep fielders. I heard them out there when I was in the stands, you know, urging on their bowlers and saying, let's spoil someone's average. So, you know,
I like that.
You know, there's a little banter involved as well, you know. I guess over the years they would have grown some kind of friendships, you know, and there's always good positive cricketing banter, but a quiet over from Permal.
So it's going to be now Hemraj, the other left arm spinner, known more for his batting at the top as a left-hander. And he will bowl from around the wicket at the Joel Garner end. With a solitary slip, and he stops. And we were trying to work out the points, especially with the system of batting and bowling points apart from fast bowling points. And you have to be a bit careful how you read the rules and the little changes which tend to come in sometimes. Jamal outside of the off stump, Hemraj's first delivery, no stroke from Braffett. Bramble takes, slip, backward point, deep cover, short extra cover, long off and long on, and Braffett goes back and forces it down to the short extra cover, fielded by Barnwell. There is no run. Then he has mid-wicket on the boundary as well, and backward square. From around the wicket, Hemraj, and Braffett is forward and strokes it for an easy single down to long off to move on to 21. It's now 62 for 1, and coming off the boundary to do the fielding is Smith. It's good to see that your mate Ryan Hines is next to you. I'm certain that Andrew will try to have a couple words with him at the end of the match. He may politely say I'm not the chairman of selectors, but he's a qualified guy. Ryan, former successful Barbados captain, and he's going to be very, very pleased. He's been busy throughout this match. He's a busy bee, usually, driven down to the deep mid-wicket by Brooks for a single, now 37-63. For one, he looks after you well, Jamal.
Yes, most certainly, as you can see, evidence, but he makes sure he keeps me well watered.
Yes, that is very good, you know. When you're doing commentaries, you need to drink a lot of water.
Yes, he's my left-hand man, Keith. He's always right on him to my left side, like my guardian angel.
Right, that's why he's a left-hander when it comes to cricket, batting and bowling. And off the bat-footed stroke out into the covers by Braffett. Barnwell moves is left to do the fielding, and there's no run. 63 for 1. 11 overs have been bowled, and so far Smith 3 overs, none for 31. Joseph 4 overs, 1 maiden. He has the wicket for 19 runs. Barnwell 2 overs, 1 maiden, 8 runs. Permaul 1 over, 1 run, and Hemraj 1 over, 2 runs. Here's Jamal Smith.
Yes, another quiet over there from Hemraj. Captain Johnson deciding to take the pace off of the deliveries, so it's quiet proceedings so far.
After the first round, Guyana were on top on 21 points. Short delivery and a punch square on the offside, trying to make the tumbling save, and not quite coming up with it. But they're able to take the single, and Brooks now on to 38. Braffett has 21, 64 for 1. Johnson at slip, still meticulous in setting his field, if we may put it that way. And this ball is pushed out on the onside. Here is Permaul again from around the wicket, and Braffett is on the front foot quite early, plays it into the covers, fielded by Barnwell, and there's no run. Slip, backward point, the deep cover, short extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. There's a short wide mid on and a short fine leg. Permaul again from the Malcolm Marshall end. Braffett drives it down to long on for a single as Smith races off the boundary. And Braffett, the Barbados Pride captain, goes up now to 22. 38 is Brooks, 64 for 1. They're cruising to what will be a comprehensive win over the champions for the last 5 years, Guyana Jaguars here at Kensington Oval. Brooks quietly pushes it into the covers off Permaul. No run, fielded by Barnwell, and he now is forward and drives it down to the deep cover for a single. And with that run at the end of the over, Brooks has 39, Braffett 22, 66 for 1. 12 overs have been bowled, and therefore just a matter of 13 more runs. I was given the points there at the end of the first round, Jamal, where Guyana were on 21, the Windward Islands 16.6, Trinidad and Tobago 9.4, Jamaica 6.6, Barbados 4.2, and the Leeward Islands 2 points. Outside of the off stump, Hemraj, and no stroke from Brooks as it goes through to the keeper. What we've worked out, and I say we, individuals at tea time from the media, so I'm not going to call any names lest someone says that he said so or so-and-so said that, but just to give some indication as Brooks is forward. Coming out of this game, Barbados with a 12 for win, 3 for batting, 3 for the bowling, then 1.6 and 1.8, and that's driven out into the covers for a single to Brooks, who goes on to 40. It's now 67 for 1. Braffett is on 22. But we make it that Barbados Pride will get 21.4 points out of this match, hence moving significantly to 25.5. Another drive into the covers, similar position, single again, and just easing towards this target. It's now 67 for 1 with Braffett on 23, Brooks 39, Hemraj is in, and Brooks is forward for the third time now with a single on the offside. It's driven down to long off, and before they can even complete the field, quickly changing over as though they want to head back to their hotel at Golden Sands and then go and enjoy Enterprise Beach, commonly known as Miami, just a few yards up the road, Jamal.
It's not a quiet over, but you see it that way, but I see it as a bit of purpose. Even in that over delivery that was thrown back in, Johnson made sure to sprint out to back up as well.
69 for 1, and covering up, Brooks pushes defensively into the covers in the area of Silly Point as Permaul continues, and Barnwell comes in to do the fielding. Permaul again from around the wicket. Brooks defends it square on the offside, and again there is no run. Imlat, the substitute, is on, and he picks up his fielding at the backward point, short from Permaul, and punch down to the deep cover, and that's a single as Sinclair runs to his left to do the fielding. So the score has gone on now to 70 for 1. Brooks is on 42, Braffett 23, Mosley out without scoring. Forward, and there's a big appeal for a cash at the wicket. And, they're so confident, they're begging, and now belatedly, umpire Ramdani raises the right arm and says, Craig Braffett, you touched that one. So Braffett looks back, and the Guyanese were very, very confident. He looks back for the third time and then slowly walks off. Craig Braffett caught at the wicket by Bramble off Permall for 23, and Barbados Pride now 70 for 1, needing 9 more runs for victory with 8 wickets standing.
Yes, a good delivery there from Versami Permal. He bowled that one a lot slower. He got a bit of bounce from the surface, probably a hint of turn. I'll tell you what, Keith, from the naked eye, it looks like it was out, in my opinion.
Yes.
Something about, it looked like it was a little deflection with the naked eye. I see Mr. Bell looking around at me. We don't have the monitors, Mr. Bell, but I'm pretty sure with cricketing eyes told me that he did, in fact, hit that delivery. So we have to keep the umpire with full marks. I think the umpires did a very good job in this game, Keith, so far. To be quite honest with you, I was impressed with the amount of decisions that they overturned, and correctly so, and the ones that they would have made as well.
Yeah, and I don't know, it may have been a case where he was waiting to see if Braffett would
walk.
Yes, that's right. And then they kept appealing, but instantly they went up. The keeper in Bramble, Johnson, the captain at slip, and Permall, the bowler. Jonathan Carter has gone out to join Shamar Brooks, 70 for 2, and you'll get a chance as Graham Bell is going to provide.
On the makeshift monitor, Keith.
Yes, but it's
effective still.
Still very effective.
See it now.
A slip is in, 70 for 2, backward point, cover short, extra cover, long off, long on, short, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg, and there's a appeal for leg before wicket, first ball, playing slightly across Carter, and that out says umpire Ramdani from Trinidad and Tobago. At square leg, umpire Taylor. Barbados Pride 70 for 2, 21 minutes after 3 on the 4th and final day here at Kensington Oval, and back goes Carter. It keeps a bit low. Where is he going? The ball is played just behind square and was looking for a single as Bramble was quickly out from behind the stump. So the end of a successful over for Permall. Now 3 overs without a maiden, 1 for 5. Barbados Pride 70 for 2, needing 9 more runs for victory. Brooks is on 42. Carter yet to score. Mosley no score, and Braffett 23. The batsman dismissed.
Yes, and Keith, and seeing it on the replay there, that delivery actually spun a bit and bounced as well. As I said, it was quite slower. The trajectory was very good as well.
Hemraj is into Brooks, and back he goes and guides it down behind the point. There is no run. More in the area of gully. Slip backward point, orthodox point, and Brooks is forward and strokes it with a flourish down to the deep cover for a single. Now 43, 71 for 2. Barbados Pride in the 15th over. Their target 79 in as many as 54 overs after the Guyana Jaguars in their second innings fell for 258 from 74 overs on 1 ball. The last 5 wickets tumbling for 27 runs. Carter is forward and drives Hemraj back down the pitch on the onside. A good bounce for the bowler with his sleeves buttoned down. Left arm spin over the wicket from the Joel Guyana in with the solitary slip. Back goes Carter and pushes it up towards mid-on. Fielded by Bramble. There is no run. Then he has the backward point. Cover on the boundary, extra cover. Carter is back quietly, plays it down to silly point. Bramble from behind the stumps, and there is no run. Here is Hemraj again, and Carter comes forward, opens the face, guides it past the slip, and Johnson goes down on one knee and looks back as Carter gets a single off the mark. Brooks is 43, 72 for 2. 15 overs have been bowled, and 7 more runs needed for victory. Here's Jamal.
Yes, another quiet over there, Keith. And notice you're looking at your watch. It's coming up possibly to your break time.
Well, I was looking for Andrew to give him the glory.
That'll be for the final rights, of course.
Yes.
Yes, but what I can say, Keith, too, is that notepad of yours. And notice Andrew has one as well. How do you guys decipher what is on those notes?
Well, I know my own handwriting steady. The thing about it is that if you look at Andrews, it's difficult to read.
Oh, most definitely. That's a doctor's prescription for sure.
72 for 2, the first delivery out on the onside from Permol to Carter, and he drives again down to the short mid-wicket. Barnwell does the fielding, and there's no run. 7 more runs needed for victory, 8 wickets standing, and here is Permol bowling from around the wicket to Carter, and he defends it out on the onside of the pitch. Barnwell, who's been busy in that position, runs across from the short, straightish mid-wicket to do the fielding. Permol again from the Malcolm Marshall end, and Carter swings it lustily and savagely over mid-wicket, and that's 6, now signaled by umpire Ramdani. So just 1 more run required for victory. Jonathan Carter goes to 7. It's 78 for 2. Shamar Brooks has 43.
Yes, Carter played that with a bit of disdain, almost as if to say enough of this. And he smacked that delivery into the stand. The Greenwich and Haynes stands about 4 rows back. So a good stroke there from Carter, as we see the field is now closing in for the final run.
So if 1 run required, Permol is into Carter. Back he goes. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's being given. Well. Let's see how Jonathan Carter will respond.
We know Carter will react.
Okay, let's see. So far, he's cool and calm. Just touches the bat in the turf once, walks off, and looking to finish this match, following a big 6 and then going right back on his stumps, and was leg before wicket, bowled by Permol for 7. It's 78 for 3. Still 1 more run required, Jamal.
And even more importantly, Keith, I see Ryan Hines tapping me away as a conversation I've had with him, and you've heard me use this terminology, the Carter complex. A lot of people try to figure out, why Carter just averages around 29 with about 83 games. This will be his 84th.
Yes.
And bats so well, and he has a high number of half centuries as well. But just something that I've noticed with Carter, he has a score in the first innings, and then he fails in the second innings. And that 70 yard, add 7 to that, you divide that by 2, you get just about 30, Keith?
Yes.
Just about, and that is the nature of his first class record. So when people see the talent, the ability of the man, and see him play so well, particularly in an innings, you understand now why he averages just about 29-30.
Yeah, and you also reminded all and sundry just after the interval that you heard comments about spoiling averages.
Yes, I did, and that's what I'm saying. As much as the Guyana Jaguars are about to be defeated, they still had a bit of purpose about them. They were still moving around very smart in the field, backing up, doing still the right things. And as I said before, I can tell you Carter will not be a pleased man walking in there with just 1 run to go and getting out as well.
Kyle Mears is the new batsman, another left-hander. 1 run required. Permol is in, and back goes Mears and plays it square on the offside. There is no run. So Permol increases his wickets column as well as his average at the first class level. Now 4 overs without a maiden. He has 2 for 11, and Barbados Pride 1 run away from victory. 78 for 3. After tea on the 4th and final day of this second round regional first class match. Shamar Brooks on 43. I think we can put a bet. You can bet Ryan Hines $150 that Shamar Brooks will hit the winning runs.
Looks so.
Here's Hemraj into Brooks, and he defends it on the pitch, and Bramble out from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and there's no run. Hemraj is bowling his left arm spin from the Joel Garner end at the north. Barbados Pride need 1 for victory. Hemraj is into Brooks, and Brooks comes quietly forward as an appeal for leg before wicket. Not out, says umpire Taylor. He has a slip, backward point, the orthodox point, cover short, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a backward square. Hemraj from around the wicket at the Garner end to Brooks. Forward, he strokes it down to the short extra cover, fielded by Barnwell, and there's no run. Barbados Pride 78 for 3. 1 required for victory. Hemraj is into Brooks, and Brooks is forward, and there is the victory, just pushing it out to the short mid-wicket. And at 29 minutes after 3, on the 4th and final day of this second round regional first class match here at Kensington Oval, with handshakes as Johnson comes up and shakes the hand of Kyle Mears, and similarly Shamar Brooks being warmly embraced by the Guyana players. And for the first time since March the 9th, 2014, Barbados defeating Guyana. And in relation to the significant success, as we were talking about from a regional perspective, we'll look at Kensington Oval as well. But 79 for 3, Jamal, from 16 overs and 4 balls. Yes, and that victory, as I can say, was at Providence. So we look at Kensington Oval.
And as you said, Keith, warm camaraderie really between the Guyanese and the Barbadian players, and it's something that I've noticed throughout these 4 days. They played the game very hard indeed, but they played it really and truly in the true spirit and nature of the game, warm friendships at the end of the day, but still are looking to do battle, so to speak.
Yes, so 79 for 3. Yes, Ryan Hines is here. Andrew Mason has come up. He's good afternoon to you, Ryan, as we get the stats together. As one of the members of the Barbados selection panel, I'm certain that you are very happy with this 7-wicket success after you were defeated Barbados Pride by 3 wickets last Sunday in the opening round against the Windward Islands at Arnersville in St. Vincent.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the listeners. And I'm going to say, Keith, you put me on a bit of pressure, sitting in the seat after Jamal, who has been doing a fantastic job in the last 4 days. Basically, we as a panel, we are very happy. We are very pleased, in terms of, we knew where we fell down first game, and it's good to see character. I thought the team played really well. We played good collective cricket. We would have seen very good performances from John Carter, the first innings, along with Kyle Mears. Shamar Holder has been fantastic throughout the entire match. Kemar Roach showed his class, and then Young Harding on the last day, thought he was fantastic. Both with a very good rhythm. I think he's a rhythm bowler. I think when he gets his rhythm right, he's going to be definitely one for the future. His pace was up. And I must commend the ground staff for putting out a very good surface. I think this is one of the better cricket surfaces I've seen in 4-day cricket here for a very long time. Okay, in relation to the selection of the team for this match, effectively you made 3 changes. What was the thinking? Well, Walcott, the keeper, gave way to Dowrich, but then Stout would have also returned to the side, and you would have had Roach coming in as well. Obviously, when you look at the makeup of the team, and obviously we basically see we didn't bat as well as we wanted to. We kind of fault the bowlers for the effort against the Windward Island. Obviously, yes, we would have loved to win the game. But I thought that looking at the surface, we had an opportunity to look at the surface while the guys were overseas. The chairman and myself, we figured that we had a very correlation with the ground staff. We wanted a fast, bouncy pitch versus Guyana. No, home here, then you go forward. Normally, what chooses the days for traveling? Going with the next round with matches starting on Thursdays. From my understanding, Monday's travel there, and like I said, not sure if this is a change. Usually you travel on Tuesday, but Monday's a travel there. And like I said, hopefully the guys can get some rest. I'm pretty sure they're going to enjoy the moment. Games are coming thick and fast. We have Kemar Roach in for the next game. Obviously, we have to manage his workload. So I think it's important how we manage our fast bowlers as well. We have a cadre of fast bowlers. We have Dominic Drakes. We have Akeem Jordan, who's also waiting in the wings. Carlos Bradford as well, who's been putting in a lot of work. So we have a cadre of players that can come in and do a job for us. Talking about Carlos Bradford, I'm told that he's been making himself very busy in the nets. How hungry is Carlos to get back in this Barbados side? I'm very happy with Carlos. Work ethic. He's been putting in a lot of work, even when he came back from England. Obviously with personal issues, I thought he came back and he put in a massive effort. He's seen as a leader around the group of guys, and he's a fantastic person, obviously to have a conversation with, and he's putting in the effort. It's good to have a guy like Carlos around. There are 10 games, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to get his opportunity. Yes, and you go back to February 2013, February 15th to 18th in terms of a result here at Kensington Oval where Barbados won by 93 runs, and we gave you the result over at Providence when Craig Braffett was the captain. And I'm looking here, Ryan, at that side, which played back February the 15th to the 18th, 2013, winning by 93 runs here at Kensington Oval. And Kirk Edwards, who now represents the Windward Islands, was the Barbados captain. He actually got 120. And Craig Brafford and Boucher were the opening batsmen. Kyle Hope played. Jonathan Carter, who was in this match as well. Roston Chase. Shane Dowrich, who was in this game. And Christopher Jordan, who went on to represent England. Sometimes we tend to forget that. We focus so much on Geoffrey Archer of late as a Barbados-born player, Ashley Nurse, Javon Searles, and Miguel Cummins. Roston Chase and Shea Hope
along with Jason Holder, are the 3 test players not involved so far. It is my understanding that Cricket West Indies, we already have been officially told about Jason Holder, who's been rested naturally for the series against Ireland T20s and the preceding ODIs. The T20s finishing today. And then there's a tour to Sri Lanka. But let's hear a bit more about the positions of Roston Chase and Shea Hope from a rest perspective.
I think when you look at their workload in terms of the last couple of months, we all would have witnessed that, especially Shea Hope would have been all 3 formats of the game. And he, like I said, he just recently concluded the ODI series against Ireland. So I think that was a call from the hierarchy, the West Indies cricket panel. And I think, the tough series ahead as well. We have, when you look at the tours, I think they're going to Sri Lanka shortly. Then they come back home, they head off to England, and then New Zealand home, and then we have South Africa, then the T20 World Cup. So I think managing these players are very important. Obviously we would love to have these players around, but it also creates an opportunity for other players who have been working really hard in the last year to obviously put their hand up and be counted.
Okay, Cricket West Indies has stipulated that Roach should play at least all 5 of the home matches and 1 away. I'm not trying to get into or preempt the selection for the next round, but have you as a selection panel determined which away game he definitely will play?
Definitely the chairman of selection. Obviously he has a relationship with Phil Summers, and we discuss obviously Kremar's workload. He definitely will be available for the Jamaica game, and then he will come back home and rest. He's not going to be available for St. Kitts. So again, that creates an opportunity for a young player to come in and cement his place in the Barbados team. Again, as we will know, Kemar, he obviously is getting a bit older, so I think it's important that we manage him. And he's definitely an asset for Cricket West Indies. He has 192 wickets, obviously with an average of probably about 22. That's fantastic. And he's a guy that we need around Cricket West Indies.
Yeah. Any concerns from a batting perspective? Mosey's in his 3rd straight season. He has had success with Barbados, especially in his first. He had a battle in 46 in the first innings, unfortunately having to go off injured with cramps, and then he returned. He was dismissed. Second ball, Braffett is the captain. But are there any concerns as such? Because I know there is competition. My
only concern is I would love to see guys going to score hundreds. Once they get set, I would like to see players going on to get that big score. I thought that Calmir's played really well, and if they have to mark themselves really hard, himself and Jonathan Carrot, I thought that they could have gone on and got a big score. In terms of Mosey, I have no issues with Mosey. These things do happen. I battered myself. These things do happen. I thought he showed a lot of fight and grit in the first innings. Guyana bowled really well. I must give Guyana some credit. I thought I was impressed with young Niall Smith. I think he's one for the future. Joseph bowled well. So it was a situation where we knew that we're coming up against probably the most consistent side in the last 5 years. I thought he showed a lot of character. I think it's important for him. It is basically mental. His mental side, I guess, I'm pretty sure that Coach Trotman and Vasbert Dredd, they're going to have obviously a one-on-one with him, and he's going to put in the work. He's worked very hard. I'm very happy with him. I think it's just a matter of him spending time in the middle. I thought he did that well in the first innings.
When Henry Wallace was chairman of selectors, now replaced by Henderson Brooms, a veteran at this level, 9th season as a Barbados selector. The workload which we talked about earlier. Now you have 2 young fast bowling blokes here in Keon Harding and Shamar Holder. Dominic Drakes was in the squad for the first round, and then you have some seamers along the way, like say Shamar Springer. I think you have the luxury of alternatives. What do you as a selection panel really say to these youngsters if they recognize, well, look, I have played 3 matches and then they rest me when I believe that I should still be going? How challenging is that to get the message over to them that, perhaps this is part of the luxury of Barbados pride?
For us, I think we are in a very good position. You spoke about Springer. We still have Rashawn Primus,
yes,
who fits the bill as an all-rounder as well. So we,
like the clones, so to speak.
Yeah, the clones. But I guess, obviously, those 2 guys that you highlighted, Keon Hart, who had a fantastic Super 50 with the emergence side, and young Shamar Holder, who is obviously earmarked. He had a really good 18 tour against a top class in the 18 with a couple of test players, and he's very, very hungry. Obviously, wickets doesn't reflect how well he has bowled so far this season. I think that these 2 guys bowling in tandem reminds me of Tino Best and Fidel Evers, and I think that this is very exciting for Barbados cricket. And I'm pretty sure that they would want to play all 10 games. But I think it's important we keep these guys as fresh as possible.
From a spin bowling department, Ashley Nurse, a seasoned campaigner, losing his place in the side for this match. And then you have exciting youngsters again. I call them exciting in Shem Holder, who's being kept out, and Michael Agard Jr., who was impressive in the trials.
Again, like you said, we have the luxuries of young, talented players. I think, like you said, Ashley is a senior guy, and he's actually put in a lot of work with young Shem Holder and Michael Agard, learning off each other. Obviously, positions will be tight. I think it's important that Ashley, Ashley has been fantastic for us. 150 wickets. He would have brought 150 wickets, and 150th wicket in the last game. If you look at himself, more often than we felt that he could have bowled better in the last couple of years. But having a guy like Ashley who has a big heart, we all knew what happened during the Tridents, where he played for Tridents. People say Ashley this, Ashley that. Ashley showed a lot of character. He's a very good guy to have around the team. He's a leader. He's a very jovial person. It's good to have these guys around the team.
We can't just stick to the side of what I would call being biased, because it's now a professional league. And you have two Trinidadians in Keon Otley and the all-rounder
Tion
Webster, who went back after he wasn't selected for the 50-over side and played for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the Super 50. I recognize that he was mentioned in the first trial match, but was still recovering from an injury. Has he actually returned to Bridgetown ever since he went back for the Super 50?
I think that's a question you will have to ask persons above my pay grade. I think that, from what my understanding, during the 50-over tournament, he would have received it. He picked up an injury. He's trying to work his way back. But I guess this is the luxury of the PCL. We all know that Barbados is blessed with a lot of talented players. I think that everybody have to work. We're going to treat everybody as fair as possible. Tion Webster, Kajan Otley, all these guys will have to come and work very hard for a player.
Okay, so, Ryan, I'm not going to make it tough for you, but you've been around and you have a broad back, in every sense of the word. Because of Barbados' rich history, there's a school of thought that the professional guys, and it's no secret. Hayden Walsh Jr., for example, found it tough getting into the Barbados side, and he decided he'd had enough last season, and he packed up and left. Okay? Marking the minute, the Jamaican got a few matches. Keon Otley was a success in the Super 50 side, right? When you look at the opening position where Braffett goes out, Mosey is more or less entrenched himself, and then you got guys like Boucher, who had a wonderful season, the only batsman with over 500 runs playing for Spartan. You have a young Cheyenne Braffett. Again, we bring back Otley, who was in that position. As selectors, I really, at times, I'm very sympathetic with you all guys. But when you sit down in a room and you put down all of these names, how do you try to work it out? Bearing in mind that the old-timers, and those would say not even the old-timers, winning the title is what is key. But then you have this large pool to go to choose from, Ryan.
I think when you look at Barbados cricket within the last couple of years, we all would admit that we tend to lose a lot of players due to international duty. So it's important to have players, a core of players that can come in and perform. Obviously, competition is there. Keith, when they played for Barbados, competition was always there. I can remember we had about 6 or 7 opening batters at trials, but we all knew it was Phil Wallace and Sherman Campbell. So I think it's important that guys have to understand you have to work hard for the play. Sometimes you have to take it on the chin. I come and work hard and be as patient as possible. What I would like to see, though, during the PCL, I would like to see, in terms of loaning out players, we would like to see more players being loaned out to other teams.
It's a very good point you've made if you look at the other teams in the competition, but I will put it on the table that for the last 6 seasons, including this, from an international perspective of players, this is going to be the one where they are going to be available. Barring the imminent tour to Sri Lanka for 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, and with a season going down to April, it means that there's an availability of the international players. And the next major tour after the Sri Lanka series for West Indies will be the tour of England in June for that 3-match test series. It tells you, therefore, that the spectators themselves would want to see the best on shore, right?
Of course, I think that we all would want to see the best on shore, and the best players will play for Barbados, Keith.
Yes. Andrew, have they named the player of the match? I know we will do a wrap. It's just about 3:45. We're not going to prolong, but this is good education here. Ryan, how are you enjoying it, though, as a selector? Okay. Yes, Jonathan Carter has been named the player of the match. Go ahead.
Is a good job. I think it's important to go around and be as fair and as transparent as possible. I try very hard to have good conversations and dialogue with players and build a relationship with players and try to be honest with players. I think I enjoy that. You know, player myself, I understand. You know, sometimes you may be a little bit disappointed. So I can relate to persons, especially in that regard.
Yes, you and I are going to wrap soon because Stephen Leslie certainly has some information and he will be joined by Andrew Mason. But just Ryan, before I have just 2 more questions, and just to remind all on Sandry that Barbados with a 7-wicket win. Andrew will give you the details at the end. But I was saying earlier when we started off the tee that from working out the points that Barbados probably would have attained for this match, 21.4. Officially, they will come from Cricket West Indies, so don't hold Keith Holder to ransom. And Guyana just 3.8. So we would have had the outright win 12, 3 batting, 3 bowling, 1.6 and 1.8 for the fast bowling points in the first innings and the second innings. And you have to be very wary of that. As a matter of fact, Woody and I looking through along with the likes of Ezra Stewart and David Harris, and we also had even Elvis Howard, the chairman of your junior selection panel. We were all getting into it. And you need to sometimes read the rules fine point to recognize that there may be a couple changes in terms of a point system. But Cricket West Indies will give the official points. A significant win for Barbados, Ryan, and I'm certain that you're going to encourage all and sundry those who are in and those who are out to just keep practicing. And that has been noticed here during the break. You've had Walcott and Drake's added as well and ran around with the guys.
Yeah, definitely. I think the guys have been putting in a lot of work, like I said, during the course of play, after play, before play. And like you said, the point system is very important. You've got to be very clever in terms of how you use your fast bowlers, because you get extra points from obviously using your fast bowler, getting fast bowler wickets. And the important thing about a 10-round series, sometimes you might start bad, you might pick up the momentum during the course of the season, but it's important to play very well away from home. It's important to pick up those points away from home. Try not to lose away from home. And I'm pretty sure that the director of cricket is very happy with our performance today.
And again, just remind me of how well you are enjoying this new role as a selector, especially when we see you walk up here about 25 times per day over the last 4 days.
I enjoy it. Obviously, it comes with pros and cons. You're not going to get everything right. But the most important thing is to, like I said, is to be as transparent and to be as honest as possible.
Yes, okay. Ryan, you're a blue man in a blue shirt, an empire man like Stephen Leslie before when he was one of your blockers at the crease.
No, Stephen was classy.
Oh, classy. Okay, I'm sorry. Apologies, Stephen.
He loved Carl Hoops.
He loved Carl Hoops. When I look at my records, I realize he spent hours at the crease and scoring 20 and 25. Anyway, Ryan, thanks very much. Stephen will be joined now by... good afternoon to you, Stephen. I'm just going to say good afternoon and thanks very much for the updated information on the regional youth tournaments. And that's a cue for Andrew to also quiz you on, apart from the fact that we are focusing on the regional 4-day championship. Remember, Barbados, champions of the under-19, champions of the under-17, and 2 years before last year, champions of the under-15s. That's the foundation, that's the roots. There's something called, let me use the word something, there is a facility used here under the banner of the Everton Week Center of Excellence. And Elvis Howard walks in because he wants to eavesdrop, because he's begging you to play a lot of youth matches. I'm taking my exit. Good afternoon to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Keith. And you highlighted again a very important element of our planning. The senior team obviously is what you would consider the final product after a lot of the hard work that has to be done in the Everton Week Center of Excellence. We do what we can for 3 terms during a particular calendar year. We start in September. It runs like the normal school term. And being champions is just a reflection of the hard work that the coaches have been doing over the last few years. I would want to highlight, for example, the under-15s who, as you said earlier, would have won 2 consecutively and then came second in 2019. I think that what we actually do is pay a lot of close attention to the natural ability that these young men will possess. But then you have people like Richard Clark, Rohan Nurse, and a cadre of BCA coaches that pull together that natural ability now, and then we try to supplement it now with strategic approaches to games. And I'll give you a simple example. Young Bethel from 2 years ago. Bethel was the only young player who scored a century when the tournament was hosted in Barbados.
Jacob Bethel. And you will recognize that the mindset of how Bethel, it being a 50-over game, was one where, as you know, 300 deliveries, he knew that he had to play his role. Then you had a lot of other young men who may not have achieved the centuries, but they were approaching the game in such a way that they wanted to be able to be successful and stay at the crease. So I think that the success that you and I are able to write about or read about and enjoy is really redounding from the actual efforts that came from the coaches, how they put together. Richard Clark has been super in terms of how he puts it together. Rohan Nurse, as a support man, always does a lot. And then you've got so many other coaches, I wouldn't want to call names. Yeah, but I'm certain that you want to mention the leader in Dexter.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that because Dexter was, as you would know, the leader, head coach of the under-19s. He was then asked to lead the under-17s, and he has 2 consecutive victories at regional level. Dexter's work is close to being excellent in terms of how he always stays with these guys. He used a lot of like chirpy words to really bring these young men into like him. Come on, lads. But one of the things about Dexter's ability to also lead now that he's had the opportunity to be acting head coach is that Dexter always engages all of the coaches and give them the opportunity to bring their ideas to the table. And I think that what we are seeing, and I say it to people, the development program in the 17 Weeks of Excellence is something that we cannot tinker with. We can improve on it. We can have more efficiency. But look at the output. The output is that we are winning regional youth tournaments. We're getting a lot of young players into the regional West Indies youth teams. And they're showing that Barbados' cricket, well, not maybe as strong as it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago, still is part of the leadership within the development system that is in West Indies cricket. So I'm very happy to see what we're doing here. And one of the things that is going to be very critical is for us to be defending. We have to realize that in the case of the under-15s, I was speaking to the chairman of selectors, and he told me that there's more than 3/4 of the team that we have to find new players to come and replace. Our system is good enough that these guys are going to come in. The main thing now is to be able to give them the adequate amount of preparation that they need, give them the resources, and give them the right people to be able to chart the path so that they can come back and be able to win again at these different age group levels in 2020.
Not because the chairman, Elvis Howard, is here, but having to contend with the under-15s, the under-17s, and the under-19s, and based on the schedule which you updated me with on the first day and the venues, I know that it becomes costly to the BCA to be putting on so many trial matches at the youth level, and then you have the Everton Week Centre of Excellence here, and you're paying coaches, and you're having to be feeding these children. I don't think sometimes people recognize what a high bill you probably will face just to beef up Barbados' cricket.
But Keith, you've hit the nail on the head. Cricket is an expensive sport, but I believe if we've got limited resources, nobody can pretend that the cash flow at the BCA is any different to any other organization in Barbados which has been under severe strain in the last few years. Our simple philosophy should be at all times spend the funds on what is the important thing, producing the product, the cricketers. If the guys are having a meal as they do in the Everton Week Centre of Excellence, pay your $5, your $10. I'm not saying this literally. Get them that meal, because some of these young men do look forward after a hard day at school, after coming and spending 2-3 hours in the afternoon, to that meal. It sometimes eases a parent or guardian. So those things are all part of it. Spend the funds, I would suggest, on the areas that will help bring these guys. And not only give them a meal, give them a nutritious meal. Give them an opportunity to know that this is part of what we want to be able to build you into, which is not just a cricketer, but a cricketer who's eating correctly, cricketer who's being hydrated correctly. And fundamentally, the coaches and everybody who's around these young people should be also part of, when you're spending these funds, they need to be remunerated to show that you have value for what you're doing. Because I think that there are a lot of little things that we can play with in terms of numbers, but we should not compromise on the product, which is to give these guys the resources that we have in order to be the best it can be for Barbados at these age group levels.
Stephen, for me, it has been wonderful talking with you. Andrew is now settled, and he's scribbled about 15 questions there for you. So I will politely give him the headsets, and a pleasure.
Thank you, Keith.
Well, of course, Stephen, the pitch today, a brilliant pitch. And I see Winston Emerson Reed out there. What part is he playing?
Well, let me just say at the outset that we brought on Richard Prof. Edwards as a consultant maybe about 2.5-3 years ago.
Right.
The role that Winston Reed plays and the role that Henderson Davis plays, working with Richard Prof Edwards, is one that has not received, at times, what you would say, enough of the gratitude that we should give. And I'll be very simple. There are 6 pitches on the square. The Barbados Pride team is one of the few regional teams at senior level that will have a post-season training period. So, for example, when the tournament ends in April of this year, the Pride most likely will take a couple of weeks off, and then they will come back from sometime in May. They will run themselves right down to the month of December, where you break for Christmas. Then you come back out January, where the tournaments that normally the Super 50s play now in November or December of the year. The point is that these gentlemen, I believe, should be given the plaudits that sometimes a person may sit in a seat in the stand or sit some other part of the stadium and say, oh, it's not green enough, or the pitch is not bouncing enough. But I think that what you saw in the last 4 days was a pitch that was able to bring a result in Barbados' favor at the end of the day. But these guys are guys that continue to work hard. I think they have an idea not only of being able to produce wickets that will be allowing us to be getting a home advantage, and use home advantage in literal terms. When we came up against Guyana this game, we know from the composition of the 11 that we chose mainly a seam attack, and you wanted a pitch that will support that. And I think that they must be given the respect due, and I think they have gotten more than a high grade. When you look at the international scene, I can tell you all the reports that we have received since 2017 have been exemplary. This is from international cricket, ICC. And this is something that I think should be said more of. Winston Reed is doing a fantastic job. Henderson Davis, and as I say, they're ably assisted by Richard Prof Edwards as the consultant.
Well, I'll tell you, the pitch that was produced for this match was a brilliant one. Of course, in the last, you'd expect 1 or 2 deliveries to keep a bit low, but generally, good pace and bounce. And we saw some very impressive young fast bowlers on show, like the looks of Harden. I thought he was very well managed by his captain in the second innings. I mean, he didn't look good in the first innings. He had the confidence to start with him this morning. And, I like Holt. I think Holt has got all the ingredients. But then there's a young man from Guyana called Smith. You better keep your eyes on him. He looked pretty good as well.
Yep, that's what we want, Andrew. We want to be able to not only look at what Barbados is actually putting out, what the other regional teams are also putting out. So if you get better cricket pitches, you're going to see players like what you just mentioned. And the beauty about regional cricket, and I was saying it to a couple of your media practitioners a short while ago. I recall coming to Kensington Oval as a younger boy, and this is the level before international cricket. A post-match ceremony is not done in every regional territory.
No.
And I'm thinking that you must still apportion some level of respect due. So Jonathan Carter, for example, today had an opportunity to be presented with the player of the match check, more or less, in the envelope by director Mr. Erskine King.
Right.
These are things that you must do. You must apportion some level of significance to it. The guys were out on the field for 4 days. You do it. And I think that what we need to do then is, and I was saying to the media practitioner, you need to have a cameraman there. We've got our guy.
Right, to capture it.
Capture it. You may not use the photograph today. You may not use the photograph in Midweek Nation, but you'll use it at some stage.
Right.
And these are the things that I think that even though we're not seeing maybe the quality that you would have seen and Keith and others back in the 80s and stuff, it is still Barbados playing against Guyana at the senior regional level in the Caribbean. So there must be something that we need to ensure that stays in that elite group of persons, because everybody will not play for the country. And I think that this is something that we aim to do here at the BCA, and we will continue to try to make those small little tweaks to make sure people know that they came to watch a first-class game, and at the end, there's a small ceremony, and then we go home, in this case, with Barbados being victorious.
Any other recommendations to Cricket West Indies in
there
relation to regional?
There are a number of things. I wouldn't want to really pull out too many things in this part.
Give me one.
I'll give you one. I think like how we were talking about managing our senior international players, the communication to the public needed to be a little bit better. I'll give you an example. Raheem Cornwall plays with Leeward Islands, and we know him being a guy that is identified as not being the fittest. There would have been a program put together for him, similarly put together for Kemar Roach and others who are at that level.
Right.
I am not 100% convinced right now that a scientific approach was taken to be able to say, Kemar Roach, you're only going to play 5 or 6 games. Mr. Raheem Cornwall, you're only going to play 4 or 5 games. There appears to be a discussion, obviously, between persons who are within the CWA arrangement, with the head coaches, the chairmen, the selectors of the respective territories, And there is a possibility that these guys were asked to play certain games based on the wishes of the head coach or the wishes of the chairman of other territories. So my view is, Andrew, very simply, is that if it is a scientific approach that has been indeed taken,
Right.
that the public knows this is why we believe that Kemar Roach should only play 6 games.
Oh, interesting.
Raheem Cornwall, this is the reason why I don't think he should be playing as many games for the Leeward Islands. We need to have that type of information. I'm not saying you go into every specific, but generally saying you don't come to say Kemar's workload or Jason's workload has been so much for the last 12 to 18 months, and this is why we rested him. That is not sufficient. You got to show that there's a lot of different discussion going on, a lot of different scientific approach going on, and be able to let the persons know this is why we've chosen to give these young men the time off, and these are the games that they're going to play and why.
We're speaking to Director of Barbados Cricket. Of course, we're talking about Stephen Leslie. Stephen, before we go, the local competition, when does it start?
Well, all intents and purposes, we will continue in April of this year.
April?
April.
What day in April, can you tell me?
But I wouldn't want to come on. I know you're not going to catch me there.
We want to scoop.
No, you're not going to do that.
Are you going to give it to Keith for the BCA website?
Well, any information that we have needs to go to Keith because he manages a very important part of the
Right,
BCA
okay.
website. But the point is that we want to start in April, and we have had serious discussions. The president and others have come public and say we are also going to embark on having franchise-type arrangement for T20.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
And one of the things that we are going to have to try to do, and I think it's critical that everyone understands this, is that when you embark upon any project, I said it from the time I took up this new job 4 years ago, you must place something in the framework that it can work for a 3-year period. Anytime you bring a concept that is not sustainable beyond 3 years, where you can measure whether it did well or not, or what you should tweak, you're wasting time. So I welcome, like how the board does, the whole concept of franchise cricket. I think we must put a lot of different ingredients in place to make sure that it is long-lasting. And I'll give you one example. It is my firm belief that if we go with 6 teams in a T20 type franchise, that the facilities that these 6 teams are preparing at must be of a standard that the players get value for their time. If a player goes, for example, I can pick on my good friends at Queen's Park, and they are training. Suppose Queen's Park was one of the venues that was selected for one of the 6 franchises. Facilities must be improved to a point, Andrew, that the players who congregate at Queen's Park are getting value. If they go to your home ground in St. Catherine as one of the grounds, the similar thing must happen. We cannot put the players into a position where it is almost as if they're practicing. I played at Wanderers for a few years. I played at Empire very early in my career, and I played at Spartan. 3 different dynamics in terms of the whole setting, the outfield, the quality of pitches. So we must choose venues and give them the resources to ensure that these 6 franchise teams, whoever for the T20, for the local tournament, are really at a standard that they can get true value for.
So you're telling me we start in April, we start with the T20s?
That is it.
Then followed by the one-day games?
We then go into the Super 50 as we know it.
Right.
And then we will go hopefully into the 3-day format, which
3-day format, which is starting possibly?
At this point, we're looking at hopefully the July period.
Okay, and you're expected to finish when? Just before Christmas?
Well, we did what we had to in 2019, and we finished in November. Actually.
In November, yes.
So we were hoping to do that. And one of the key things is that, again, if we embark upon the project, which I think is a more than noble approach to making sure we incentivize and be able to get a more semi-professional league, we have to look at what we can do over another 3-year period and be able to build upon that. And I only spoke about one element. There's so many other elements of getting franchise cricket and getting teams prepared well. You have to be able to understand the backroom staff is critical. You have to pick people who are going to be receptive to what we consider modern day techniques of preparing teams. I can't bring you Andrew Mason as a coach because you've been around for 15 years and then you don't want to write a session plan. You don't want to have a development aspect of how you're going to get your fast bowlers maximizing their potential. We have to choose the right persons to coach these teams, to be part of the backroom staff, and be able then to put the resources there to get maximum from this entire project as we go forward in 2020 and beyond.
Well, we want to thank you very much indeed for coming through and talking to us, Director of Cricket in Barbados, Mr. Stephen Leslie. And 30 seconds, you must be happy the Barbados win.
Yeah, we're very...
Not often did you beat Guyana, the Jaguars.
I think you gentlemen were saying since 2014.
Yes, a long time ago.
It's pleasing. I'm really happy for Emerson Trotman, the entire backroom staff, Craig Braffett as captain. And the beauty about the victory today is that you saw that over the last 3 days, leading to this day, that the Barbados team really strategized and we were able to reap the rewards with a resounding victory over Guyana here at Kensington Oval. And
indeed, the final scores, of course, the action started this morning with Guyana looking to bat for quite a long time. That didn't happen. In fact, there was some resistance, and in the end, they were all up for 258, giving Barbados just 79 for victory. But we have to speak about the very good bowling of the youngsters. Harden was absolutely brilliant, picking up 4 for 77. Holder got 3 for 63. And when Barbados batted, they lost the wicket very early. In fact, they lost 2 wickets towards the end, but it was Brooks, the test player, there at the end, and he batted quite well. Barbados 79 for 3. And they won with some 7 wickets to spare. It was a good victory for them. They made 389. And that lead of 180 proved to be a good lead because at one stage it looked as if Guyana might have given them some trouble when Reefer and Singh were at the crease. So final scores in the match then, Guyana 209 and 258. Barbados 389 and set 79 for victory. They made 79 for 3. So while the Guyanese are sobbing at the